I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. It's a new month and thank you for starting your week with us. Let's see what's making the headlines this Monday. Naira strengthened by 15.28% in 5 months, says the DG of the Budget Office, Yakubu. Nigerian box office crosses 10 billion naira in revenue after 8 months. APC wins 20 local governments, PDP 3 in Rivers Council polls as states eyes end to emergency rule. Chicago mayor signs order to resist potential Trump crackdown. And in the world of sports, Man United players stand by Ruben Amorim amid poor start. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Director General of the Budget Office, Taminu Yakubu, has announced that the Naira strengthened by 15.28% in just 5 months. By August 2025, the currency recovered to 1,525 Naira to the dollar, an annualized pace of nearly 49%. Yakubu attributed the rebound to key policy reforms, rising oil revenues, increased diaspora remittances, and the clearance of over $4 billion in foreign exchange backlogs, Steps, he says, have restored investor confidence. He noted that the unification of Nigeria's foreign exchange windows has created a single transparent market rate, allowing the naira to find its realistic value. He recalled that when the Tinubu administration dismantled the fixed FX regime in 2024, the naira plunged to 1,800 per dollar, a high-risk correction that, according to him, is now paying off. Moving on, the All Progressives Congress has secured chairmanship positions in 20 local government areas of Rivers State, leaving just 3 for the People's Democratic Party in elections marred by low voter turnout. The PDP retained Obio Akpo Port Harcourt City and Ogba Egbema Ndoni, considered some of the state's most strategic local government areas, while the APC swept the remaining councils. Meanwhile, the former Inspector General of Police and ex-chairman of the Police Service Commission, Solomon Arase, has died at the age of 69. He passed away at Cedar-Crest Hospital in Abuja. Born in Edo State in 1956, Arase was widely regarded as one of Nigeria's most reform-minded police chiefs. Tributes have poured in from across the country following his death. And on the foreign scene, the mayor of Chicago has signed an executive order resisting a potential immigration crackdown threatened by the Trump administration. The mayor described the move as a stand against what he called an unconstitutional military occupation. This comes as President Trump deployed 2,000 troops to Washington, D.C. with threat to extend similar actions to Chicago. In the Middle East, Israel says Obeida, the spokesman of Hamas's armed wing, has been killed in an airstrike in Gaza City. Defense Minister Israel Katz praised the operation, though Hamas is yet to confirm the death. Reports indicate that at least 7 civilians, including children, were killed in the strikes on Gaza's densely populated Al-Rimal neighborhood. And in entertainment, Nigeria's box office has crossed a major milestone, surpassing 10 billion naira in ticket sales by the end of August 2025. That's a 58% increase from the 6.4 billion recorded during the same period in 2024. Cinema admissions also climbed to 1.84 million, up 16% from last year. Industry analysts said the figures highlight Nollywood's growing dominance and the resilience of cinema culture, even in an age dominated by streaming platforms. And finally, now to sports. At Manchester United, players are rallying behind under pressure. Manager Ruben Amorim, after a shaky start to the Premier League season, United scraped a 3-2 win over Burnley thanks to a last-minute penalty by Bruno Fernandes following their shock Carabao Cup exit to League Two side Grimsby Town. Amorim admitted he has considered quitting but says the squad is determined to turn things around. And at Chelsea, striker Nicholas Jackson is refusing to give up on a move to Bayern Munich after his loan transfer collapsed at the last minute. Chelsea pulled the plug due to an injury crisis, but Jackson remains in Germany, while his representatives push to revive the deal before the transfer deadline. And that does it on the BDTV Breakfast News this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with so far.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
On this day in 1939, Germany invaded Poland. The lethal combination of German blitzkrieg tactics, French and the British inactivity, and the Soviet poverty doomed Poland to swift defeat after Adolf Hitler invaded the country. The invasion of Poland, also known as September Campaign, marked the beginning of the World War II and was coordinated military assault by the Nazi Germany. The invasion began on 1st September, shortly after the signing of the Molotov Pact, a non-aggression agreement that included a secret protocol to divide Poland between Germany and the USSR. Germany and Slovak forces attacked from the west, north and south, while the Polish army, caught off guard, retreated eastward in hopes of organizing a stronger defense. Despite initial resistance, particularly during the Battle of the Buzura, the Polish forces were overwhelmed by the speed and scale of the German blitzkrieg. On 17 September, the Soviet Union invaded from the east, rendering any remaining Polish defense obsolete. Although France and the United Kingdom declared war on Germany on the 3rd September in support of Poland, their assistance was minimal. And on this day in 2004, Basil Omiyi was appointed as the first indigenous managing director of Shell Petroleum Development Company, Nigeria. Basil Omiyi is a highly respected figure in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Having spent the majority of his career with the Royal Dutch Shell Group, he held several technical and leadership roles in Nigeria, the UK, and the Netherlands before returning to Nigeria in 1992. There, he served as production manager, director of external relations and environment, and later country production director. In this role, he managed over 1.4 million barrels of oil and 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day across the Niger Delta. In 2004, he became the first Nigerian managing director of the Shell Petroleum Development Company and later chairman of the Shell companies in Nigeria until his retirement in 2009. Mr. Omiyi held key industry roles, including chairman of the OPTS Upstream Industry Group, NEPAD Business Group Nigeria, and the Oil and Gas Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on bdtv.
Residents in Lagos cry out for help during the raining season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here. If we chop something through here inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the Agungi who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road because you are not even picking the dot. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dots. That is why you just do it anyhow. You throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos. The way where me at see, because at least every three months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but it's not supposed to be like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter because of this. The road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government to find maybe solution for anything they can do because this flood is a long time, sha. I don't even know maybe it can come to an end.
It might be impossible to eradicate flooding in neighbors. However, it can be reduced drastically with the right policies, infrastructure development, and community efforts. You know, it's a collective effort because there's shared responsibilities between the government and the citizens. Not just the citizens, even the residents, because you can be a resident and not a citizen. Now, on the path of the government, let's look at urbanization. I know there are already existing policies, like not building on the drainage. And there's one recent one where the whole fluffy takeaway pipe was banned by the Lagos state government because each time it rains, you find out that there are a lot of this obstructing both the drainage and the waterways. So governments can actually look at this part by making some good policies, just like the one they've made to eradicate such an attitude of the citizens. Then the part of the citizens, you know, I've always said it, that is a shared responsibilities. And from the part of the citizens, we have very funny attitudes. If you look at the streets of Lagos today, or most areas today, you find out that some bloggers or some philanthropists call out the government because of refuse. Some of us have very ill attitude we dump refuse everywhere we see, not minding that these things, when it rains, when there is heavy downpour, the water carries this refuse and the block and the drainage way. Tomorrow we are complaining that the government is not working. So we have our obligations as citizens, and one of those obligations is we should not dump refuse anywhere. There are actually provisions made. There are baskets, there are dump sites, provisions made where we can actually put these things in place. Then another thing again that the citizens can also do is to, let me talk to the developers precisely, is to actually don't build on drainage ways, on canals. What happens in some parts today, some parts of Lagos today, especially places that are prone to fraud, the island basically, that are prone to floods, you notice that what they do, what some people do is they will just buy these canals and build. Then they will obstruct such a flow of water. And at the end of the day, what happens when this water did not see a path to go through? They block, they go back to the streets and they cause flood. So it becomes difficult. So on the part of the citizens, we can either not build on such parts, or we can also report if we see people doing that.
The blame is shared among the government and citizens. Now, the Lagos we dream of is only but a pipe dream if the government fails to transport these actions into realities. This is Amanda Amos Sigbuwe for Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Right. Let me start by asking you, how was your weekend? Happy New Month.
Yes,
Finally, we're in the fourth quarter of the year. How does that feel for you?
I feel so renewed. I don't know if there's hope in front of it, but I feel renewed. You know what I mean? But the sweetest thing is you can afford to say every new day comes with a new blank check. The question is, what are you going to do with it? So I'm fired up this morning. I see great stories.
I'm really always excited for weeks that new months that start on Mondays. It just makes you, it just seems really organized. It seems like about it. And a new month starts on Friday, it feels like,
okay,
what seriousness to this month?
But starts on Monday.
Starting on Monday just is like new week, motivation. New month, new vibe, and then new quarter. It's just like triple.
And one more thing. New smile.
Triple new. What toothpaste did you make use of this morning? Because you seem really confident in your smile, but it's good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too.
Good to see. Let's start by seeing what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the Business Day paper this morning says Nigeria's power sector reforms fail where telecom triumphs. And then Global's bank completes 200 billion naira capital raise, awaits CBN's approval. This is from the MD CEO of Global's bank. This is on page 14 of the Business Day paper this morning. And on page 30 this morning, it says long road to Nigeria's education reforms. Broken education system threatens tomorrow's jobs. Not a good look, not exciting if you ask me. But move from the excitement which we started this month with and saying that Nigeria's power sector fails where telecom triumphs. But I think there's a good side to it. If the telecom sector is thriving and then the power sector reforms are failing, well, we can hold on to one thing there.
I agree with you. And again, it's like you saying, we have more people, put this way now, I'm trying to use food now to run a simile here. Oh, soup is doing better than Gary. The truth of the matter is that, look, you can't even enjoy soup. You can't enjoy Gary without soup. or you can just super that Gary. Look at it very closely. It says Nigerian power sector reforms fails where telecoms, triumph. Of course, telecoms really can do without Nigerian power. They can generate their own power. So give and take. If telecoms who directly are not being funded by the federal government, right, are doing well, I'm not surprised. However, the power sector, on the other hand, has chunk of its budget, chunk of its, is nucleus. Nucleus, I mean, is what drives it from the federal government coffers. So you see, I had to use the area of food to qualify what's really going on. One seems not to work with seems to work better without the other one because they have alternative. In this case, who funds the Nigerian power sector when it comes to the grid and all these other areas, maintenance, federal government allocation, federal government this, that. So the burdens of federal government too much. However, there are other diversified, power sector, power companies, indigenous power companies. Those ones can afford to sell solar panels and call, or whatnot, as the case may be. But are telecoms doing better? Yes, they are. Why? Let's look at the indices. All right. Most of these telecom companies, truth be told, have affiliation with international, telecom holders, and they've perfected the act of telecommunication. Even though some indigenous ones are still there, but people that they employ, people that they call as consultants, most of them are seasoned in their areas, so they already have a plan B. And if you don't have a plan B, it becomes a challenge. In this case, having a plan B, knowing that plan A might fail, will put them one step ahead. But the power sector, its major income, its major financing, right, when it comes to taking care of the major facilities, comes from the government. The government is already overburdened. It's almost overwhelmed. It's still borrowing money from IMF, borrowing money from, from World Bank. So if you look at it, by the time you think about insecurity, they think about healthcare, think about ASU there, ASU here, think about every other sector that might hold it back. The government already is wearing a parachute. So
the electricity sector is a little bit political, if you ask me as well. There's also like the political side of things. For the telecom sector, is consumer driven. You have to pay for data, you have to buy data, you're doing all of those things. But the reforms that we're looking at in the electricity sector might be like several layers to it. I mean, just like the stories says here, just to come inside a little bit, it says the split between power and telecom reforms lies in their structural differences.
Definitely.
Talking about telecommunications offering a relatively clean slate characterized by limited legacy infrastructure, pent-up demand, and technologies that enabled private operators to scale quickly without relying heavily on government-controlled input, just like you said. I said, but in contrast, the electricity market is deeply enmeshed in legacy assets. Talking about fuel supply constraints, pricing distortions, power generation depending on heavily on natural gas, supply often disrupted by vandalism, unpaid debt, policy disputes, distribution companies facing widespread energy theft, poor metering, regulated tariffs, and prevent cut. With what I'm seeing here, there is like the odds are really against the electricity sector. The odds are really against the electricity sector. I mean, it's also talking about the political economy of the electricity sector, diesel, solar, solar filling the gap also. Foreign investors also disappointed. They said the telecoms revolution attracted global players like MTN, Econet, Etisalat, who saw Nigeria as a growth frontier, and we can see that they've also really blossomed in the industry. But several discos have technically been technically insolvent for years. So the odds are really against the electricity. So should we say all hope is lost?
So I want to say all hope is lost. The economy hasn't tanked. We know it will never tank because Nigerians are very resilient people. However, to answer that question, all hope, is it lost? I will say this. We are hanging on a thin thread. And that thin thread has more weight being put under. But if we now decide to say in another 2 years before the next general election to put in whoever is going to win at that time, begin to mark it down to say, these are our key demands, no going back. Because policies, they say, can only work when those in the helms of affairs actually know exactly what they're doing. And this falls on the shoulders of leadership. We must get it right. One decision can change the trajectory of this country. Now, this is the funny part. Now, I won't say funny now, but this is the hard part, the hard truth. If those decisions are not made with the common Nigerian in mind, we will fall back to the same thing again, where you see common Nigerians paying heavily for telecoms, right? Data, pay for airtime, and not getting their full worth. How many times have you probably paid for buy data, you probably bought data, and you realize that it doesn't last as much as you expect to last? These are challenges. What about power supply, right? You obviously have your units you use prepaid, and it's running too fast, and you wonder what's going on. So when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. We want to see great reforms. We want to be able to say, if you promised us renewed hope, let us move from renewed hope to now actually enjoying the dividends of the hope.
But you know something really, there's something that actually is sticking out to me right now. The fact that we've actually moved from being, supposedly, from being fully dependent on the government by privatizing the sector, you know, the power holding company of Nigeria. But there still seems to be that lag behind.
But there is. I mean,
despite the fact that it's been privatized, supposedly.
True. So, all what you said right now, you just hit the nail on the head. There is a lacuna there, and that lacuna is the reason why I believe that leadership should be, look, the topmost priority. So we run a democratical, system of government in this country, multi-party system. Now we have oppositions, who every now and then, right? So that's at the ruling party. I think this is not the time for us to, as much as we understand that this is how it's done, it's not the time for us to begin to get distracted. Salvage this country, it should be the most important priority, the 10-point agenda, if possible. Because now we're saying the telecom sector is doing better than the power sector. And we've seen the reasons. We, as much as we're looking at having private companies come in and do a lot of partnership, we don't want a case where this country would depend solely on privatization. Otherwise, we'll get to a point where all the assets of Nigeria will no longer belong to Nigeria. It's very important we understand these things, right? Back in the days, it was NEPA. Yes, it was directly funded, and the body was carried by the federal government. Now we have different discos, that disco, this power generating company, distribution company, back and forth. We see all these things. The question is, these people are from the private sector, saying, government, we can cushion the body. We can help out one way or other so that people get the power that they are paying for. However, at some point, yes, our regulators are there. Yes, we have institutions, looking down, making sure these people are doing the right thing. But government itself should be 100% involved and have control over it. Otherwise, we'll be heading towards a point where we're in the chokehold.
I don't think that these discos are as effective as you expect them to be. I personally have issues. I've been having issues with the disco for the past 2 weeks, but that's a story for another day. Let's move on now to the education system, where the broken education system threatens tomorrow's jobs. This is a story from one of our reporters here at Business Day, Wasiu Ali. I mean, the education sector, just like many of the other sectors, because I'm trying not to put one before the other, but the truth is there are some sectors that are truly integral to the growth of any economy, the growth of any society. We're talking about education.
So, if you look at it, if we say healthcare is more important than education, now, on work basis, for instance, emergency, yes, when there is an emergency, you have to treat the person. But those who will treat and take care of a sick person or someone who has just been involved in an accident, they actually need education. So you see now, which is why it's important for the government to understand that to prioritize, they must put the right one before the other. But which one is going to be the right one? Was the power sector? Okay, so you put education before power sector. Truth be told, without even power, the level in which you can, so you're only restricted to some points, right? When you want to cut across information and education, theoretical wise. Some certain machines will not work because there's no power to teach engineering students how some certain things work. So, or do we even say, do we put power sector before security? Okay, let's go ahead. Let us run it head to head. Let's see now. If you put power sector before security, what happens? You build those massive equipment or stations, as the case may be, but this area is not secured. You have vandals or criminals come from different neighboring countries, just walk into our borders. And by the way, you know our borders are quite porous. Just walk into our borders, come there and vandalize those equipment. Do you know how much an armored cable costs? It is costing the government an arm and a leg to maintain these things. Recently, I saw a documentary on one or two facilities, the government facilities that are being vandalized. And guess one funny thing? It was in broad daylight. Most of these local push truck people, they push their truck, get there, they remove the sewage, covering, the sewage cover that is made of pure steel and iron. They go and sell these things. Now, what does that mean? Security in that area is not working. Neighborhood watch is not working. And when cars now ply that road, thinking that place is covered at night or even daytime, you don't expect to see a big hole right in front of on a bridge or the road that's that is smooth. And you get in there and it's an accident. So you see now, to put one before the other will mean us looking critically to now say, at the moment, which is more important? We say security, or security is important. If you put every other thing in place, healthcare, education, right? Every other thing you want to put in place, but security is not in place, what happens? Those things will not even function. So I'm beginning to think, maybe I'm a bit biased here now, right? To say security must come first.
I think to streamline it back to education itself. Education, I think one of our major challenges in our educational sector in Nigeria is how theoretical our trainings are. Most of the universities, the secondary schools, the universities, if you can't afford to pay, you can't afford to pay a premium to attend some of the best schools, you will have to attend, the public schools, and they are heavy on theory, and that's one of the, looking into the story, that's one of the areas where that's been highlighted as some of our problems. We talk about how important STEM is now, the science, technology, how important STEM education is. But inside this story, there is perhaps a case study here, Adeleye, who is frustrated about the fact that everything he might want to even do is along the line of coding and the like, but
it's restricted.
It's restricted. It says, I know the jobs I dream of, they require coding and design, but I've never written a single line of coding in school. When I was doing my postgraduate degree, right,
he has never written a
single line of coding in school. When we're in secondary school, let me even start from secondary school. We would do what's it called? I remember then we would do shorthand, this and recently I was asking, so myself and a couple of my friends, like, what really was the purpose of shorthand? Because till now I don't know. That was supposed to be practical, but we should have been focusing on other things. I remember back in school, maybe some schools were opportune to have good computer, laboratories, but I remember how even in my own school, our computer laboratories were like a temple. When I say temple, we had premium computers and all of that, but having access to it was like something for, I didn't know whether it was decoration or it was for the teachers to pose with or something. It was a lovely computer library. So it goes back to some of the things that were important, but thankfully some of us were able to still, find our way. Now you come back to postgraduate school where you should even be focusing on more practical learning,
And
we're still doing
and
theory.
we're still caught short. That's the thing.
Good thing some people would decide to, acquire skills, volunteering, which are some of the important things when in school that just equips you. Because I realized that with our education system, if you don't take up the training yourself, you'll be lacking behind.
And I mean, so you've said it all. The thing is, moving forward, those in the educational sector, those who are even undergraduates and those who are probably in secondary school, if you're listening to this, as much as you are studying in school and you're trying to, gain formal education, look for a skill.
Exactly.
Perfect yourself with a skill, because moving forward is those skills
that will take you communication
that will take you where you want to go to as an
whether
individual.
hard skills or even soft skills. It's really important.
Sure, when I was in secondary school, I went very well, right? Military school, secondary school. After classes, so my classmates, instead of going outside the school weekends to go have a haircut, right? We used to teach ourselves how to cut hair. Let me cut your hair and see how would you feel. Now, like a joke, we started developing skills to become, quote and unquote, barbers, as the case may be. So you see, at that time we saved money, but we didn't even know that we were saving money. We just felt just for the fun of it. I know someone right now who has that as a big business, even though he still works office job, but he has as a big business on the side. What am I trying to say? Skill is the way forward. Even for those people who want to, quote and unquote, join the Jackpot syndrome thing. You realize that these countries are not just asking for people who are, tall, fine, handsome, beautiful. No, they want people who have skill. And until we begin to put skill as number one priority in our educational system, I tell you, we'll just be doing lip service to this whole thing. To be more of theory.
And I think this is also the part where we understand that our educational sector needs a lot of revamping, reforms, and whatnot. But I think individuals will need to take up so many things on their own, take on responsibilities. It's like being in a house where things are not are not working, right? You might need to, if you're sitting back,
nothing happens.
If you're sitting back, nothing happens. There's a point of being proactive, and that's what makes all the difference. Like even in the real life settings, in the corporate setting, how proactive you are always makes all the difference. Now, look at something I'm seeing here. It says a 2022 report by Jobberman Nigeria revealed that over 45% of employers surveyed rated entry-level hires as lacking critical work readiness skills. Similarly, the British Council's Future of Work study in West Africa found that while over 60% of tertiary graduates are eager to work, less than 25% possess the core competencies required by employers in a competitive economy. Have you seen how you'll be talking to some graduates sometimes, and you will be wondering, did this person go to school? You'll be wondering, and those are some of the skills that you need to put in the work for yourself. The school, some would even ask you for like opportunities, and the way they will, you will be wondering.
You need to ask yourself, what is going on here? But you see, again, would you blame them much? Maybe that would be a different topic.
Maybe it's a story for another day. But I mean, our sector, the education sector, because education is the bedrock of every society. It does need reform. But at this point, you might need to take. Grab the bull by the horn and do what needs to be done. Volunteering will never go out of place. Hardly will you go to a place and you say you want to volunteer and build skills, and they will say no.
Turn you back.
Hardly. It's free. When I was in school, I did 4 years of volunteering in a media house, and at that point, people thought, this was strange.
There's a reason why. That industrial training you were getting.
Exactly.
And as you develop your skill, you now realize that those who want to engage in a particular contract will not ask you, do you have what did you score in university? Okay, do you have a master? It is the fact that your skill, although that's important, right? That sets the bedrock for greater individual, which is school and education and qualification. Don't get it twisted. But More importantly, they will look at your skill, which is why they say character and
Learning. Because the network you would even build, the people see that, oh, this person, wow, this person is doing this thing. You like, I can't count how many times these things have helped me right now. How many years down the line? Because so many people that I've met back in those days.
For almost 5 years.
So I mean, these things are just important.
For me, I was enjoying it while I was enjoying it. So, but this is affecting your class. I say it's not affecting my class. Even if I get one carryover, no, the fact that I'm developing myself in the skill that I want to use.
Exactly, and also it also teaches you how to, find the balance, understanding, because in the real world, those are the things that matter. But let's move on now to the Punch paper this morning. Speaking of the Rivers local government poll, Atiku demands annulment as Wike reasserts control. Fubara loses local government and APC wins 20 local government. PDP claims 3. FCT ministers control temporary Rivers, and this is according to Rivers elders. On page 8, it says reps deny alleged planned showdown with speaker. On page 29, it says Northwest leads in FEC project with 5.97 trillion naira, and this is from the federal government. And finally, Union Bank of Nigeria completes merger with Titan Trust Bank. I think let's focus on the politics side of things, talking about the Rivers local government poll. I think very quickly on page 7, Tinubu and police mourn as ex-IG Arase, Solomon Arase died at 69, which was truly, yes, may his soul rest in peace. And in infractions, federal government threatens to disconnect Gencos from power grid.
Which one should we highlight?
Let's start off with Rivers local government polls.
See, last time we spoke about this thing, I don't know if it's River State, but something within that angle. I said, I'm yet to see which movie platform will outshine Netflix. Now I am wrong. Nigerian political system and the way we do politics in this country, if well packaged and produced, will make a lot of money and generate funds for us in this country. As sarcastic as my sound is the fact. We are now seeing that, wait a minute, we thought we saw them doing peace and tranquility. We thought we saw them shaking hands, say, okay, Baba has settled us. We thought these things were already, peace was already a big target and they were heading towards it. With this kind of things, it goes to show you that there's still some in-depth, anger and pain. Having said so, for a state to move forward politically, they need to totally bury the hatchet and truly do so. Because when you now hear that, okay, this local government is not doing the way it should be, or maybe this, whatever is turned out this way it is, you realize that those same people who are in the PDP and those people who are those who are the APC, look, give and take at that level. I'm not talking about Wike and Simi right now. I'm talking about those who are the followers. They are still not happy with each other. Okay? However, moving forward, the sooner they understand they have a bigger problem than all these minor things, the better. River State is sitting on trillions and trillions of naira when it comes to natural gas. I want to hear from River State, despite the whole political thing, I want to hear that, look, the idea of that so-called soup that used to come and fill up the cloud and drop on the bodies of people, all that can be mitigated. I want to hear that gas flaring is going down. I want to hear that people can go and fish. I want to hear that all those oil spillage has stopped. This is just distraction. They should take these matters to their hands, because the future of River State depends on these political people making the right choice and not worry about those little things. Yes, the LG polls are not looking good. However, when one suffers, the other will enjoy. So those who have power in their hands now, look, change the trajectory of River State. Port Harcourt is a beautiful city, and they're doing great things there. And other parts of Port Harcourt, other parts of River State, right? Is it Buguma? Is it where I can go on and on and on, right? Is it Bonny where the oil is gotten from? Is it all those areas? We need to begin to think about how can we say enough of all this back and forth thing. Yes, politics is important so we can get the right leadership, but enough of it. Focus on that which is more important: the welfare of Rivers people. And of course, making sure that the internally generated funds is actually generated properly.
Right.
And they use that money to make that state better than it is. Environmental degradation is one thing that they should look out for. And more importantly, begin to say, how do we make sure that we bring down the level of spillage to the barest minimum so that our local people can go and fish? They can go and farm. Have you been to Bonny recently? Have you been to all those areas recently? I was opportunity to be part of a team that did the documentary there more than 12 years ago. I mean, you are in a boat, you put your hand into the water in some of those creeks, and you come out, you bring your hand out. You are seeing crude oil literally dropping from your hand. How can any aquatic animal survive in that particular state? How can people go and fish? You dare not even light a cigarette there for those who smoke. I don't smoke, by the way. So, in an event where there's a spark, what happens? You see patches and patches. If you do a Google map search, you will see patches and patches of different illegal mining. They call it bullfire. Right? The Navy is doing very well. Every now and then they crack down on these people. But the more they crack down on illegal, what's it called, those illegal wells, more are still coming up. So, amidst all this political back and forth, local government, what's it called, whatever it is, back and forth, let us focus on the well-being of rivers.
I think very quickly, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning and then see what we have on the cartoon of the day, because we are pressed for time right now.
Okay, so here it says here on the top, Union Bank completes merger with Titan Trust Bank. I think we took that one already.
Right.
Then Tinubu has been fair to all sections of Nigeria. Can we really say yes or no to that? Well, that's what
it's subjective.
The other one here says Tinubu Okiro, others mourn as ex-IGP Solomon Arase dies at 69. I mentioned that already. I think Arase really did well when he was alive, when he was 7. So rest in peace. Right, the major story here says petrol consumption down 28%. Ipman grounds. You can see more of that on page 23, right? Okay, so
what can we now
deduce from this?
Allude that to or tie that to? Why is petrol consumption down? Does it mean that people are not buying petrol anymore? And what's the reason people are not buying petrol? Could it be that electricity has now gotten better and then people don't have need for petrol anymore? Could it be that the transportation system is now better and then there are fewer cars on the road and people don't need petrol as much and they don't need to consume? People are not making use of their generators as much as, personally, I think that's me, not making use of generators as much. In fact, this year I can't count how many times. So, because I think we need to understand what's really in, what's really in the story.
If we look at it, vaguely,
okay,
right, we will see very clearly that, look, when you say petrol consumption is down, could it also be a political move? Yes. It could also be politically charged. But very more importantly, why wouldn't petroleum consumption be down when people are beginning to understand that, wait a minute, if I decide to take the train and not use my vehicle, I'm saving money.
Do we even have a working train system? Because if I see one of the rider there, it says frequent price changes unhealthy for sector. So it could just be a frustration thing.
It is.
Where it's like, well, you know what? When you guys get yourself together, I would cope regardless of whatever the situation is. I don't know.
And then for some people will tell you, look, for generators, you mentioned generators. If I can afford solar panel, and I ask myself a question, wait a minute. If normally I buy 20 liters of jerrycan of fuel, maybe every 2 or 3 days. But now you have solar panel, you reduce that. What am I trying to say? What this means is that Nigerians are now gravitating towards generating their own power apart from fuel and generators. And when I say so, renewable energy is happening right now. Companies are beginning to say, wait, we don't have to power our companies 24/7. We can afford to say, let us power it only during working hours and turn off the generator. So if more Nigerians are going this route, there's a big tendency that fuel consumption will come down. Also, there's another part we're not saying. What if they're actually buying fuel, but it is being exported to other countries and we are not getting it? Or if man is not really, coming forth, bless you, and actually give you the full detail. It could mean anything, right? But look at the major story here, page 23 here. It says petrol consumption nationwide has fallen by 28% over the past 2 years, as pump attendants across filling stations are left with scanty vehicular calls. That first phrase alone, right, kind of qualifies what I said, which is, so you have a car and you're saying you have to drive to work Monday to Friday. What if I just go to work with my car only on Sunday to go to church? But Monday to Friday, I join, for those of us in Lagos anyway, you join the blue rail or the red rail. How much will it cost, right? So if you look at it, it might even pay you more. I would not say electric vehicles are responsible, because electric vehicles are very expensive. And not every Nigerian can buy one. We haven't gotten there yet. So moving forward, I would think these major three things could be the reason. One, people are beginning to say, let us move out of using fuel for our generators, begin to lean towards solar panel, long run, save money. Secondly, another one could be, because of the traffic and the stress, now we have rail. Let us park our vehicles, walk a bit of distance, get into the train.
I mean, we have the blue, red, green,
rail, and go by train. And then the third one could also be that the marketers or tanker drivers are actually buying this fuel, but they realize there's more market outside the country, neighboring countries. They go there and they sell, they make more money.
So possible.
Thereby, reducing the amount of tankers that get to fuel stations. However, this one says scanty vehicles are recorded in the filling stations. So it's not necessarily about they don't have the fuel. Cars are not coming to buy.
Yeah, cars are, so just like you said, if cars will not come to buy, if they're deciding to, perhaps people are working from home now. People are doing like twice working hybrid. It's very prevalent these days. So there could also be that. But just before we go, let's see what we have on the carton of the day today in light of the passport hike fees, which we've seen. We've seen that the passport prices had gone up from what it used to be, and we don't even understand why the passport price would go up. But then we see this, you can see passport hike fees, and then you can see the Nigerian flag on someone who looks like he's deep in poverty. And then you see this person with a sledge. Is that a sledgehammer? It says, you are not going anywhere. Then that's Nigerian who looks like he's in poverty, is in a window, trying to escape from that window, which is the jackpot window. And then the passport hike and fees hike is holding the person's by the jugular, literally. And then this one says, you are not going anywhere. It's just the situation of things
I think we must appreciate the creative work by us.
We always do. We always appreciate the creativity
the way
behind
he just
his
took his
work.
time to analyze it.
Just going into his mind.
And there's something we're not seeing. The Nigerian flag is actually, it has some holes in it.
It's patched.
We're barely holding on. Well, let's hope for the best, and hope we'll have less people who have to jackpot and other things.
Right, and if everything is okay within the country, people don't have any need to even want to leave the shores of the country. But we have to go now. At 10:30, we'll be having social listen. We'll speak more on the passport fees hike and more on that in the coming week. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning. Do stay with us.
morning and welcome to Business Morning, a segment of our breakfast show here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Mama. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today. Digital technology is reshaping the way economies grow, business operates, and individual work. Yet in Nigeria, a large segment of population and even sections of the workforce still struggle with digital illiteracy, limited knowledge, and skill in using technology effectively.
Now, this silent barrier often goes unnoticed, but its impact is far-reaching, reducing workplace efficiency, widening inequality, and even slowing national productivity growth.
So how significant is the digital literacy gap in Nigeria, and what steps can businesses, governments, and individuals take to bridge it for improved productivity?
Now, to help us unpack these, we are being joined by Anolua Oyewole. He is an architect and founder, Bezalel Design Academy.
Good morning, Mr. Anolua Oyewole.
You're welcome to Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's start off. How would you define digital illiteracy in Nigeria, and why should we be concerned about it?
All right, so if we're talking about digital illiteracy, we're simply talking about inability to confidently use certain digital tools. And these tools are even as basic as talking about Google email, using collaboration tools like Google Docs, or using online forms. So these basic digital tools, they are now very expedient. And if we do not use these things, we'll only be localized. We'll lose out on international global competitiveness. We'll lose out entirely on international opportunities. Our productivity will be drastically low because we'll rely on face-to-face interactions. And in fact, it's still going to put so much pressure on our resources. You can imagine still having to use a messenger to go across one office to another to dispatch memos and all of that. Whereas we can use emails, and this will save us costs, and then we can use our human labor appropriately.
Okay, then, so now how widespread is digital illiteracy across Nigeria's workforce, and what demographic groups are mostly affected?
Okay, thank you. So if we're looking at the widespread, it cut across the general workforce, both public, both private, the education, the commercial, the general workforce. But in this light, the underserved communities are mostly affected. People with low income, people with poor infrastructure in their environment, they are the ones that are mostly affected. The underserved communities, people where there's good electricity supply, they would most likely do better than those who are waiting for NEPA.
All right, so which of the sectors of the economy do you think are the most vulnerable to the productivity losses caused by digital illiteracy?
Well, like I said, generally it cuts across the entire workforce. But if we are now going to look at it as which of this sector is most vulnerable, then we would have to look at the education. Why education? First, education because they are the one who will determine the future. If students or learners are not well trained about these digital tools, then the future is at stake. Because they do not have sufficient knowledge to even use these things. And next would be the commercial sector because of the economic power. We need to make money to spend money to make money to spend money, right? So the major sectors that rely on building the future, the major sectors that rely on routine and recurring tasks, it is very important that they leverage digital tools to increase their productivity.
Thank you on that. So now can you give practical examples of how digital illiteracy directly reduces efficiency in the workplace?
Okay, so I will refer to the example I gave the last time. Imagine someone has to trek a mile to deliver a memo, and that same task can be done under a second by just clicking send. So now we have to look at harnessing the possibilities that comes with these digital tools. We have to just move on, or else then we would have to spend more to achieve less. in cases where we can spend less to achieve more. One thing that is key or general knowledge is the loss of file. You get to certain places, they say, oh, sorry, we can't find your file. What happens to digitalizing people's database, people's documents? If these things are well done, anybody, even if the person is not on seat in their office, they can treat whatever it is that needs to be done. Possibly someone is on leave and there's an expedient task to be done. The person can easily log into the portal, check what needs to be done, and then approve it. But if this opportunity is not there, then that particular task will have to wait on the person's desk till the person resumes.
Okay, so how do you think Nigeria's level of digital literacy compares to other emerging economies, and what does that mean for our global competitiveness?
Interesting. Well, we've moved, I must say, we've moved, but there's still so much ground to cover. We've moved, but there's so much ground to cover. And our infrastructure system is inhibiting the digital practice. Like I said before, take, for instance, the electricity issue and its effect. Some people, they have constant electricity supply, and some others, they are praying, God, let there be light. You get it. So this challenge is increasing the widening inequality gap, and that alone is another challenge that we'll have to look at.
Okay, then. So that beyond the workplace, how does digital illiteracy impact entrepreneurship and even small businesses in Nigeria?
Well, first, anybody who is doing business and is not online, that person is leaving so much on the table, so much money on the table, because the person is going to have limited reach. That company is going to have limited market reach. Online, you can reach people that you don't even know, thanks to the digital world.
Sure.
Anybody who is not harnessing the digital tools, the possibilities that comes with these digital tools, will definitely experience weak bookkeeping. And how does a business survive with weak bookkeeping? Such businesses cannot even make informed decisions. Whereas the opportunity is there, examine the trends, the market trends, then you'll be able to plan for what would happen. Okay, we've experienced a decrease in this particular product. Why? You can track it. And just after that, you'll be able to plan for the next product or an improvement. So businesses just need to adopt the digital tools if they will grow faster and also be highly competitive. And of course, it would help them to achieve more with less cost effect.
All right. So what role should government policy and education play in bridging Nigeria's digital literacy gap?
All right, thank you. First, government, I would say that our government should look at creating enabling environments. Nigerians are trying. An average teen or young adult in Nigeria is learning 1 or 2 digital skills, but they are frustrated with a lack of proper or inadequate infrastructures. So if an average Nigerian is trying, but yet it appears like they are not doing, then there's something that the government can do to help us facilitate that better. And to add to that is that NGOs, private companies, capable individuals should also look at reaching out to underserved communities. We're doing that at Bezalel Design Academy. We're trying as much as possible to reach out to these underserved communities. And in fact, this week, we're having a digital literacy that was planned for 3 days. So that's part of our contribution to bridging the increasing widening inequality gap. And I remember during one of my presentations, it was said that in advanced countries, once there's about a new launch of a particular digital tool, that company will visit certain communities to train them. Whereas it's not domesticated in Nigeria. Some of the things we know today will probably self-learn all of these things. And this should not be if we are going to grow and if we are going to increase our competitiveness.
Okay. So now, are Nigerian businesses investing enough in digital upskilling, or do you think this is an area where we still lag behind?
We still need to look at it. There's no straight answer to this, but averagely there's a commendable effort. There are certain individuals, there are companies, there are NGOs that are reaching out to underserved communities to ensure that we bridge this gap. Some are teaching for free, some are teaching at a huge discount. In fact, just that these trainings are available is something commendable enough, but there's still so much to cover. And upskilling, sadly, is often treated as an additional cost, whereas it is not. Upskilling is an investment. Training isn't an expense. It's something we must do if we would increase our efficiency. If our productivity is going to increase, then we'll have to upskill, and companies must take this up and train, retrain every now and then. They should retrain and train their staffs every now and then.
All right, so with AI, automation, and digital transformation on the rise, what risks does Nigeria face if this digital skills gap is not urgently addressed?
First, we risk exclusion from global opportunities. We're not going to get the best out of global opportunities if we are still struggling with digital tools, if we are still struggling with increasing our efficiency. We will lose out on global opportunities. There's going to be continued increase in unemployment rate because these digital tools are even replacing certain jobs that we have at the moment. And definitely we would have what is called underemployment. There's going to be underemployment when people think they deserve more, but when evaluated vis-a-vis digital tools, they realize that they do not match up with what they are claiming to do. And the last point here is the issue of cyber risk. If we are using digital tools and we do not know how to use these tools well, then we are also at risk of cyber risk. We would have cyber atrocities. People would easily lose investment. They will lose business opportunities. They will lose to scam and many more issues because they could not use these tools appropriately or tighten certain gaps.
Okay then. So now finally, what practical steps can individuals and even organizations, policymakers take to accelerate digital literacy and by extension boost productivity?
Individuals would have to see it as a personal challenge, a personal goal. I want to be better. And if I want to be better, the challenge for me is I have to adopt continued learning. I have to do better when it comes to learning. I have to go out there to learn, to relearn without waiting for anybody. Self-motivation is key. Nobody should wait to be prompted by a query or by a threat of a sack letter or whatever it is. So individuals should embrace continued learning. That's the primary thing we all must do. And if individuals are doing this, then organizations can take it up to do it at a wider scope. Organizations can afford more than their employees can afford. There are certain tools that are premium. You have to pay to get the best of these tools. So we can't leave this to individuals, and that's where organizations come in. And this also must be done with governmental policies. There should be guiding policies that will put some of these organizations on their toes, that they need to do better, because complacency is really an issue. And we must also partner. Collaboration is a new competition. Collaboration is a new competition. So we must learn to partner with those that have access to probably these industry stakeholders. They should come in, train our staff, train our people, go to underserved communities, train these people, equip them, and provide a better infrastructure just to buttress the enabling environment. Then we'll be able to do better, we'll achieve more with less cost and with less time.
All right, to buttress what you said before we let you go, how do you think mentorship and industry-led training can complement formal education initiative?
All right, thank you for that question. You see, no matter what a man thinks he knows, there's someone that knows better. And at certain points, there would be, I don't want to use the word challenges, but there would be an obstacle an hurdle will have to jump over. These mentors, they have a wide experience. They would be able to guide okay, this is why you're having this issue. If you change this, if you tweak this, you will be able to achieve more. So we cannot remove a mentorship role from whatever it is that we're doing, either from the traditional practice or now that we're clamoring for leveraging digital tools.
Of what you said, are there incentives that could encourage businesses to prioritize upskilling for employees?
Yeah, there are incentives. One key thing that I must also mention here is that information is power. So we have to go to where the information is. SMEs must learn to attend conferences related to their niche. SMEs, business people, they must learn to go out to seek for knowledge. We have to read more than before.
All right. Thank you so much for your insight this morning on our breakfast show. Anoluwa Oyewole. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate your time.
We'll go on a
All
quick
right,
break
thank
now. When we come back, the business morning continues on the breakfast show. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to and you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back to Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Public relations in Nigeria is undergoing a significant transformation as brands pivot to digital, purpose-driven strategies powered by AI and authenticity. In 2025, PRO is no longer just managing information. It's about a meaningful storytelling, localized engagement, and real-time responsiveness. Artificial intelligence is reshaping PRO workflows from sentiment analysis to media monitoring. As a reporter said, the Visional Edge noted AI is no longer the future. It is the now, helping PR teams anticipate trends and respond quickly. Yet, he emphasizes reacting quickly does not mean reacting wisely, underscoring the human role in ensuring empathy and cultural nuances.
The age of broadcast messaging is fading. Effective PR in Nigeria now leans on to micro-influencers, creators with niche, engaged followings whose authenticity resonates with regional audiences. Campaigns tailored to cultural nuances, whether Lagos urban pulse or northern traditions, are proving more impactful than one-size-fits-all approach. Gone are the days when long-form was the norm. Nigerian brands increasingly rely on short-form videos, TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts to quickly connect with young, digital native audience. Additionally, niche platforms like podcasts and Substack newsletters are emerging as effective channels for deeper storytelling.
And now joining us to gain refined information on this subject is Olautan Faweme. He is a seasoned marketing communications professional and a PR expert.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Business Morning.
Thank you for joining us on the short notice.
Good morning, Justin. It's always a great honor to be here. Thank you so much.
And now to go on with the questions, Nigerian businesses are shifting heavily towards AI-powered PR tools. So now, how do you balance speed and efficiency with the cultural sensitivity and empathy that AI cannot replicate?
Okay. Thank you very much. Forgive me. You'll have to make do with my voice. I lost it overnight, but I'll try as much as possible. It's okay. Thank you. So to be honest, AI is transforming everything, from education to everything. How we buy, how we read, how we relate. Everything. AI is changing everything, and PR is not different. PR is not an exception. AI is transforming PR as well. And we've seen a massive shift from what PR used to be 5 years ago, 10 years ago. I remember vividly the pressure that was on us as PR experts during COVID-19 in 2020. It was massive. And I take it from me, it was massive. So with AI now in PR, you're able to get faster insight. So back in the days, you put out a story, you have to wait for it to go the round before you know before you get your insights. But it's different now. You get your insight on the spot. It's faster, and then you're able to target better. Unlike before, where you just put your stories in the newspapers and you're not even sure who is reading. You can't tell whether your message is getting to the right person. But this time around with AI, it's easy to target whether you're creating the content or you're disseminating the information. You can target better. And in terms of analytics, it's instant. You get it on the spot. You go to the back end of the tools that you're using, you can see how many men, how many women are interacting with what you're saying. So it's better. Okay? So let's understand that if we go with speed, having said that, and the fact that AI has come to change the game, if we go with speed and we're not sensitive, then it's dangerous. We can't lose the human touch, the sensitivity, the empathy, the culture, the tone of our message, how we show respect in our message, how we show empathy, how we let the consumers know, the customers know that they are first. And whatever it is we're doing, we're putting them into consideration. If we don't include those sensitivities into our messaging, into our PR strategies, then we'll lose out. Okay? So AI can help you with all the data and all the numbers and all the technical things, but you still need humans to interpret. You still need humans to bring cultural intelligence. Okay? You know, AI is called artificial intelligence. It doesn't have EI. It doesn't have emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence comes from humans. So you can get all the data from AI. You need to strike a very nice balance with the human aspect of things. So I will wrap up this question by saying, let AI handle all the data for you. Let AI handle all the technical part, but let humans handle the emotions. Let humans handle the heart. Let humans handle the empathy. And when you strike a good balance between the two, you achieve good results.
Thanks. Okay, short form, let's talk about short form videos now. We know short form videos and influencer storytelling are redefining brand communication. So do you see this as a trend or a permanent transformation in Nigeria's PR landscape?
If I'm going to be honest, short form videos and influencer marketing, they are no longer trends. They have come to stay. It was introduced some years back. Initially, it felt like it was something that would be done briefly and will go away. But unfortunately, young people, different people are coming up every day and they are making it, they are expanding the market. There's nothing we can do about it. It's modern communication. The last time I was here, I said Gen Z take over. When you look at how big brands are even throwing shades on social media, somebody was talking. I'm in a group of African marketing communication experts, and there's a campaign somebody was trying to do, and he needed experts to join. And he said, "Oh, we have somebody from Ghana and South Africa. Are we going to get somebody from Nigeria? Let's start the jollof fight again, or something like that." Okay, so you see all those jollof fights, all those football fight, all those things. And you see brands even tapping into it. And you see the people in comms in all those big companies even jumping on trends in a very subtle way. It's the new way to communicate, and that's the truth. So Nigerians, and not just Nigerians, people generally, this age and time, they consume information very quickly and very, very sharply. They're very visual. So they want the information to come in a way they can see it, because seeing is believing, like they say. They want to see it, and when they see it, they are able to react to it quickly. So the attention span is very, very low. When you don't catch them in the first 5 seconds, they just scroll, they just move. So you see brands going towards short videos, using TikTok influencers, Instagram influencers, and then they lean on them to spread their message, their brand message to the wider audience. So in terms of awareness, in terms of bringing your product in the faces of more people, you want to leverage influencers. You want to use short form videos to catch the attention of people who don't have very long attention span. So the future of PR, if you ask me, is going to depend heavily on people who can craft the right messaging and put it in a very short form and put it out there for people to see. So the shift is permanent, if you ask me. It is how we are able to adapt to it, how we see it, how we share it, and how we believe in the story. That's all that matters. But if you think that short form videos and influencers will go away in a short time, I think it's not. I think that's not going to happen.
Mr. Lauton, you have a voice challenge, but you're still dishing out a lot for Nigerians. So now, right about now, many Nigerian firms now prioritize purpose-driven campaigns. So do you think this is genuine and social commitment, or just a branding tactic to actually win consumer trust?
Oh, so one thing I've noticed over the years is people don't really care that you want to sell the product. Purpose-driven campaigns. If you see one of the biggest different places that I've gone to train young people in marketing communications, I've shown them a few videos. One of the always like a girl campaign was a short video about the misconception about how girls say don't do this because you're a girl and things like that. It wasn't about selling always. It was about shifting the mindset. If you look at the Gillette father-son advert, where the son was shaving his dad, when I watched that advert, I shed a tear because I remembered my mom. It connected with me. Brands who know what they're doing are moving towards connecting with the people. So it's not just about selling, it's about purpose. It's about having a cause. It's about driving towards something. You look at the environment, you look at the youth, you look at the women. How can we use our brand? How can we use our product to empower them? So the challenge now is, how do you separate sincerity from just brand tactics? And a brand that does not understand CSR, sincerity, empathy, empowerment, is very easy to know. And the people are smart now, they can tell. Nigerians are very discerning. So while you're trying to put out the message, ensure that there's an element of purpose into it. It's not just about the campaign, it's not just about showing them your product. It's about showing that you really care about them. Okay? I did a campaign for one of the brands I worked with. I called it Business with Humanity, doing business with humanity. And that campaign was a huge success. What we were trying to do is that it was a financial institution. We're not just collecting your money. We're not just using your money for business. We're also giving back to you. We're also helping the society. And we did a full documentary, and it was a huge success. Okay? So what I would say to brands is that check your staff policies, check your community impact, check your long-term commitments. Make sure you're not just blabbing, you're not just giving empty words, not empty PR. Make it as authentic as possible. Make it as purposeful as possible. And then let them see that you care about them more than the product you want to sell to them.
All right. With the crisis escalation happening in minutes on social media, how prepared are Nigerians, our Nigerian brands, with real-time crisis management framework?
I'm not exactly sure that Nigerian brands are 100% prepared. And I'll say this. I think to a large extent, PR is underrated. PR in marketing comms, in IMC, Integrated Marketing Communications, we call PR the poor cousins. Because of how most people in brands, how they see PR. They see PR as, is it not just a write press release and put it in the newspaper? Oh, PR is more than that. Is it not just to call influencers and tell them to talk about the product and we'll be fine? No, PR is more than that. Crisis now escalates in minutes. One video, one text, one tweet, everything goes wrong. So a brand needs to have reputation, and that's what PR does. It's called public relations. It builds a reputation. Reputation is not what you build in a minute or a year, or not a month, not a year, not even 3 years. It's over time. From one thing to another, you do this today, you do that tomorrow. You talk about it. Somebody talks about you, another brand talks about you, an influencer talks about you, and people begin to build trust over time. So let's not wait until there's fire before we're now trying to quench it. Let's be proactive. I love proactive PR because it prepares the ground for you. You know, I said the last time that there are only two types of brands: the ones that already have crisis and the one that will have crisis. So we can't run away from it. So don't wait for crisis to happen. Be ready, be proactive. Have a crisis manual, crisis communications manual. That's what we call it. If this happens, this is what we do. If this happens, this is what we do. That's being prepared. Have people, your spokesperson, have people that understand communications, not just people who jumped into it because they don't know, they don't have any other thing to do, and they have opportunity in a brand to be in the marketing comms. And most times they always feel like they know communications, but they don't. So don't assume. Have a framework. Empower a spokesperson. Make it important for your brand to have a plan for crisis. Importantly, be sincere in your messaging. Okay? Don't try to be smart with people because they won't understand. Be sincere, be open, be quick, be transparent. Put a human tone to it. Okay? And don't forget, build your reputation from now and let it be strong over time so that if anything happens, you can lean on your framework, the reputation that you have built over time.
All right, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll still be with Mr. Alautan talking about measurement and the return on investment and also return on objective. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
All right, welcome back. Before we went on that break, Olaiton was telling us about Nigerian brands being ready for crisis management. Now, Mr. Olaiton, let's look at measurement. Measurement has moved from ROI to ROO. So what metrics should truly define PR success in Nigeria today?
Just like you rightly said, and we've seen, like I said earlier, we've seen shifts across different industries, and PR is not an exception. PR as the way you measure success in PR has gone beyond. We did a PR campaign. How many sales did we get? As a matter of fact, PR campaign is not meant to bring you sales. It's meant to bring you reputation. Let's don't forget that. If you want to do an activation, you can go on the street and get people dancing with the trucks, and you have your products there and you're selling. Well, that's a sales campaign. But PR campaign is different. So we can't measure PR success or PR campaigns by how much sales we made. However, I mean, I'm not saying return on investment is not important. I'm saying that the measurement for PR is deeper than how much sales we made. It's return on objectives. It's return on our brand essence, our values. What do we stand for? Did the campaign help us to build trust? Did it shift the public sentiment about us? You're looking at the sentiment. When they are talking, are they positive or are they saying negative things about us? That's what we're looking at when we do PR campaigns. Did it put us in a better position than we were last month or 6 months ago? Did it shift the policy? When I was in the agency, there was a policy from the federal government that affected one of our clients. And we started a PR campaign. Trust me, in a couple of weeks, shockingly, the government reversed that policy. That's what we mean by PR campaign. We didn't say that we influenced anything in any way, but we put out a very robust PR campaign that the government saw reason to change that policy. So what is the bottom line for PR campaigns? Perception. It's perception. In the Nigeria of today, where there's so much noise, everybody is just selling, everybody is on TikTok, everybody is shaking body on TikTok, and you don't even know who's saying the truth or who is being sincere. We need to have authentic storytelling. We need to build trust. We need to let people know that beyond buying our product, you are buying peace of mind. Beyond buying the product, you're buying peace of mind. And that's what we use PR to do, to say, you can trust us. We have your interest at heart. We're a brand that we see success when it comes from you. When you're successful as our customer, we are successful. And when we tell that story the right way through PR, we get return on objectives, return on brand essence, return on our values.
Okay, then, so now how can Nigeria's PR industry ensure ethical standards are actually maintained, especially in this era of AI-driven narratives and deep fakes?
So, like I said earlier, be transparent. I tell brands, be open, strike a balance. While you're trying to sell, while you're trying hard to sell, share enough authentic stories of your commitment to the society, to the community. And that helps you to build credibility, right? So don't be too hasty, all right? In Nigeria, you need to really chill, because some of the models that we see in developed countries or Asia and Europe, they don't really sit well when you try to replicate them in Nigeria. I've seen that in over 15 years of my marketing communications experience. It doesn't work verbatim. When there are operational challenges, acknowledge them. There's a current story going around now of one of the biggest companies having a crisis with somebody who just lost their life. You want to be open. You want to come out and say you want to bring out your sincerity. You want to show that you're doing everything in your power to fix that problem. That's what Nigerians want to see. They want to see transparency. You value responsibility. Be accountable as a brand. I call it radical transparency. Be radical in your transparency. Know what to say and how to say it. That's what makes you a good communications person. Know what to say and how to say it. Okay? So, in context, let me bring this context. Be vulnerable, but be strong. Know your strengths, but don't show it off when there are crises. Be vulnerable to Nigerians. Let them know that you are sincerely sorry and you're doing everything in your power to make things work. That's what I'll say.
All right, so finally, Mr. Olautan, before I let you go, do you think PR in Nigeria is evolving fast enough to match international benchmarks, or is it still lagging in areas like independence measurement and global collaborations?
Let me be very honest with you. You know, I said it earlier that the other people in IMC, they see PR as the poor cousin. The Nigerian PR industry is not moving at the pace that it should be. I've had opportunities to to work with different people from the UK, from South Africa, even from Asia. It's a different kettle of fish. The pace at which we're going right now, we're not moving at the global benchmark. So what we need to do is to be more proactive. Like I said, we need to have more people get involved in the industry wide, the associations. We need to have stronger associations, stronger leadership. We need to come together and understand that we need to have one voice. So when one person says, "Oh, this cannot work," you don't find another PR expert going behind to say, "Don't worry, whatever you have, I'll do it," and then makes the job looks like it's granules, it's peanuts. Okay, PR is not journalism. Journalism is different from PR. And when people say, "Oh, you work in the newspaper, come and do PR for me," and the person says, "Oh, yes, I can do it for you," I'm like, no, they're two different things. Yes, we have journalists who are sound PR experts, and we have PR experts who understand journalism, but we need to separate the two. So let's have more global collaborations. We can never do without partnerships and collaborations. Let's understand independent measurement, because in other parts of the world, independent measurement is very big. So let's pay attention to independent measurement, more collaboration and more partnerships. Let's pay attention to thought leadership. Okay, so when we do all of these things, in the Nigerian PR can then begin to compete favorably with our Western counterparts. We need to do more investment in people. It's sometimes when you see PR people, you think that they are not well remunerated. We need to have more investment in people, in tools, and then, give it all, go all out for it. The truth of the matter is the world is watching. And if you stand as a PR person in Nigeria and another PR person abroad stands beside you, how are you able to benchmark, to stand, to balance? Okay, so we need to evolve. Nigerian PR needs to evolve, and we need to do it fast so that we're not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alauta, for joining us on the short notice. Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for all your contribution. It was worth it having you on set.
Thank you so much. It's always an honor to be here. Thank you.
All right, and that's the much we can take on Business Morning on the Breakfast Show today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze.
And I still remain Destiny Mama. Keep watching Business Morning and Business Day television breakfast show. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Every year, residents in Lagos cry out for help during the raining season when the terror of flooding begins. Evacuation alerts are sounded, mitigation efforts announced, yet for some residents, the task of moving is harder than going with the flow of flood. We are here on the streets of Lagos seeking insight from individuals who are experiencing this tough period of flooding and who will bail the cats.
Our citizens are really cause the flood. Government really stay with us over here now. If we chop something through here inside gutter, things many things they solve. We waiting for street for the Agungi who the customer. So doesn't concern government inside there.
I will blame the citizen because number one, we the citizen we are not trying because you drink bottled water, you throw it on the road, you chop biscuits, you throw it on the road, anything you throw it on the road because you are not even picking the dot. You don't know how they don't used to pick the dots. That is why you just do it anyhow. You throw it anyhow. Before you know, water will gather it to go and drop it somewhere. Before you know, that started flood. So before you know, everywhere flooded.
The government no do anything for the flood in this Lagos. The way where me at see, because at least every three months, government are supposed to make sure they come out the gutter and make sure the gutter they need. Because when gutter block, that is why the water cannot flow out. And most of the gutter where they build now, and at the gutter is holding this gutter where they don't build. Government supposed to maintain the gutter and make sure they build the gutter again. Because I'm hope that this gutter, it don't more than 10 years where they build gutter, but it's not supposed to be like that. Local government, chairman, supposed to do something against the gutter because of this. The road of the local government chairman.
For me, maybe government.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're looking at a striking gap in Niger's diplomacy. For almost 2 years now, Nigeria has had no ambassadors in several countries around the world. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu recalled all ambassadors shortly after assuming office in 2023, but many embassies remain without substantive aids. Meanwhile, we have seen the president himself has been very visible on the international stage, traveling across the globe to court investment and strengthen ties. This morning, we want to know, can shuttle diplomacy by the president alone truly replace the work of ambassadors on the ground? And what does this mean for the vacuum for Nigeria's global image, trade negotiations, and even millions of Nigerians living abroad? To help us unpack these implications and so much more on the big story this morning, we have global affairs analyst and diaspora leader, Mr. Collins Nweke, joining us all the way from Belgium. Good morning, Mr. Nweke. Thank you for joining.
Well, good morning to you, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me.
Very, very well. It's my pleasure. Let's start with the big picture today, Collins. Nigeria has been without ambassadors in several countries for almost 2 years now. From your perspective, how significant is this and what does it really mean for us as a country?
Excuse me. It's unprecedented. Unprecedented in the sense that Nigeria hasn't seen this before. And going by global index, I mean, I can't recall any country that had this previously. I mean, now and again there are hiatuses. Maybe there is instability in in the home country, and so there's a delay, short delay, 2, 3, 4 months, not more. I mean, the current administration is beating the records of President Buhari at the time. But what is happening now is akin to Nigeria flying blind on the diplomatic radar. Our embassies are open, but the pilots are conspicuously missing. I mean, that cannot be good for business, for diplomatic business, and it is a complete, contradiction to the shuttle diplomacy that the president has embarked on since taking office, and doing it incredibly well. I think the lack of ambassadors means that follow-up will be challenged, and that cannot be for the diplomatic business of Nigeria.
Right, and tell us how much this affects our ability to negotiate, even to lobby, or even protect the interests of Nigerians abroad.
Let's start with protecting the interests of Nigerians abroad. In doing that, you need to make two distinctions. Distinction one is consular services. Things like issuance of passports. Visiting, for instance, Nigerians who are in trouble and are in jail, or visa processing and all of that. Those fall under consular services. But then you also have the diplomatic services. Now, the consular services that affect the Nigerians in diaspora, I must tell you, I mean, going by my experience here in Belgium and feelers that I'm getting from, across the world, the consular services have not been affected. I mean, at least on 2 specific occasions, I've had, Nigerians who were stranded because one of them, for instance, was robbed, a student, and the passport, got missing. I mean, it took just a trip to the embassy in Brussels, and a replacement was taken care of. So that's no problem. But then you also have situations where Nigerian ambassadors or their representatives are not present in places where they should be present, negotiating businesses, actually gingering local entrepreneurs up who are interested in investing in Nigeria. I mean, we've had, for instance, a diplomatic dinner here in Brussels. The only dinner table that was, conspicuously unmanned was that of Nigeria. I mean, it cannot be. And people were crowded everywhere who are interested in Nigeria, asking questions, but there was no one to, answer those questions. So that's an issue. And of course, if you take it, to the broader context, it diminishes Nigeria's influence. Nigeria has lost diplomatic visibility at major global events, for instance, G20, BRICS, UN, where ambassadorial presence determines, access and status. Like they say, access is asset. I mean, when Nigeria, is not there, then we are losing a serious, access. And then there's also stalled diplomatic or bilateral agreements. For instance, U.S.-Nigeria Binational Commission postponed due to lack of engagement. And then you have the France and South Africa follow-up deals after presidential visits, are dormant. So, I mean, it's just, the list is long, to say the least.
All this makes us look on the global stage. Does this lack of having substantive ambassadors in place, does it make us look, less serious on the world stage, or does it weaken our voice in some of those critical conversations that we should actually be a part of?
Absolutely. The thing is this, deals signed in Abuja but delivered in embassies. Without ambassadors, delivery is dead on arrival, Elizabeth. There are no two ways around that. And then in diplomacy, access is everything, like I highlighted earlier on.
Right.
A chargé d'affaires, which is head of mission, is not your key to the highest room in the countries where they are serving. Because there is a reason that when an ambassador is appointed by the president to represent him, to be his eyes and his mouth in the specific country, there is a reason they present to the head of state of that country something they call a letter of credence. That means that you have the highest authority from the government of Nigeria to speak for Nigeria. A head of mission or chargé d'affaires hasn't got that clout. He or she hasn't got that authority. And so, I mean, lack of such representation at the highest level is actually inimical to, the progress of Nigeria. But it also contradicts roundly the, well-articulated, renewed hope for the diplomatic mantra that this government has churned out at the beginning of this journey. So, I mean, they need to actually rectify these anomalies. There is still time to catch up, and now is the time to, get things back on track.
Right, there's still time to catch up. Well, Mr. President has been very active internationally. You see him traveling to summits, you see him seeking investment. But from where you stand, or rather where you sit, can his personal diplomacy really cover for the absence of ambassadors, or does it actually make the gap more obvious?
There has to be complementarity. So which means that the government has, the president has his own job cut out for him. And that is being present, opening doors, keeping people warm, and, telling them the sort of things that is important for them to hear. For instance, when the president says everywhere he goes that Nigeria now operates a system of easy in, easy out, referring to, the capital you bring in and the repatriation of part of your profit back to your country. When he says that, coming from the man himself, the chief marketing officer of Nigeria, people listen. It is then his representative that takes it off from there. Okay, people could say, okay, the headquarters of the, foreign service in Abuja, could operate things. I mean, we've had excellent, directors at the Economy, Trade and Investment, Directorate, Ambassador Akinremi Bolaji, and then currently, Ambassador Anderson Manwike. These are fine, professionals who do their job well, but there is a limit to how they can direct things from Abuja without the presence of their colleague and ambassador on the beat in different countries of the world. So, no, the president's shuttle diplomacy can only do its bit. It doesn't do everything. You need your ambassadors to complete the job.
And let's look at other countries, other nations themselves. How do they, from your experience, how do they usually handle transitions like this? Would you say what's happening in Nigeria is unusual compared to global standards?
It is not only unusual, Elizabeth, it is an aberration. I say this because, like I alluded to earlier on, you've had instances where there's a little bit of delay in appointment because there is one upheaval or the other in, in the home country, but nothing as long as, the situation with Nigeria. We've never seen it anywhere in the world. And usually, old ambassadors, that is the incumbent ambassadors, are not, uprooted from their posts when there is no replacement foreseen. So as the old guy is leaving, the new guy is coming in. Sometimes there is even an overlap in terms of, a new ambassador coming in to meet the old one, introduces him or her to, the right places, the right people. They do formal handover of notes, and then the other one departs. In the case of Nigeria, when Mr. President recalled the ambassadors in September 2023, the expectation was that he has gotten ready their replacements. 2 years down the line, we are still, waiting for those ambassadors to arrive.
And if this vacuum continues, what could possibly be the long-term impact on Nigeria's diplomacy and our global standing? And what do you think the government needs to do urgently right now?
Well, you don't become the voice of Africa if your own microphones, which is your ambassadors, are switched off. Nigeria, has always been the voice of Africa. But at this moment, our microphones, which are actually our ambassadors, are initially they were muted. For Christ's sake, Elizabeth, they are now completely switched off. So just imagine what that means. If you and I were having this conversation, your microphone is not on, how would you hear what I'm talking about? So people don't hear Nigeria anymore because their ambassadors are not there. So at this moment, Nigeria needs to swiftly finalize and deploy a diverse, competent ambassadorial corps. And you know what? Nigeria is blessed with a good number of ambassadorial corps. Well-trained, refined, the experience is there, and then very, very articulate. So Nigeria should deploy them. Usually it is a mix of career diplomats and political appointees.
Right.
It's not going to be different this time around. We also need to strengthen mission funding, especially in strategic capitals like Washington, Brussels, where I am, Beijing, Addis Ababa in Africa, because that too is an issue. Then we have to reform the appointment pipeline to avoid future delays. So it cannot be, if the National Assembly has got to legislate on this, well, so be it. So that when a president delays for a certain number of, period, maybe a month, not more, then it means they are breaking the law, and any Nigerian can actually, take them to court if it matters. Now, diplomacy is not an afterthought. It is the architecture of your national relevance. And so Nigeria not appointing its ambassadors now loses its relevance in the scheme of things. We need ambassadors not just in buildings, but at the negotiating tables where Nigeria's future is actually shaped. That is the bottom line.
Right. And, we're seeing the 2020, the elections forthcoming. Do you see Mr. President perhaps, doing something about this vacuum as ahead of the elections? Or do you still see this vacuum being in place even with the elections and the forthcoming administration?
Well, the worst case scenario is better imagined. And that worst case scenario is a situation where, for whatever reason, ambassadors are not appointed, for the remaining part of Mr. President's first term of office, which means for another 2 years. Now, what we have seen is that the administration initially prioritized domestic economic reforms, e.g. subsidy removal, naira stabilization, over diplomatic, appointments. Then we also have budget constraints and, foreign exchange volatility, which delayed funding for missions abroad. Now, security vetting then came in, and other, bureaucratic delays, which also slowed ambassadorial nominations. Now, these are what we know. I mean, the last that we heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs speak was to say that vetting of ambassadorial nominees are ongoing. Well, it has been 2-3 months now, still vetting them. I don't know. So the worst, we should not imagine the worst, which is that, throughout his first term of office, that Mr. President will not appoint ambassador, because that will be murderous for Nigeria's diplomacy.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Collins Nweke, for joining us all the way from Brussels today. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you, Elizabeth, for having me.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On this day in 1939, Germany invaded Poland. The lethal combination of German blitzkrieg tactics, French and the British inactivity, and the Soviet poverty doomed Poland to swift defeat after Adolf Hitler invaded the country. The invasion of Poland, also known as September Campaign, marked the beginning of the World War II and was coordinated military assault by the Nazi Germany. The invasion began on 1st September, shortly after the signing of the Molotov Pact, a non-aggression agreement that included a secret protocol to divide Poland between Germany and the USSR. Germany and Slovak forces attacked from the west, north and south, while the Polish army, caught off guard, retreated eastward in hopes of organizing a stronger defense. Despite initial resistance, particularly during the Battle of the Buzura, the Polish forces were overwhelmed by the speed and scale of the German blitzkrieg. On 17 September, the Soviet Union invaded from the east, rendering any remaining Polish defense obsolete. Although France and the United Kingdom declared war on Germany on the 3rd September in support of Poland, their assistance was minimal. And on this day in 2004, Basil Omiyi was appointed as the first indigenous managing director of Shell Petroleum Development Company, Nigeria. Basil Omiyi is a highly respected figure in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Having spent the majority of his career with the Royal Dutch Shell Group, he held several technical and leadership roles in Nigeria, the UK and the Netherlands before returning to Nigeria in 1992. There, he served as production manager, director of external relations and environment, and later country production director. In this role, he managed over 1.4 million barrels of oil and 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day across the Niger Delta. In 2004, he became the first Nigerian managing director of the Shell Petroleum Development Company and later chairman of the Shell companies in Nigeria until his retirement in 2009. Mr. Omiyi held key industry roles, including chairman of the OPTS Upstream Industry Group, NEPAD Business Group Nigeria, and the Oil and Gas Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment right here where we break down some of the stories making the round on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa and with me this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. Well, let's talk about some of the stories making the rounds on social media today. Nigerian professors are calling for a minimum salary of 2.5 million naira a month. Right now, many professors in federal universities earn about 600,000 naira after decades of study and years of service. Meanwhile, reports say senators take home as much as 21 million naira monthly, even though the minimum qualifications to enter the Senate is just a secondary school certificate. Ironical, right? Now, the wide gap has triggered debate online about whether Nigeria truly values education. Remember, we're talking about education and reforms that the educational sector needs. But now, beyond the classroom and curriculum and all of that, reward for education, where is it? So if the Senate is earning 21 million naira, they can take home 21 million naira monthly. When they have, you see some of our senators speaking, you'll be like, what's going on? That's because some of them have just a secondary school certificate, but that's literally the minimum qualification. I remember last week one of the stories that we've taken on to social listening segment was also addressing this, this poor reward for people who have put in so much into academic excellence. So, I mean, the debates online are very much in order, if you ask me.
In fact, I think it's even coming too late. Should have come a bit sooner.
Mm.
For what it's worth, let us, for crying out loud sake, if we must put round pegs into round holes, begin to say as it is, I think university lecturers who are the kingmakers, university professors who are the quote unquote, the ones who pave the way, who make presidents, right? Who create, like they say, it takes a community to build to raise a child. These are the people who actually, design communities. These are the people who design how structures should work. They crack their brains every now and then to create new models. Your lecturers and teachers are so important that, without even thinking about it twice, I think they should have been earning this money a long time ago. The call for them to earn as much as those senators are earning, as much as some politicians are earning, I think you should be earning more than that. Because like you rightly said, let's put it this way. I remember doing the screening of ministerial screening, and they do screening generally before they get into office, right? You hear them talk. Now, they might be sound politically. They might know how to play the political game. But when it comes to institution and character and learning, they are fine lacking. These are the areas we need to ask questions. And so those who will teach you, lecture you how to have those areas in place to make you more qualified to run the affairs of this nation, you treat them any less? I don't think it makes any sense. So I am all for let them earn as much as those senators, those House of Rep, even earn more. Because look at the total package. Somebody's going home with almost 20-something million naira, which obviously basic salary, security this, maybe wardrobe package, transportation package, housing allowance, that allowance, healthcare, travel this, travel that, and all that as a whole. And then you now look at our university lecturers earning 500K.
And you know what's sad? The fact that when you look at the 600,000 naira, and you think about the fact that in some working places, that's literally like an entry-level salary. And then some of these people who have
25 years
served in schools, poured out themselves, lecture upon lecture, extensive lectures, examinations, and then they still get to be paid this amount.
And this is the bad part. The economy itself is even strangling people even more. It's becoming more of a bottleneck to actually see you want to feed. If you run a family of 3 kids, your wife, and then, stewards and every other thing, it doesn't even cut it for 1 week, let alone for 1 month. And this is the sad part. Even after that 1 month, the salary wouldn't come on time. So what does this mean? What this means is that you are pushing these lecturers and professors to think of other businesses to survive. And if that happens consistently, what that means is that the time they could have dedicated to giving quality lectures, the time they could have dedicated to grow the university, put the university on the world map, so that in the future, you have people coming to Nigeria, right, based on scholarship and other areas to learn some key skills and educational, upwardness, to use that kind of word, in Nigeria will reduce. Why? Because our educational system, university system, will reduce in value. Because these professors and lecturers, because they're not earning much based on salary, want to look elsewhere, right, to subsidize, look elsewhere, to do other businesses, to add to what they do, as their primary responsibility, which is lecturing and running the university. What am I saying in the long run? This call for them to receive this amount of money is justified. You might think 21 million is a lot of money. There are some private companies that do turnover of billions every month. Now, that's just some private companies. What about the area regarding the government itself? The amount of wastage that is going on with gas flare, if we're able to harness it properly and say, okay, this gas flare that is wasting into the air, let us challenge it to be that we can make money and add that funds into, powering universities, add that funds into making sure that security in the country is okay. I tell you, we'll have no need going to borrow money from IMF or borrow money from the World Bank. A lot is being wasted already. What about the area of mining? As I speak to you right now, there's some certain areas in the north that have mining going on illegally. We hear only recently, I don't know if you heard about the story, recently that there's an airstrip that is not registered under FAN. That's not registered under the Airport Authority of Nigeria. They have no idea of it. But that airstrip is somewhere within Kogi or within the Middle Belt. So the question is, what's that airstrip doing there? It's all about the internet. Now, some say it's alleged, but again, let's assume that let's agree that it's alleged, that it doesn't exist there. But the fact that the story has gone out there on the internet, can someone go and verify? What am I saying? We are losing a lot of resources in those areas. If those resources are well channeled, we can use that, add it to the salaries of our professors or our lecturers. So a lot of wastage going on. So
let's also see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this particular conversation online. There have been loads and loads of comment. There's a comment from JP Okuba. JP says, I don't have too much empathy for those professors. They helped enthrone these politicians, and they will most likely, I think, is it return? Something like that. So they'll most likely repeat same when they get the opportunity in 2027. Let's see more reactions on social. Uzochukwu says 2.5 million is too small compared to what politicians that never went to school are stealing daily. They should request for 10 million.
I see 2.5 million. The money we're talking about is not 21 million naira.
So that's the lecturers are demanding for 2.5 million.
Okay,
to be paid. Yes, that's basic salary. So what this person is trying to juxtapose is saying that in fact it's too small compared to those politicians who are earning 21 million.
Fine.
So he's saying they should go as much as requesting for 10 million. Like 2.5 is too small. They don't need to go for 21 million, but they should at least request for 10 million. That's what Uzochukwu is saying. Let's see more reactions. Chief Unjoku says if they can pay over 20 million monthly to senators who contribute nothing to the country, then the professors down to primary school teachers deserve better too. That's from Chief Unjoku. AJ Daniel says when lawmakers earn millions for barely showing up, professors asking for 2.5 million naira isn't greed, it's justice. Let's value intellect the same way we value politics. And I agree with that. I agree with that remark from AJ Daniel. But, the conversations are just going on and on and on and on. It's quite interesting, really. I think just like that person says, 2.5 million is actually scratching the surface. But that's them just being they're just being realistic in the real sense of it. I think that person that said, oh, in fact, 2.5 million is just basically comparing and saying, oh, if these guys can earn 21 million, then they could. I mean, let's not even go that far. They do deserve a 2.5 million at least.
In all ramifications, let's be very honest and straightforward with this thing. The value they bring to the table is not quantified. You can't quantify it to the kind of what's called other areas.
Absolutely.
Theirs is just clear. Our university professors and lecturers add huge value.
Absolutely, and just training the leaders of tomorrow, really. But it's still talking about some of the ills in a society and some of the unfortunate things that are happening. Let's move to our second story now, where tragedy has struck for reality TV star Fina. Her sister Ruth Otabo has passed away following a truck accident in Edo State. Ruth earlier survived the crash on August 13, where her leg was amputated after being crushed by a Dangote truck near Auchi Polytechnic. Sadly, she died yesterday, weeks after the accident, at the age of 27. The family, through a statement, asked for privacy as they grieve this painful loss. You know, it was really sad because last week on Social Listening, we had to take this story where we had spoken about, you know, I mentioned the fact that the Fina, which is the sister of this young lady here who has unfortunately died at the young age of 27, Fina had mentioned that, in fact, they need to take her sister abroad because her situation was really, really bad, and she had no business even trying to get healthcare here because the situation had already gotten really bad. Having amputated her leg, she had mentioned the fact that her life is already next to nothing. But just to even get a little bit of semblance of at least hope, let them take this girl abroad. And I know that what had followed was some back and forth, and they had said, oh, she will indeed be taken abroad when she's fit to travel. And that was also another conversation online because people were asking, we don't know how bad the situation is. What really do they mean by her being fit to travel? Again, there's so many areas. There's so many. I'm really sad by this story. There's so many areas for us to touch on today. We can touch on our failing healthcare sector. Not even failing, failed, because firstly, we shouldn't have even been having a conversation of saying, oh, she needs to be moved abroad. I mean, there should have been hospitals that could take care of her. Let's say that's even the case. No, number two, the main one, this issue of Dangote trucks, this issue of trucks killing people as if it's nothing, and then the government is not doing anything about it in terms of, do we have to make sure that these trucks drive at night? There should be some code of conduct, not these things happening over and over again. The other day I had Rachel here, who is our colleague here, and she has spoken about how she was in university. Every other day in front of their gate, a Dangote truck kills a person, and as if it's nothing. Every other day. Now this was real life experience. I'm saying it that we see this death every other day, but if not that this one is related to someone who was popular, we won't be having the conversation. But these things are happening every day. Something needs to be done.
Honestly, normally when we hear stories like this, I want to probably say something that might sound a bit easy, but in this case, nothing can prepare any family for this. I'm finding it hard to use the right words. I'm almost holding back myself. See this young lady, promising young lady. It just goes to show you that apart from the health sector, apart from some certain other sectors that could also contribute to this kind of thing, generally the people that lose their life on the daily in this country, more than 90% can be prevented. This young lady's death could have been prevented if that company as a whole made sure they had qualified drivers to mount that driver's seat, to drive a trailer. Look, to drive a trailer carrying goods or petroleum product is totally different from driving a normal vehicle. You must have the level of patience of almost, what will I say, a biblical person, right? But we don't see these things. If you're, I want to start with the angle of the vehicle itself. If you're driving a vehicle like that, you must make sure your brakes are working. You must make sure everything is intact. In fact, we must be able to call out Dangote, trucks and their company, whatever, to say, look, give and take. Not just buying new tires, but making sure the driver themselves are taken for some certain, health checks to make sure they are sound mentally. Because whether or not you like it, most of these drivers, they take a lot of illicit, content, a lot of things that they take just to keep them awake. It could be alcohol, it could be drugs, it could be anything. Having said that, right, I know that they can't mitigate or control all drivers and see what they do 100%. But having said that, this is a call to action to say, recall all your drivers.
There needs to be accountability.
Retrain them. Because this young lady that died now, a lot of other people have died this way that never made it to the headlines. We're only hearing of this now because it's related to, to Fina. Again, may her gentle soul rest in peace. But having said that also, the area of now the healthcare, let's assume we have a healthcare system. Even if we had the hospital, I'm not making a case for hospital, but even if we had a hospital right at that scene, there's what we call dead on arrival. If the impact was so grave, or rather was so severe that the person couldn't make it to the hospital, that's a different case. This one is to the hospital. Another thing is that we don't even know the extent of the injury that could have probably given room for infection. And that's another one part. What if by the time she got to the hospital, the doctors tried their best, which they did. I said to cut this, amputate the leg before it becomes another issue. What if infection had gone through, right, and found its way into other organs of the body? Even at that, the doctors will tell you, don't forget, there's the part that we're not seeing. They have the legal medical area, where a doctor who is even well trained internationally, gone to all the universities, has 20 to 30 years experience, will tell you, I can't touch this case. Does that make him a bad doctor? He has seen the odds, and knowing that the case already has gotten on social media, so everyone has their eye on it. They will tell you, look, fly her abroad. Now, this is the problem now. The visa arrangement, the back and forth, I think that is where the government is looking to say, when there's an emergency, there should be reason to boycott all those formalities and fly the person to the area where he or she will get that immediate health check. Not just health check, also if it's surgery or whatever it is. And later talk about the area of the immigration or visa, all that stuff. But are we wired to respond like that? That's one. In this other case, she might obviously maybe could have been far gone. And they said to themselves, if we move on like this turbulent issue on the road, she might not make it.
Yeah, Valentine, I think you should just hold your thought for a bit. Let's see some of the reactions on social media as to how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Sumola says, Fina cried for them to fly her out of the country, despite our own truck causing our accident, leading to amputation of arms and legs. Instead, Dangote wanted to save face. MK Paul says, I would have said that Dangote should be sued. But unfortunately, in this country and the amount of money he has, he is above the law. Free LZZZ says, how many more lives before accountability? I think that's what you've been really hammering on. When the rich remain untouchable and the poor keep paying with their blood. Absolutely. Dear Nigerians 25 says, Dangote trucks have been taking thousands of lives all these years, and anyone could be a victim. How many more lives does it take for us to say enough is enough? Those are the questions this morning, really. And it's just sad that we're asking these questions when another bright destiny, promising young mind has just died, unfortunately. To, when they say Nigeria happens to people, this is one of those cases.
If this girl was destined to be the next Ikonjo Iweala, that dream is ended.
Cut off
totally. If she was designed to be the next Muhammad, the other lady who was I've forgotten her name, I've forgotten him now, to be probably the next top international, representing Nigeria somewhere as a lady, when she gets of age at that level, that dream is already cut short. So take it or leave it. We've lost a bright mind. Who knows whether she will end up being the next female president tomorrow to take Nigeria out of the state that it is and prevent us, as an economy from tanking, prevent the country from becoming almost, put it this way, quote and unquote, have big issues. You don't know. But the fact that we are now talking about her dying is enough for us to, ask those questions to now say, enough is enough. What do we do to stop this thing?
Right. I don't think we should keep quiet. I think we should keep, as the media, the only power we have in our own hands is to keep on bringing these conversations to the fore, keep on talking about them, keep on seeking accountability from authorities, from from people who we should get accountability from.
Right.
Things cannot just keep happening, and it's just we just look the other way, or we just keep on moving on like it's the order of the day. Lives are lost as if this thing in the newsroom. You say 25 people are dead, and then just look like, 25 is small. But when you hear like 250, that's when you shake. But I think that we need to really, really, really have some more consideration for lives, for lives. And look, Fina had mentioned, that's a big brother Fina, whose sister passed on, unfortunately, had mentioned that she really did a lot of calling out for Dangote. She said instead of them to take accountability, instead of them to do, firstly, the press release they had even put out was lacking empathy. It was lacking empathy. They were talking about the life here. It was even too emotionless. Then secondly, and that has to do with your communications people, what kind of people are they employing? Like Now, secondly, she had mentioned that they had removed the plate number of the vehicle.
So no one will be able to
So
identify
no one will be able to. What kind of? Where's the accountability?
Again, so this has happened. There's a way forward. Will Nigerians just keep quiet, or will they talk about it? I know VDM obviously cooking the next thing to go and say, but I would not be surprised, and this is not me calling out for it. I mean, we are media people. We stay on the fence, right? We are either in support of or in support for, but we bring to you that which it is that you want to see and questions you want to ask. Having said so, I would not be surprised if some group come out and say they want to sue. I would not be surprised at all.
By all means, I think Fina should do all that needs to be done at the end of the day to fight, demand justice for the life of her sister. Yes, I mean, she's also survived by children, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, so
she's a young woman.
Yes, she's a young woman. So it's really sad, survived by siblings, survived by children and whatnot. But that will be where we would leave it today on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We talked about the salary battle between professors and their senators, from asking for 2.5 million naira when the senators are earning 21 million naira, to the tragic passing of Ruth Otabo, who is the sister of Bibi Niger's winner, Fina. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on social listening right here. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've been here with
Onya Kamal.
Right. Up next is Business News. Do stay with us.
in the territory. Growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajiri were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ugana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajiri become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? Ka kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo?
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
Eh.
To me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko?
Eh.
Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawun.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja?
Eh?
Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita?
Eh.
Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about al-majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call al-majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called al-majri, because begging is not part of being al-majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called al-majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a shell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's why the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for Al-Majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, you know, all the Al-Majris, even the other Al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Almajiri and out of school children to better the system.
The thing about today, for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved in social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very the high-end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about it's not heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste management is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health is also will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste, to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Waste to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal, it's for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bullet. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come, while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. When you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals, ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. The kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for creation.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
On this day in 1939, Germany invaded Poland. The lethal combination of German blitzkrieg tactics, French and the British inactivity, and the Soviet poverty doomed Poland to swift defeat after Adolf Hitler invaded the country. The invasion of Poland, also known as September Campaign, marked the beginning of the World War II and was coordinated military assault by the Nazi Germany. The invasion began on 1st September, shortly after the signing of the Molotov Pact, a non-aggression agreement that included a secret protocol to divide Poland between Germany and the USSR. Germany and Slovak forces attacked from the west, north and south, while the Polish army, caught off guard, retreated eastward in hopes of organizing a stronger defense. Despite initial resistance, particularly during the Battle of the Buzura, the Polish forces were overwhelmed by the speed and scale of the German blitzkrieg. On 17 September, the Soviet Union invaded from the east, rendering any remaining Polish defense obsolete. Although France and the United Kingdom declared war on Germany on the 3rd September in support of Poland, their assistance was minimal. and on this day in 2004, Basi Omiyi was appointed as the first indigenous managing director of Shell Petroleum Development Company, Nigeria. Basi Omiyi is a highly respected figure in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Having spent the majority of his career with the Royal Dutch Shell Group, he held several technical and leadership roles in Nigeria, the UK, and the Netherlands before returning to Nigeria in 1992. There, he served as production manager, director of external relations and environment, and later country production director. In this role, he managed over 1.4 million barrels of oil and 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day across the Niger Delta. In 2004, he became the first Nigerian managing director of the Shell Petroleum Development Company and later chairman of the Shell companies in Nigeria until his retirement in 2009. Mr. Omiyi held key industry roles, including chairman of the OPTS Upstream Industry Group, NEPAD Business Group Nigeria, and the Oil and Gas Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group.
And that is how far we can take you today in history.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosugwe. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Non-oil exports emerging as Nigeria's new source of FX. National Orientation Agent. Pushing to pay just 66% of market value for Lafarge Africa. Naira stable in black market as US dollar weakens globally. More than 600 killed in Afghanistan, quake, Taliban Interior Ministry says. Liverpool agree British record £125 million fee for Isaac. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's non-oil exports are rapidly becoming the new major source of foreign currency, earning nearly as much as crude oil for the first time in decades. The National Orientation Agency highlighted this shift, noting that the country's traditional reliance on crude oil for income is changing rapidly. For the past decade, Nigeria's oil and gas industry has faced many challenges, as NOA described. Earnings from this sector less than impressive, during this period, while the exports of non-oil products have been growing steadily. Nigeria reportedly earned $3.22 billion from selling non-oil products abroad in the first 6 months of 2025, remarkably close to the $3.47 billion made from crude oil sales during the same period. Moving on, Washington Cement, the acquirer of Holcim's 83.8% stake in Lafarge Africa, will pay $773.86 million, representing only 66% of the company's current market valuation of $1.17 billion. According to the company, the original purchase price of $838.8 million was revised downward to account for leakages identified in the share purchase agreement. These leakages reportedly refer to dividends paid by Lafarge Africa to Holcim's AG between January 1, 2024 and August 29, 2025, when the transaction was finalized. During this period, Lafarge Africa distributed a total of $64 million in dividends to Holcim, which ultimately led to the final price adjustment. Still on, the Nigeria currency traded below 1.550 naira per dollar range at the black market at the first trading session in September, while the dollar index started the new month on a negative note. The naira ended August on a bullish trend in the Nigerian foreign exchange, closing at 1,531.57 per dollar. According to reports, Nigerian inflow of foreign currency increased due to higher remittances and foreign portfolio investment, while external reserves grew by $1.72 billion to $41.3 billion, giving the CBN some capacity to defend the local currency. Yemi Cardoso, the CBN governor, however, revealed that the Nigerian diaspora's remittances increased by 200% rise to $600 million in the last 2 months, strengthening the liquidity mechanism in Nigeria's foreign exchange market. To end the local news, the federal government, through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, has issued an order mandating all electricity generation companies connected to the grid to implement free governor control across their generating units following the incessant collapse of the national grid. According to reports, the NERC warned that non-compliance would attract heavy penalties, including disconnection from the grid. The order referenced and signed on August 26, 2025 by the Commission's Vice Chairman Musiliu Oseni and the Commissioner Legal, Licensing and Compliance Dafe Akpeneye, is set to take effect today, 1st of September 2025. It's ordered that any GenCo that fails to comply with the integration and activation of FGC on all generating units by November 30, 2025 shall be liable to a penalty of a prorated 10% of the invoice associated with the defaulting generating units. On the foreign scene, the death toll from a strong earthquake in eastern Afghanistan has jumped to over 800, with at least 2,500 injured. A Taliban government spokesperson said on Monday, most of the casualties in Kunar province, according to the figures provided by Zabihullah Mujahid at the press conference. A 6.0 magnitude earthquake struck the eastern part of the country late Sunday, causing extensive damage and destroying entire villages. The quake hit towns in the province of Kunar near the city of Jalalabad in neighboring Nangarhar province, causing extensive damage. Interior Ministry spokesperson Abdul Martin Kani confirmed the casualty figures to the Associated Press, saying the late night quake killed 610 people and injured 1,300 in Kunar, while many houses were destroyed. Also, Russian President Vladimir Putin said he has reached understanding with US President Donald Trump over the end of the Ukraine war at their meeting in Alaska last month. According to reports, Putin did not say whether he would agree to peace talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky brokered by Trump, who had apparently given Monday as a deadline for Putin's response. Speaking during a summit in China, Putin continued to defend his decision to invade Ukraine, once again blaming the war on the West. Following the Alaska meeting, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff revealed that Putin had agreed to sign guarantees for Ukraine as a part of a potential future peace deal, which Moscow is yet to confirm. Now to sports. Premier League champions Liverpool have agreed to a British transfer record fee of £125 million to sign Newcastle United striker Alexander Isak. Reports reveal that the deal, which eclipses the previous record held by Liverpool's own Florian Wirtz, is now placed on transfer deadline. Sources confirm that the 25-year-old Swedish international is scheduled to undergo a medical on Monday before signing a six-year contract in Anfield. The Premier League champions, however, returned with a fee that has finally secured their top summer target after an initial £110 million offer was rejected in August. To end the news, Newcastle have agreed a deal worth £55 million for Brentford's forward Luan Wissa, a day after urging the Bees to keep their words and let them leave. The fee is an initial £50 million plus £5 million in add-on, as the DR Congo international will be travelling to Newcastle to complete the formalities on move. Wissa, 28, issued a statement on Sunday, publicly confirming he wanted to leave, accusing Brentford of unduly standing in his way of a move forward to Newcastle. Brentford, however, rejected 2 previous offers for Wissa from the Magpies this summer. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on BDTV News at noon. I am Amanda Amos-Igwe. Stay tuned for more updates.
Why this obsession with 2 terms? Because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory 1 term.
Nice to meet you, and we are very happy for this opportunity to speak with you on some issues in our country. And we need to go from the known to unknown. We are surprised to see you seated here. We thought you would have been cooling off somewhere based on the threat of arrest over your plan to float. Is it a shadow government? So, have you chickened out?
From what?
From going ahead with the shadow government?
There was a meeting of the shadow cabinet yesterday. In fact, just preparing a press release on yesterday. We've had meetings every other week for the last couple of months. Shadow cabinet has been meeting regularly. By the way, it's not something we're floating. We've had a shadow cabinet for years, so it has been in existence. And one of the conversations that I have had on this matter takes the story back to the time of President Yaradua. Because back then, when President Yaradua tried to invite me to join his cabinet, I told him that it would not be fair for me to have just started a shadow cabinet to help monitor his government and grow our democracy, and then I leave and join his government. And to be fair to him, it was very persuasive, more than 2 hours of conversation, in which he tried to say to me that I could make more impact from inside. And I gave him the pros and cons of that, and I told him about the corporate state in post-colonial Africa, where a strong voice is drawn into government, squashed, and the contributions are lost. And he tried to convince me that that would not be the case, and so on and so forth. But that's a story for another day. So, no, I think the government people said they were taking the path of civility. They're going to go to court. So they went to court. And we have been in the courts to discuss the matter. Indeed, the presiding judge essentially indicated that the case was without precedent. And so he invited amicus curiae, 6 SANs from 6 different geopolitical zones of the country, to submit to him their own view on the matter. And that has been done. And his ruling will come on the 29th of September.
Was it actually a problem or a challenge of understanding what you intended to do? Or government was afraid that you were going to destabilize the system?
I don't know. You have to ask them that, not me.
Okay. The INEC last week came out to say that the Julius Abure tenure as the Labour Party's national chairman has expired. You are not, well, yes, until now, you have not told us you have left Labour Party. What hope does that development hold for the party?
Well, I think that just clarifying something everybody knew a long time ago. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, for some reason, politics this is the part of, for some reason that I understand it, playing games with the people. Our politicians should be straightforward, transparent, and seek to advance the common good rather than play games for the purposes of power. I think that the whole Labour Party thing, because I was a very critical part of making that come together, when we were pushing the idea of a third way, I hit on the fact that the Labour Congress or the Labour movement needed to be a very critical part of this organization that will pay attention to the plight of the worker, to production, because this country's major problem is that it does not produce. So if we're going to have a party that's going to pay attention to production, workers are critical stakeholders in the production process. And so that party necessarily had to incorporate labor. So I began to reach out to then NLC President Ayuba Waba, who held dozens of meetings in his office in Abuja. And we then decided to build a coalition of parties that would be the base for this, our third force. But just on the last minute, one of the stakeholders in our conversations, Femi Falana, SAN, suggested that we can literally retake the Labour Party. And he got this ruling or whatever that required for Abure and co to come and sort some things out. We thought all was well until, I guess most people were surprised by what happened in the elections. So suddenly all the small boys in Labour became big men. And people began to, and then they started behaving badly.
Yeah, Prof. The last Saturday's by-election in 16 constituencies and across 12 states, which was held then. The ADC is being derided for not winning any state or any of those elections. The question we want to ask you as a member of the coalition, kindly make us understand the place of that coalition in that particular election.
Well, as far as I know, the coalition is not even in place yet. There is a legacy party, the ADC, and the idea is to use the ADC as platform for building this broad coalition. And so it does not seem to me appropriate to begin to talk about the coalition when it hasn't really, come alive. But more importantly, from what I hear, I mean, honestly, I didn't pay much attention to the whole thing. From what I hear, I think those who abuse the electoral process did their utmost best to show, see, we've told them they're going nowhere. I wish people could focus on governance in Nigeria instead of this permanent politics, which is corrupt and not honest. They're killing the country.
Now, some people think that the most challenging part of the coalition will be, or will come, when it's time for the selection of the presidential candidates. And you're a member of this African Democratic Congress, the ADC. You are an insider, not just a member. You are an insider. Do you see anything that suggests that there will be crisis in time of choosing this flag bearer?
I don't see why there will be crisis if the policies are clear, transparent, the processes are followed, outcomes will be self-evident. So I don't see why there will be crisis because of a process of choice. That's what political parties are about.
Well, as rightly said, it's a coalition that is still forming.
Mm-hmm.
The Legacy Party, the ADC, is there. Mm-hmm. And some of the arrowheads of the coalition are still in their parties.
Mm-hmm.
Like the former presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi. And recently, Peter Obi promised and pledged that if he was given the opportunity to run on any party and if elected, he will do only 4 years of one term, which many people have doubted so much. Could you please provide us any background or the reasons why you think that there have been this preponderance of doubts to the point that some people say...
Well, I was going to say, first of all, it shows how little attention people pay to details of matters. I was actually not surprised at all to hear Peter Obi say that, because for years before the last election, Peter Obi's mantra, as one of the first things he would try to do if he was elected in 2023, is ensure that we go to a one-term rotational presidency. That was his mantra. In 2002, 2001, he talked about this, that if he was elected, what he will do is move quickly to 1 5-year term, rotating across the geopolitical zones. So why would anybody begin now to say, oh, they doubt it? He said it long before this scenario of now came up. So you will see that people are mischief makers, deliberately just trying to, by the way, I don't know why this obsession with 2 terms. ICANN has a 1-term, this thing rotates. Everybody seems to be happy. It's gone on. Why is there this obsession with spending 8 years doing nothing? because most of them do nothing, just destroy a country in 8 years. I personally would actually vote for a mandatory one term. It's not my idea, but it's Peter's idea. And I would support it, not because it's his idea, because it kind of makes sense in the face of this obsession with 2 terms. Non-performing people, wasting the lives of other people for 8 years. I think after 4 years or 5 years, you should move on, let some new thinking try their bit.
Yeah, to seem that politicians came too early, this dispensation.
Far too early.
Started even 1 year after the inauguration. So what danger does this thing pose to us as a nation?
It means that no governance takes place in Nigeria. You know, I would liken it with how we used to deal with the problem of the budget cycle in Nigeria back in those pre-SAP years. Most companies that run in Nigeria actually had a window of less than 6 months to operate because, first of all, they will announce the budget January 1, or whatever day of the year they did that. Then for 3 months, customs will be trying to determine, is that what they said in the budget? So companies won't be able to take any action. They're still wanting to see what customs and co have. 3 months will pass. Then they move. Then speculation starts about the next budget. 3 months to the end of the year. So companies had only 6 months to actually do anything. Imagine what that did to competitiveness in Nigeria compared to, say, Ghana or somewhere else, a different kind of discipline. We've brought it to politics now. Now we campaign, then this charade that we typically call elections takes place. Then we'll spend the next 1 year going to court. Then as soon as we finish the last cost selection, we immediately go into the next election. Look at Nigeria, poorly governed, and people are paying a price, but they don't seem to realize it.
Yes, there is this sing-song going on, particularly from the Northeast. Some groups are calling on the former president, Lord Jonathan, except to run again. It's also an offshoot of the unbelief or the discontent over whether what P2B is saying he will be able to live up to it. And they said, okay, we are more comfortable with someone who had done one term before. Let him come. And this clamor is gaining ground. What is really happening?
Well, I mean, there are all kinds of perspectives. There will always be perspectives. There is a very prominent northern historian who has actually said that there will be legal issues with Jonathan running because he's been sworn in twice. And the Constitution basically allows you to be sworn in only twice. So putting that legal matter aside, I think good luck Jonathan should be man enough to make his own decision whether he wants to do that or not. But I read a piece that advised him to be careful, the eyes of March, so to speak, because they can drag him out and then mess him up totally. Right now, he's built a reputation that can power him as a global statesman and all of that and live off of it. But when he comes back, he could just ruin everything and go into history a cripple.
Yeah, let's look at the area of economy now. The current administration, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he's targeting $1 trillion economy by 2030. From where we are today and how we are growing, what is your projection and what must be done to achieve that lofty?
Look, don't want to give myself an adult requiring headache on numbers. I want to focus on the quality of life of Nigerians. That's what economic growth really means. And you know what leads to quality of life and what leads to economic growth is production. Nigeria has one of the lowest productivities in the world on all dimensions. You can just go and check. How do we raise that? How do we create jobs? Because it's when people are employed as a result of production that they have income that lift the quality of their life. How many jobs have we created? Real jobs. What are the impediments to production? I have a number of problems, both with the fundamental and theoretical on these matters. Look, unless the spirit of enterprise, unless entrepreneurship is at a certain state, you don't really get economic growth. And I can tell you about my engagement with this problem through the years, from the base in terms of knowledge and capacity, the assessment of theory, may I begin with the assessment of theory, to make it travel to policy and implementation of these things. Look, if you look at the theories of development and the challenge of growth in Africa, you will go back to modernization, traditional modern dichotomy, where at the time of independence, for many people, modernization was being more like America, for example, being more industrialized, being more this or more that. And there were varieties. One of my old professors was Bill Siffin, and his colleague were quite famous for what was called the bazaar canteen model. That at a stage in the modernization process, there's a mixture of the bazaar and the canteen and all of that. And I have taken time. Part of my new book is looking at all these models and why they did not really lead to major growth in Africa. And I came to the conclusion that they have not paid enough attention to the place of entrepreneurship and markets. How do you create markets and make markets work? I began to engage with this when the Lagos Business School was being founded. I said to my colleagues, okay, our general strategy to build a school that will train ethical, socially responsible managers for Africa. However, we can't grow an economy by just producing managers for UAC and some multinational banks. We grow an economy by producing entrepreneurs. It was a very troubled conversation because, understandably, that was the strategy of general management. But I pressured and pressured enough that my colleagues gave way, and we created the Center for Entrepreneurship Studies, which is now Enterprise Development Center. And we know the impact that EDC has had. And so that gives me some relief that this thing. I became the first teacher of entrepreneurship at the Lagos Business School, just because of the passion that I had for, recognizing that that's the way you grow an economy. Then you look at the system. How can the system then support entrepreneurs? You find that the system, that was part of the failure of the World Bank Structural Adjustment Program. It wanted the entry barriers into banking to be open so that banks will pool savings and lend for investment and production. Fantastic. In principle, that's what's supposed to happen. But the banks find easy ways of making money without actually leading to production taking place. I argued about these things till today. I mean, banking is supposed to be a fancy young man wearing fancy shirt and tie and snuffing and scoffing at people, and yet he has done nothing to actually grow the economy. They just roll money, buy, sell, do this, do that. A lot of money, profits for those who own the banks. I don't begrudge them that. Economy is going nowhere. Eventually, everybody will die. If that source of the recycled money, oil, doesn't come, well, so what do we do to make sure that before that happens, we're actually in real growth mode? I haven't, as a person, tried to take it on. I say, okay, let me find groups of young entrepreneurs, many of who are coming out of my programs, MBA classes and all of that. Find ways of supporting them. I can't say what I've lost in trying to do that, but I actually wrote a book, Business Angel, as a missionary to showcase some of those companies, real case studies of those companies that were founded in my living room. By the way, I must say BusinessDay was one of them. Literally, Frank Aibogo and I just kept brainstorming. They would sit, I will, sit in my living room, and a couple of them I had to provide bank guarantees, do this, that. I paid off tens of millions of naira in loans of the ones that failed, because businesses will always fail. Sometimes caused by government. Some of them did business and government just never paid them. And the bank say, you provided guarantee, and I scramble. I tell you a very funny story. One of them, after I had paid off 75 million, I mean, over a couple of years that they incurred, comes up with another business idea. And I said to the person, no, that he has this financier they're bringing this from Azerbaijan, they're doing this, financiers from America, they have billions, they will do this, they do this, that he will then pay off all the ones that he wants me to just introduce him to. I say, hi, please. He sends me a text. He said, I thought you were a real Christian. God's nature is a long-suffering nature. So because something went wrong, and I said to myself, look, my wife must not hear this. I'm struggling to put food on it. People don't realize that sometimes I work 4 different jobs on 2 continents just to put food on my table and all of that. And they put you into something you spent money that your family needs, and they're saying to you, God nature. So, but that's a, you get ups and downs. To be fair too, I mean, some of them have succeeded remarkably. And I can tell you, I literally have a house in my village that was built by some of these my mentees, and they say, oh, I want to build a house. No, I'll do the road. I will do this and this. So I can't complain. God has been kind in terms of some of those people. However, I'm making the point that the banking system basically failed economic growth, and some of us who, because of passion and heart, have tried to pay the price, in a manner of speaking, for it. But that's how an economy grows. Look, institutions are at the heart of development. If you look at the work institutions have allowed in America, as an example, the reforms of land tenure systems, what Hernando de Soto talks about in the Ministry of Capital, you will understand why I'm angry when I talk about National Assembly. Those laws came out of legislatures. Okay, how do you ensure that young people who have ideas can have access to capital? Smart legislators sit and begin to think of, okay, so he loses money because something went wrong. Is he now dead forever? EFCC locking him up and all of that? No. So you have bankruptcy laws. You can file Chapter 11. Because you still have a good head, there was a mistake, there was an error of judgment, and you lost that money, you are not dead. You can begin again. Even judges. And that's why I feel sad. I can tell you that I have had a situation of not operating my account, any account in Nigeria for more than 8 months because I gave a young entrepreneur a guarantee of a small amount of money that can be sorted out. Not just that he is blocked, but even me, I am blocked from doing business at all. All my accounts, my BVN, just totally. And I'm saying to myself, this can never happen in America, which is why America grows. And if you read Saving Capitalism from the Capitalists by Rajan and Zingales, that is precisely part of the point that they make in that book. And they give credit to one Supreme Court judge called Louis Brandeis for the sets of laws that makes it easier for a young person without capital to start in America than anywhere else in the world. There are these funds, they have all kinds of names. Can be called a vulture fund that you can go to and borrow money to look for a dying company to revive. There are funds like a search fund where a young man, because he went to a great business school like Wharton or Harvard or Kellogg, can walk up to no collateral, nothing, and that fund gets a collection of doctors, 100 or so doctors. There's this smart young man who went to, is looking to search for a business he can build. And he can borrow $100,000 without any security, just to use to search. He doesn't have a business yet, too. Then he searches, then he finds one, then he writes a business plan and comes back, and the fund circulates to these doctors who now put up $20,000 each, gets a couple of $1 million, buys a factory. 3-4 years later, they may lose it all, or they may each walk away with $2-3 million return on that $20,000 investment. I can give you several examples that have come from that. This is why all kinds of things, including venture capital, always have risen in America and have made that country rich. But here the judiciary doesn't even understand business and tries to kill anybody who tries to do business. The legislature is worse. Then the executive branch is as if it was set up to prevent business from making progress. My 1998 book, Managing Uncertainty, is a model of business strategy, the so-called 3E framework, that shows that the biggest challenge to business in Nigeria is regulatory risk. And so the model has what we call predatory acts of government and public officials as something that institutions need to hold away from the entrepreneur for business to thrive. Not understanding these things have kept us from growing. And so when you see government obsess itself with stabilization policies, you know that, it's good to listen to the Bretton Woods institutions, but they have their reason for being. The reason for being is not necessarily your prosperity. The reason for being is to ensure stability in the global economic system. And so if you exercise some of those stabilization policies that allow their money to come in and live as they like, you think, yes, they will clap for you and say, hey, now we're doing well. Nigeria, you see, the Naira is stable, the this, the this. But your people are not growing. Nothing is happening to your country. Their system is maintained. We've got to understand these things. Because these same Bretton Woods guys were in the same classes with us in America. And they were not half as smart as many of our people. So, really having love for your country and caring for your people makes all the difference. And having understanding, because some people may have love in their heart, care for their people, but don't understand these games. Which is why I always go back to Mahathir Mohamad in Malaysia, because I was there during the Asian financial crisis. I remember flying from Hong Kong after the World Bank annual meeting in 1997 to Kuala Lumpur, spending a little time in Bank Negara, Malaysia, which is their central bank, and then going on to Jakarta, Indonesia from that, comparing how Mahathir responded to the IMF and the World Bank and the friction it created between him and his deputy prime minister, Anwar Ibrahim, who was finance minister, who he had to force out of government in a manner of speaking at that time, even though decades later they were to collaborate again. But the point remains that years after, even the IMF agreed that Mahathir made the better choice than they were recommending.
Yeah, Prof, I know you are vast in all this. If we leave you here, you can go on this point. But let's take you on the seeming mismatch between numbers and the reality on ground in terms of how those numbers affect the lives of ordinary citizens of Nigeria. Like MBS will always release GDP, inflation rate, trending down and all that. But when you look at how they affect the ordinary Nigerian citizen, you seem not to agree with such a... You are an economist of repute. May we really understand what you think about some of these numbers that we see? GDP is just being rebased and others, and there are a lot of controversy arising from some of these.
Yeah, these numbers are helpful for you to track how you are traveling. Of their own, as an end in themselves, you will go back to the famous American, what you call it, adage or whatever, that there are lies, there are damn lies, there are statistics. You can use statistics to say anything that you want to say. So I would look more at things like HDIs, Human Development Index. I would look more at those kinds of things that track quality of life in society, because it's about people. So I don't begrudge anybody playing with statistics, but I hope that people are intelligent enough to explain that those statistics are only as useful as this, in this circumstance. Yes. In other circumstances, totally without any real value.
Yes, it would be easier to say that as an opposition member, you may not see anything happening in the government. But if you look around since 2023, May 29, can we say that all is gloom?
Well, first of all, let's remind you that most of the time from May 29, 1999 till a few weeks ago, I've actually been living outside of the country and just coming to visit, but that doesn't mean I don't keep on top of what's going on here. Of course, you can never have everything being gloom in any situation, the human situation. But the goal of not just opposition, of the intellectual, of good social observer is, could it be better? Could it be different? Could it be optimal? And then you see how society is moving into a class order. I'll give you a very important example that is going on. You can say that education in Nigeria has collapsed. I mean, everybody can talk about how bad it is, and it is very bad. But you can come up and say, hey, look at those young boys coming out of Babcock, how they've built companies that have become unicorns, and so on and so forth. So how can you at the one hand say the education system has collapsed and this? But you are all telling the truth. And this is what must guide us. Today, there is a crisis of admission into Nigerian universities. If you are looking at the elite private universities, I happen to be associated with one of them. I teach in it. And the pressure, people are calling you, every big man is calling you, because everybody is now trying to get their kid into that school. Why don't they want their children to go to the universities that we went to? At the time I went to university in Nigeria 50 years ago, graduates of Nigerian universities were so hot around the world. Why is it different today? What was responsible for it coming from that time to this time? And I tell you a small story about that. One day in an education conference that was taking place at the LBS, I was telling the story of quality of higher education in Nigeria, and I quoted the Ashby Commission, Eric Ashby, the British educator, who chaired Sir Tafawa Balewa's Commission for Review of Higher Education in Nigeria, saying that the quality of higher education in Nigeria was as good as the very best in the world. And one of the young ladies in the class, you people have come again. It was always so good in the 60s, and if it was so good, how come those of you who had that education made such a mess of the country? I thought, okay, nice young woman. You're probably right. But do you know, do your arithmetic, check properly, how many of those people who got that education have actually run Nigeria? The truth was that by the time they were coming out with that education, Nigeria was in the hands of a group of soldiers who didn't know what they were doing, really. And they frustrated those people enough that one by one they began to leave the country. I then, inspired by that encounter, I wrote an op-ed piece in The Guardian that was titled The Generation That Left Town. And really, truly, that generation that got the education left Nigeria. Majorly, you just have some who just got tired and just say, okay, we'll suffer in this university until we retire. And so they stayed in their campus, but most left town. I recall one of the doctors who was lamenting that his class from UCH had a reunion in the US. And it turned out not one single member of that graduating class still lived in Nigeria. Not one. And a young friend of mine who, his medical school class from UNN, from Enugu in 1980 something, yeah, they had a reunion, and this was the women from their class, and they were, I don't remember the number he gave now, only 3 of them were still in Nigeria, the women. But somehow, Nigeria policy making makes light of this. It should not be made light of. My friend Chris Ngige, very unthoughtfully, in my view, said once that they can leave, they grow more doctors. Look, Mexico is just across the border from the United States. Mexico trains some very fine doctors. They are paid far less than the doctors in America. But very few Mexican doctors cross into America. It's easier for them. They may not be as well paid as American doctors, but they are well paid enough not to want the trouble of living in America. They're very happy to live in their country. With India, we have seen those doctors return and create a new economy. And we're all now going there. Unfortunately, we don't have the appropriate incentives to do the same thing with our country. Today, 70% of all the black doctors in America are Nigerian. Okay, it's a nice thing to note that because of them and the pharmacists, not far from where I lived the last 2 years in the United States, around Maryland, 10% of all the pharmacists in the state of Maryland are Nigerian, not just black, all pharmacists. Now, how does a nation develop without its human capital? In this age where knowledge is everything. If you look at China, what happened to China after Deng since 1978? Principle is knowledge drives the world. Look at what's done to China. Look at Vietnam, where they are going, and all of that. But we have failed to make the appropriate investment in education. Look at the parity between what politicians make and what teachers or lecturers make. Look at the parity. I repeat all the time, Professor Lubute used to remind us that the day he became professor of medicine at the University of Lagos, I think back in 1963, The salary was higher than that of the Prime Minister of Nigeria. What happened? How did we miss the road? How did we get? Because incentives is what economics is about. If the incentives are upside down, you get the result that you get. So you get more politicians hang around. You get more people who want to be businessmen through politics. Yes, they become politicians. But those who are professionals, who are well-trained, who are the doctors, find that they can't manage in that society. So they head out.
Yeah. Prof, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been accused of traveling too often. People say that it would be nice if he stays at home to look at the challenges at home. But there are some others that will say, in fact, he's not even traveling enough. That the image of the country is so bad out there that you need to travel and
to repair it,
do the marketing.
Okay.
He's going there to attract investors. And that given the stories that they hear outside there, that it will be difficult for those investors to come on their own volition. On which of these devices are you?
Yeah, I don't really care about numbers of when you travel or don't travel. What point really is, what are you traveling for? Look, one of the reasons I say that, and I'm just about to turn 70, in spite of what that means for me personally, whatever ambition I may nurse or have nursed, nobody over age 70 would ever be elected or allowed to be president of a country like Nigeria. These guys are traveling half the time to see their doctors. So this is an excuse. Of course, AIDS will rationalize it and say anything that makes people, yeah, you know. So I really don't buy the business of it because of travel. If you're traveling to get business, and let me tell you that the biggest way of getting business to come to any country is by word of mouth from those who are in the country presently. The other businessmen, they will go, see what, hey. But when they're leaving, and we know they're leaving, you can go through all the big multinationals they're leaving. Whereas even in oil and gas, where we have these extraordinary hydrocarbons possibilities, if they're not leaving Nigeria, they're living onshore, prospecting. I mean, the one that really, honestly, shocked me, all the strategy analysis that I used to do suggested that even if everybody left Nigeria or Africans, one company that would not leave is Procter & Gamble. Why? Why did I say so? Look, as a market for soap, diapers, and stuff, the US is saturated. Everybody who can use soap has already used soap in America. And diapers, population is not even growing and all that. So naturally, it's towards countries like Nigeria with growing population. That's where a Procter & Gamble heads. This is before Procter & Gamble came to Nigeria. That's when I used to do this analysis. And then they came to hear that they are leaving. Tells you that it is not, in my village, not ordinary eye. It means that the things are so bad that whatever they make here amounts to nothing compared to their effort. So it's better for them to leave.
Lastly, what is your major concern? Draw closer to another round of general election. What's your major concern?
My major concern is the possibilities that democracy may be losing its legitimating attributes through elections. Every other Nigerian I speak to today thinks that the electoral process does not work, thinks that elections are all rigged, and doesn't want to bother to vote at the next election. for many politicians, thank God, they're not bothered. So if I just get 50 of my people, we'll put ourselves. But when the people now are totally accepting the fact that they are slaves, these people have cornered them and doing as they like, one small thing, and anarchy will descend. So politicians need to be wiser than they are right now. You know, because I do think that they may be grossly underestimating. I mean, you saw what happened during NSAS and all of that. People are angry in Nigeria. And history teaches us that when people are as angry as they are in Nigeria, anything can happen. We just pray God that it does not blow over, so that we can have the stability to rebuild and grow Nigeria. If we don't manage it, well, sorry. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for the time, and it's a quality interview you've granted us, and we believe that it will at least how do I say it? Those who will read and those who will watch on our BDTV will glean some important notes from what you have said this afternoon. We cannot thank you enough for this time you've given to us. Thank you so very much. We'll appreciate you, sir.
Pleasure's mine.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds, the podcast where we uncover the stories of extraordinary individuals building, leading, and thriving despite everything life throws at them. I'm your host, Obidiko Kafo, and today's guest is someone who doesn't just defy odds, he rewrites the entire script. On this special episode, we have with us Professor Bat Nnaji, engineer, innovator, public servant, and founder of Geometric Power, Nigeria's first indigenous integrated power company. His journey from Enugu to MIT, from robotics labs in America to power plants in Aba, is not just remarkable, it's deeply instructive for anyone trying to build something meaningful in difficult environments. We'll talk about grit, long-term vision, patriotism, and why, even in the face of overwhelming odds, he never stopped believing in Nigeria. Professor Bat Nnaji, welcome to the show and happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, Obidiko.
Yes, sir. Before we talk about power plants, policies, and patriotisms, let's go back. You lived a life filled with extraordinary accomplishments, but what were the high points of your childhood?
High points of my childhood?
Yes, sir. What kind of home did you grow up in, and what did young Bat dream of becoming?
Well, I grew up in a simple environment. I was quite privileged to have been able to live for a short time in my village, so I got a chance to know what the village life is like. And then I lived with my uncle in various communities in Kano land. He was a headmaster, and so he moved around from school to school. So it gave me very strong grounding about our communities, and I truly enjoyed growing up that way, going to schools until the war came. I was quite young when the war came. I was at about 10, 11 years old when the war came, and we suddenly became refugees. That's where we really had very serious challenges in life. But I must say I was happy that we navigated that period. Nobody in our family got kwashiorkor, and we were able to survive the war. And it was, even though I had gotten admission to government college, Port Harcourt, just before the war, but I was too young. My family didn't let me go. So they said I should wait another year. And that year was the year the war came. So the next thing was, right after the war, around 1971, then I started secondary school at St. Patrick's College, because my family said it was best that I stayed close to home. I am from Umode community in.
And what did young Bat dream of becoming? You know, the experience of the war and everything. What were you dreaming of becoming? You know, then with your childhood, what were you dreaming of? What were you hoping to become?
I always wanted to be an engineer.
Okay.
That's the thing. You'd be surprised. If I said if I wasn't going to be an engineer, I'll be a journalist. So seriously, I admired journalists a lot. But engineering was number one.
Okay, so how did growing up in Enugu and your early wins in athletics shape your confidence to take on big, improbable goals?
Okay. First, I come from a family. My grandfather was Atama of the town, and before the coming of the white man, the Atama was the person who kind of made rules about the town. In many parts of Igbo land, as you know very well, we didn't have traditional rulers and so on. So it's people like that that made the rules that governed the town. So my grandpa was that, but it required very pure kind of life, life of dignity, integrity, regard. Wasn't a position of having money. We had a lot of land, but not what you may call money in modern world that way. So that was from anybody coming from that family tends to be quite strong in character and have confidence. Then it turns out that this secondary school I went to, which was a Patrick's College, that was that's a place where you really must be strong to be in that school. The students tend to be very good academically. They tend to be good in sports. They tend to be they tend to be confident, and you're taught to be confident in school. So I would say that kind of background, home background, the background of where I went to school helped to shape give me confidence to move forward. In fact, I must say, when I went to America for my undergraduate, I did not think that the white people were in any way, shape, or form better than me. I never even thought about it. So mine was, of course, I was doing well in school, so if it was first that I would come, I will have the first, and that's what I was used to. So I don't know. It's just the way one was made.
I think like you mentioned before, since you come from that line and your grandfather was, somebody who made rules, I think those influence, those bloodline influence. You turned down Columbia for St. John's out of faith and values. How did those early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Okay. I would tend to think that if it is today, many people, and perhaps even myself, will think that that's a bit of foolishness. That I chose to go to St. John's
instead of
because I saw it as the largest Catholic university in America at the time, over an Ivy League school. So, but in the end, it was all okay because I think I did reasonably okay, given the trajectory of my academic life.
True.
My bachelor's, master's, PhD, fellowship, and academic career as a professor.
Okay, so how did it shape your path?
It was because I believed that I was just a very staunch Catholic. That was the driver for choosing St. John's.
Okay, but how did these early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Maybe I didn't really think of it, but I was never rigid. I tend to be satisfied with what I am doing, because I would tend to do what I'm doing very well. I didn't envy anybody. And so I look at long view of things rather than short-term view. So I'll tell you, when I finished my PhD, a number of my colleagues who graduated with me wanted to go into industry, bigger money and all that. But I took the offer to be a professor at the University of Massachusetts, maybe half the salary of my colleagues. And there was one thing that happened about 3 years at the University of Massachusetts. I got offered to be head of department at Philips Laboratories. And it is, as you know, an international company.
Yes. And
here I was, just 3 years out of university, and they were offering me that. And they were offering me a house in, a nice house in somewhere in the upscale part of New York State, and so on and so forth. I began to think, well, being a professor is what has sped me to this point. I am confident that my colleagues who went to industry will not be getting the same kind of offer. And there are so many things that I considered at that time. And I said, even though the salary they were offering me was more than triple what I was making as a professor, I chose to stay there because it must have value. There must be something that I am doing that people value more. And as it turned out, that was it. So when eventually I was invited to serve as minister in the interim government, I was confident that if I was in industry, they would not have invited me because my profile would not have risen to that point. But here I was at the University of Massachusetts. I would even represent United States in NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization of Research, with colleagues, German professors. I became an editor-in-chief of our fields magazine journal in the world. There were just things that happened to me because I didn't go for the money. I went for the quality work, research that I was doing. And so in public service, it was the same thing. I had the echo of keep your hands clean. Don't go doing anything that will soil your name. So maybe others were getting rich by doing all manner of things. I didn't. In fact, there are too many stories, including like when I was asked for government to pay for my house when I was Minister of Power, and I refused. I said, well, I was living in a house in Abuja. I didn't need to have my house paid for. Again. So it's just a guide to be satisfied with the little you have, and not go trying to do the things that will soil your name. But I tell you, it eventually helped me because that was the credibility required to get support from investors in the power business. Because at the time when we started Geometric Power, there was no private power company in Nigeria. And so it took a lot to convince investors that they should invest in a power business, private power business. In fact, when NEPA was an authority, NEPA was you can't build a power project in Nigeria that is for public. And that was what we were trying to do that time. So, but it was integrity that came from all these things that I'm talking about, just not wanting to do something that is not correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. That has shown a lot. Your track record speaks for itself. So I want to ask him, what's that one small thing, perhaps unimportant, that keeps you grounded after all these years? I know you've mentioned something in that line, but I would like you to speak a bit more about it. That one thing that keeps you grounded, after all these years, after all these achievements, places you've been to, but there's that one thing that keeps you grounded, that makes you, keep your head down. I know you've talked about your background, but if you can just, go a little bit more into, that thing that keeps you grounded.
Family.
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 Okay. How
Yes.
does the family keeps you grounded? How do they keep you grounded?
You'll be surprised that I like being in the village. I like being with my my family members, both poor and rich. In fact, everybody, when we're around, can just have a good power, and then we're talking, and you will know that this person has 10 naira in his pocket, while the other person has 100 naira in his pocket. So it doesn't matter. I enjoy that very much. So in fact, during the difficult period in my in the company, they were the ones that would kind of take the remove the different things. Once I'm with them, I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And let me even go backwards and say that when I was a professor at the University of Massachusetts, I was the first Black person to be a tenured professor, full professor at the University of Massachusetts in engineering. But to be tenured, which means that you have lifetime appointments, you go through quite a rigorous process.
Wow.
And there were 3 white men, older men, professors, who just didn't want to have a Black person. But interestingly, all the other people were rooting
for you
because of my performance in the university. So I decided that what is the worst thing that can actually happen? Because I always go, what is that worst thing that can happen? Worst thing that can happen is that they don't grant me tenure. I have a country to go to. I have my people. I can go back to my country. And to me, even if it is becoming a farmer, I am okay with it. That is my headset. So I don't die for a job. I don't go dying for something that people are actually clamoring to have. They don't trip me.
Okay. You stayed, so now let's move into, something that has always been on my mind. To be honest, I've been thinking about it personally, and I really wanted to ask you this question. So I'm happy that I'm having this opportunity to speak with you. You stayed committed to the Aba Power project for 20 years. What kept you going through all the delays and resistance? What kept you going, basically?
Well, for me, my wife usually would say, don't go telling Prof that he can't do it, because that's when you really get him going. But if I start something, I usually finish it, or I want to finish it. And to me, the ABBA project was not about bad energy. It wasn't about making money. It was about solving a problem and showing the country that it is possible to have reliable electricity. And it is also a way to provide electricity to a crucial region that needed economic growth as a demonstration for the entire nation that this is how it could be done. This could be replicated in other parts of the country. And why not ABBA? So that commitment kept me going. So no matter what anybody was doing, I stayed focused on ensuring the realization of it. I didn't go fighting everybody in the world about what they were doing. But I wanted to see that the project came to fruition. And we're happy that that eventually happened.
Okay. So this is still connected to that question. What was your mindset when PPAs were suspended and the project stalled again?
It wasn't ABBA IPP that was connected with the PPA.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's a different project. We wanted to ramp up, build a 1,080 megawatt power plant in collaboration with General Electric. That project is called OMA Power.
OMA. Okay.
And actually, we spent millions of dollars with General Electric in developing that project. So the power purchase agreement signing was suspended when President Buhari came on board. Typically, most presidents, when they come, they want to understand what's going on. So he did that, but he never got reinstated. And as a result, till today, we can't say that there's been a new power plant built in the nation for more than 10 years. Because it was that PPA supported by government the support government needed was to provide guarantee, partial risk guarantee to support it. And a private company will go out and build the power plant. So we were one of the 3 or 4 companies that had matured, gone through all the processes, finance secured from US OPIC. That is the OPIC is the Overseas Private Investment Corporation of the United States, from Canadian Exim, from Chinese Exim Bank, from Standard Chartered Bank. We had put together all of these and they were ready to go. Just that partial risk guarantee never came. And that was all. So that's the PPA, that's OMA Power. But above IPP was stalled from just machinations of the human beings in our country.
Okay, so why do you think others give up under pressure, and what made you endure when many will walk away?
I don't know what, I can't guess how others think, but what I know is that if your motivation is pure private gain, it's easier to give up. But if you have a higher motivation, you would continue to go. It's like believing in religion. You can keep going with that kind of belief in God. So for me, solving society's problem solving problems that will provide all kinds of benefits to our humanity. That's the sort of thing that kept me going. I don't know what, so I can't give up that kind of thing, because what is life after all if I give that up? And by the way, there are better ways to make money. You could just even go and sit back and put money in stock exchange and be getting money from that. And it's probably better than coming to run a business where with all kinds of obstacles in the way. Not to talk of the created obstacles by people who are determined to come to take what you're doing.
I think one of the things I've learned from this is that always look at the bigger picture, look beyond yourself, because that's the most important thing. So, another thing I want to find out is, even as investors pull out of Nigeria, you are bringing Geometric into Aba. What do you still see in Nigeria that others are missing? Because people are, sometimes people come and they're like, even though now investors are still trying to come back and all of that, but over time you've stayed the course. Investors have come, investors have gone, investors are coming back, but there's this consistency. So what do you still see in Nigeria that others might miss, or others are missing or are not seeing?
Well, I'm focusing on the problem, on solving the problem. And I think that if you focus on solving the problem, you most likely would not go away. Investors, they say that money can be quite shy. Yes. But if you have a credible problem and you devised a solution for it, and you have bring integrity to bear on it, and people believe and trust in you, then it becomes possible to stay. Our country is difficult, but I sincerely believe that this is the best place to do what is any kind of investment, because you will be solving problems that you can see the outcome. Like here in Aba, I can almost like touch and feel the effect of providing reliable electricity here. Incidentally, the background that you're seeing, if you're seeing it,
yes,
is our power plant. It's the background of our power plant. We built it. And when we were building it, we set out to build it, not just, mount poles, small concrete poles anywhere, but to build strong tubular poles that withstand the test of time. Years. Many of these poles are mounted about 9 meters, more than 9 meters into the ground. Okay, so you can't be thinking about running away when you're doing that kind of thing.
Okay, if fear wasn't in the picture, what bold step would you take in the next stage of your work?
Well, if fear wasn't in the picture, is that what you said?
Yes, if fear was not in the picture, what bold step would you take? If there was nothing to be worried about, don't think about what next.
Okay, we take calculated risks.
Yes.
Okay, calculated risks. We don't go foolishly into a project. For example, we get all kinds of requests to do various projects, some of them outside of the power, some are kind of tangential, some are related. But we are focused because in this business, you need to look at all the fundamentals and ensure that you are solving the problem, and there are myriads of problems. So, yes, we would like to build bigger power plants. We'd like to expand where we are. We'd like to realize the Oma power, which is not exactly where we are, but about 30 kilometers from where we are, going towards Port Harcourt. We actually fully developed it, like I said, even awarded the contract to a company to come and do the EPC works, the engineering, procurement, and construction of it. We've gotten the land fenced off and everything, just ready to go. All the plans had been developed. But that PPA issue came about. So we like to see it come about. We like to also expand from where we are, be able to support the governor of Abia State in his quest to see that power is provided throughout Abia State, not just in the 9 local governments where we serve, but in the rest of the 8 local governments, and perhaps beyond.
Okay.
So these are things that we like to see happen.
Okay, before we wrap things up, this is just like a fun question. Just before we wrap things up, because we've been serious and talking about everything, but sometimes it's also good to slow things down a bit. So I just wanted to ask, is there a talent or capacity you feel you haven't fully used yet? As in a talent, something maybe outside of this. Maybe you play the guitar, maybe you sing, maybe you know how to, you're a powerful chef that nobody knows about. What's that one thing about Professor Basinaji that people don't know? Some talent that he has that we don't talk about that much.
When I was in secondary school or in primary school, I used to play the flute. So I could do that quite well, but it wasn't something that I could build a career with. There's something that my wife likes to do, which unfortunately for her, I have deprived her of doing, which is play golf.
Oh.
So I didn't deprive her by it's just that I didn't want to go learning how to play, and she was actually a wonderful golfer. She was the first lady captain of IBB golf course in Abuja.
Oh, wow.
And here she is because she got married to me, so she can't golf again. You can imagine. Poor woman.
Poor woman.
So there are things that maybe I could have done, just, but very difficult to do with my schedule.
Okay. So now, on a final note, if today you were to retire from public enterprise and everything, what unfinished project would you, or idea, would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will carry on with these things? If today we are retired from public enterprise, all these things that you're doing now, and say, okay, I'm retired, I'm not doing anything. And what unfinished project or idea would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will, carry things on for you?
I've always wanted to build a university of technology. So that's something that I am actually working on. Also, there is an institute of artificial intelligence and robotics, which we have license to build. So there is that. I like to work with my wife on a kind of ecosystem farm where nothing is a waste. It's actually from Tongai farms.
Oh, okay.
So these are some of the things I like to do, but you can't do everything at once. You have to, one has to focus. Like I said, you have to focus.
Okay.
Take them one by one. But these are things that we are going to do.
Okay.
Now, retiring from public service, or rather public, I'm no longer a public servant, as you know.
Yes.
So I'm a private person now. So I'm actually retired from public service, in effect. So what I'm doing now is private enterprise. And now, would I retire?
No.
I don't know how to retire. That's really going to be a challenge.
I like.
So maybe if I
I like your enthusiasm. I'm not going to retire. Anyway, so you know, based on everything you said, you know, at 69, if the next 5 years were a new chapter, what would they be about? Would they be about legacy, mentoring, or rebuilding, or something else?
I think two of the ones that you named we build on top of what we have.
Okay.
And we mentor people.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to support young people in their ideas, and also just keep preaching the gospel that there is no shortcut.
No shortcut
to success.
No shortcut to
that's
success.
not. We must work through it, work very hard, and work through it. The difference between us and Oyibo people is simply that they start something and finish it.
And finish it.
Yes. So what I learned from America is just that you start,
and you finish.
You rigorously go through the processes and you complete. And as long as you have a plan, a solid plan that says, here is where I'll start, here is what I expect to be the outcome, here are the steps, and you continue to go through the steps, you actually don't get tired because you are simply going through the steps.
Sure.
It is when you want to jump to the end, which is what a lot of young people like to do. They like to have a nice car today, immediately. They like to have so much money, big house. If you watch our movies, it's about somebody who leaves the village today and 2 weeks later comes back with a car.
With a car, yeah.
Yes, with a car. A car is a demonstration of success. To us in environment. You say you're building a house, so you build a house. They usually build a house in 1 month. So no, it doesn't work like this.
Thank you so much, Professor Batinaji. I think we have taken, if you leave me, I can talk to you for the next 10 hours because I'm like a sponge. I just like learning and learning and learning. But I think, in fact, everything you said is like, you know, a lot of information that we are taking in and we're still absorbing. And definitely when people see it, they will, you know, learn so much the way I have learned. So I really appreciate your presence. I really appreciate you as a person. And I see that we share some of the same values where, you know, there's no shortcut to success. And you always look at the big picture. Always look at, when you're doing projects, you look beyond yourself and you look at how it will benefit mankind. So on that note, I would like to say thank you so much. Please, let's keep in touch. Let me know what you're doing and how everything is going. Yes, it was nice talking to you. Thank you so much, and do enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Yes, sir. Bye. And thank you. And we have come to the end of today's episode. To be honest, I wish it didn't end. I was having so much fun talking to Professor Batanaji. But like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds podcast, just keep building, keep learning, and don't forget to focus on what is more important. Thank you.
Jadeshola James Omitiron, founder of She Evolution Africa, says this 5-day event, summer camp held in Lagos and Ibadan, was motivated by the recognition of mentorship gaps for the girl child, especially in Nigeria. She says the girl child hasn't been given the needed opportunities. Hence, She Evolution is bridging that gap to create opportunities and expose girls, particularly in underserved communities, to the skills and knowledge needed to be confident in life. She Evolution Africa has provided mentorship opportunities to over 300 Nigerian girls geared towards empowering the future female leaders by bridging critical gaps in their career development. This initiative aims to inspire confidence, leadership, and future success among African girls. She said the initiative focuses on girls between the ages of 11 to 19 years in underserved communities, and it's also open to all. Meanwhile, Mary Owolabi, Policy and Advocacy Manager at She Evolution Africa, said the 2025 edition is remarkable, being the 5th anniversary, hence the introduction of vocational skill trainings. She says parents are encouraged to be intentional about the upbringing of their girl child.
This year's event is a landmark because this is our 5th year, and it is significant to us because we've done this over the years, and a lot of our girls, we've seen compound effects in their growth and in their upbringing. And this year is for 5 days, and it's going to be happening in Lagos and in Ibadan, 2 major cities in the south, in south and west. And we're combining using the TVET model, that's technological skills, educational skills, vocational skills, and just bringing everything together to raise the wholesome leader. In bringing up a girl child, I would say that every parent should be intentional to raising self-leaders. We're not necessarily saying, of course, it is a part of it that be leaders in different socio-economic sphere, but we're saying from when they're children, raise them to be leaders, raise them to take responsibility, raise them to be owners of both their lives, their actions, and the things that you give them to do.
Atim Uko, Chief Executive Founder of AfroLems, who facilitated the dining etiquette session, says it is important to be grateful at the table. She said the 2025 edition was special to her because it combined food and etiquette training spaces where she said people mess up a lot.
I've worked with She Evolution for a few years where I've done a few lessons with them. But I think this one was special to me because it was combining my core strength, which was food and etiquette, and also being in spaces where I see people messing up. I'm like, you have to teach people from the grassroots point so that they can learn and they don't get ruled out of conversations even before they've opened their mouth. And most times it's with etiquette at dining spaces. So it makes or breaks a situation. So you're looking for a business deal, you're looking to have a conversation with somebody, how you present, how you come together, how you sit at a table and interact with people determines everything. It determines whether they sign you on or not. So for me, like I said, I've seen people lose opportunities because of it. And I don't want, because of background, people now don't get a seat at the table. It's not fair. So let the knowledge be there. Let them be exposed to what everybody else is exposed to. And I think it just makes for a better success story.
Esther Adedoja, a 200 level law student at the University of Lagos and an alumnus of She Evolution, expressed her excitement at seeing the initiative evolve. She said the program gave her wings to express herself and become her very best.
They started with us, so we're the first set for them to start this with in 2022. And I'm here today as a volunteer. It just shows how much I have grown as a member of She Evolution and how we have achieved the big goal, which is to impact the lives of so many different girls. So this started in 2022, and it started with just girls in secondary school. And I'm very happy, I'm very excited that it has grown to be what it is today. And we have so many girls, so many different girls every year that are being impacted and are learning so much, to go to the next step of their life. For me, I learned so much. It has helped me. When I was in secondary school then, I was so confused as to like my next step in life. And I had so many questions. And She Evolution helped me to answer so much. And I'm now a student in university and I have big plans. I have so much I'm doing. I'm just glad that the program gave me confidence to express myself and to express myself with what I love to do and just bring the best bring the best person, like the best Esther out of me. Yes. At that time, I was not sure what I wanted to study because I wanted to do music, I wanted to do law, I wanted to do so many things, and I was too shy. I was very so I had no one to talk to then, and I was very confused about what to do, the next step to do. And yeah, I was able to see clarity through their various teachings. I was able to know, this is what I want to do. I want to help people all over the world. I want to do so much. That's so I decided to study law.
Destiny Mama, BDTV News.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by BusinessDay to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with BusinessDay Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan? Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan? Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola. Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta? Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taɓa zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiyya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan. So, me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawuna.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say. because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majire because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about majiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call al-majiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called al-majiri, because begging is not part of being al-majiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called al-majiri. And it started for the younger age, when while unfortunately some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria-Colombia engagement set to open new diplomatic chapter. ₦439 billion wiped off market value in weekly decline. Naira stable in black markets as US dollar weakens globally. Federal government engages women, youth, PWDs in national agricultural gender policy. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria is set to embark on a new chapter of diplomatic and economic cooperation with Colombia following the visit of the Colombian Vice President, Francia Marquez. The visit is expected to strengthen ties across key areas, including social justice, peace, tourism, health, culture, and education. Speaking during a gala dinner at the presidential villa in honor of the Colombian delegation, Vice President Kashim Shettima described Marquez's visit as marking a new dawn for Nigeria-Colombia relations. He highlighted that the engagement will foster deeper political cooperation, bolder economic ventures, and richer people-to-people exchanges between two nations. Vice President Shettima emphasized that the discussions ahead will serve as a gateway to a new chapter, creating an environment of trust and dialogue that could ultimately yield lasting prosperity for future generations. And moving on, the Nigerian Exchange Limited closed the week in the red, with equities losing a total of 439 billion naira in market value. The all-share index declined 0.5% to 140,295.50 points from 141 and 2.76 points recorded the previous week. Investors traded 3.199 billion shares worth 85.399 billion naira in 142,477 deals, down from 4.773 billion shares valued at 107.426 billion naira exchanged the previous week. The financial services sector remained the most active, accounting for 2,195 billion shares valued at 42.689 billion naira. The consumer goods sector followed with 277.88 million shares worth 9.91 billion naira, while the services sector traded 178.99 million shares valued at 1.308 billion naira. Analysts attributed the market decline to increased profit-taking and cautions trading amid lingering macroeconomic concerns. They advise investors to look out for opportunities in fundamentally strong stocks despite the current bearish sentiments. And still on, the naira traded below 1,550 naira to the dollar in the black market at the start of September, up from 1,531.57 to a dollar in the official window at the end of August. The Central Bank of Nigeria says higher remittances and stronger foreign portfolio inflows boosted external reserves by 1.72 billion US dollar to 41.3 billion US dollars, enhancing its ability to stabilize the currency. CBN Governor Yemi Cardoso reported a 200% rise in diaspora remittances, reaching 600 million US dollar over the past 2 months. Analysts say these inflows, along with steady CBN interventions, have reduced speculative pressure on the naira and helped it gain in recent weeks. And up ahead, FG engages women, youth, PWDs in National Agricultural Gender Policy. We bring you more after this break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Welcome back. This is still the news update. The federal government has engaged women, youth, and persons with disabilities in reviewing the National Gender Policy in Agriculture and Strategic Plan of Action 2025 to 2030 at a zonal forum in Enugu. The initiative, organized by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, aims to ensure grassroots voices shape Nigeria's agricultural future. The ministry's Director of Special Duties, Kachala Damaturu, said the consultations will guarantee inclusivity, giving vulnerable groups a stronger role in food security and productivity. Senior state officials, including commissioners and permanent secretaries, also took part. Enugu State Commissioner of Agriculture, Patrick Uburu, noted that the state has mandated 70% representation of women and youth in agricultural programs, while farm estates have been approved across wards to create jobs and boost income. Development partners such as Action Aid and AGRA pledged support, stressing that inclusive participation will strengthen resilience, tackle hunger, and drive Nigeria's agricultural growth. Now, away from that story, Keystone Bank has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to boost support for micro, small, and medium enterprise. The agreement also marked the launch of the MSME Mini Business Boot Camp, designed to strengthen entrepreneurs and promote inclusive growth. Speaking at the signing ceremony in Lagos, Keystone Bank executives said the initiative reflects a shared commitment to equipping entrepreneurs with the skills and tools needed to drive development. The bank added that the support will go beyond finance with a focus on capacity building and sustainability. LCCI's Director General Chinyere Almuna described the partnership as a catalyst for competitiveness and broader economic progress, while Keystone Bank officials said the collaboration would help bridge knowledge gaps among small businesses. Through the bootcamp, entrepreneurs will gain access to hands-on training, mentorship, and vital business resources. Keystone Bank says the program reinforces its commitment to financial inclusion, enterprise development, and nurturing the next generation of resilient business leaders in Nigeria. And moving on, Union Bank of Nigeria has announced the successful completion of its merger with Titan Trust Bank following final approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The merger combines Union Bank's long-standing heritage with Titan Trust's agility and innovation, creating a platform for sustainable growth and broader financial inclusion. The bank's head of brand and marketing, Olufumilola Aluko, noted that the merger concludes a process that began with the signing of a share sale agreement in 2021 and strengthens Union Bank's position in Nigeria's financial service sector. The combined institution will continue to operate under the Union Bank brand, while Titan Trust Bank will cease to exist as a separate entity. Chairman Bayo Adeleke described the merger as a commitment to creating lasting value for customers, shareholders, and communities, while advancing Nigeria's financial inclusion agenda. Union Bank has assured customers that there will be no disruption of existing services, with full access of all products and also service maintained. The bank also plans an accelerated push towards enhanced digital solution for its customers. And Kaloha Nigeria, the exclusive distributor of Chery vehicles, has announced plans to begin vehicle assembly in Nigeria by 2026. Managing Director Shola Adigun said the project will be one of the biggest of its kind in the country, adding that the company offers buyers a 6-year warranty, 6 years of scheduled maintenance, and a 7-day repair guarantee. Adigun urged government support through policies that encourage local component manufacturing and restrict import of vehicles older than 10 years, stressing that many arrive in poor condition and increase repair costs for Nigerians. The firm is preparing to introduce Chery electric vehicles into the Nigerian market soon, assuring customers that every car sold undergoes over 100 quality checks before clearance, a safeguard against uncertified imports. And still to come, Ghana cedi and Zambia kwacha seen under pressure. This and more after this commercial break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background. which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where Ghana's and Zambia's currency are expected to stay under pressure next week, while Uganda's shilling may strengthen and those of Kenya and Nigeria are likely to remain broadly steady, according to traders. In Ghana, the cedi is seen extending losses due to persistent corporate demand for dollars and limited central bank supply at its auctions. It traded at 11.15 to the dollar on Thursday, down from 10.95 a week earlier. At Wednesday's auction, big top $244 million against just $100 million sold. Zambia's kwacha is also set to remain weak as hard currency demand outpaced supply. It was quoted at 23.68 per dollar on Thursday compared to 23.53 the previous week. Meanwhile, Uganda's shilling is expected to firm, supported by offshore inflows, remittances, and commodity exports. It traded at 3,549 and 3,559 per dollar on Thursday, slightly stronger than last week's 3,560, 3,570. And Egypt's central bank has resumed its rate cutting cycle, lowering overnight rates by 200 basis points in its third reduction this year. The deposit rates now stand at 22% and the lending rate at 23% as authorities push to stimulate growth. Economic growth rose to 5.4% in the second quarter from 4.8% in the first, supported by stronger tourism and manufacturing. Inflation also cooled, easing to 13.9% in July from 14.9% in June, well below last year's peak of 38%. The central bank had earlier cut rates in April and May, following a sharp 600 basis point hike in March 2024 that coincided with a major devaluation of the pound. It paused in July after a brief rise in inflation. Meanwhile, the government is seeking more Gulf investment to stabilize the economy and sustain the disinflation trend after years of foreign currency shortages forced Cairo to secure an expanded $8 billion IMF loan. We now head to the foreign scene where the US dollar was steady on Monday as investors turned their attention to a series of labor market reports this week that could shape the Federal Reserve's next policy move. Traders are also weighing Friday's inflation data, a court ruling that struck down most of Donald Trump's tariffs, and the former president's ongoing clash with the Fed over his attempt to remove Governor Lisa Cook. In early Asian trading, the dollar rose 0.1% against the yen to 147.20 after suffering a 2.5% monthly drop against the Japanese currency. The euro edged up 0.1% to $1.1693
while sterling added 0.05% to 1.3510 US dollars. With US market closed for holiday on Monday, global investors are awaiting key economic releases later this week. On top of the agenda is Friday's non-farm payroll report, which will be preceded by data on job openings and private payrolls. According to the CME Fed Watch 2, traders are currently pricing in an 87% chance that the Fed will ease interest rates by 25 basis points later this month. And also, oil prices traded in a narrow range on Monday as concerns about rising outputs and the impact of U.S. tariffs on global demand offset supply disruptions linked to intensified Russia-Ukraine airstrikes. Brent crude slipped 12 cents or 0.18% to 67.36 US dollar a barrel, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate is 13 cents or 0.2% to 63.88 US dollars. Trading activities was muted by U.S. bank holiday. Tensions remain high as Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky vowed more strikes deep inside Russia following drone attacks on Ukraine's power facilities. Both countries have stepped up airstrikes in recent weeks, targeting energy infrastructure and disrupting Russian oil export. Markets remain concerned about Russian crude flow, with weekly shipments from its ports dropping to a 4-week low of 2.72 million barrels per day. Still, a poll on Friday suggested oil prices are unlikely to gain more traction this year as rising output from top producers and U.S. tariff threats continue to weigh on demand growth. And up next is sport news after this break. Please stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Head to the sports scene where Newcastle United target Yohan Wissa has demanded to be sold by Brentford before the summer transfer window closes on Monday. The Magpies have seen multiple bids rejected for the striker this summer, but Wissa has publicly expressed frustration at the lack of progress on a move, pushing for a switch to St. James Park before the 7 p.m. deadline. Brentford have declined to comment on the player's statement, while uncertainty grows over his future with the Premier League club. A potential move for Wissa to Newcastle could also pave the way for Liverpool to make a British record bid for Newcastle striker Alexander Isak. And so in the news, Aston Villa are exploring a deadline day move for Manchester United forward Jadon Sancho. While United would prefer a permanent deal, talks are currently centered around a loan arrangement. Sancho is in the final year of his contract though United hold an option to extend by a further year. Signed from Borussia Dortmund for £73 million in 2021, the 25-year-old spent last season on loan at Chelsea before returning to Old Trafford after the London club opted out of their purchase obligation. Interest in Sancho has also come from Italy, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia, but no deal has yet materialized. With the Turkish and Saudi windows still open until mid-September, opportunities remain beyond Monday's Premier League deadline. Should a loan move to Villa be completed, Sancho would follow in Marcus Rashford's footsteps after the striker spent the second half of last season on loan in the Midlands. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Business Day Television.
On the 13th of August 2025, Transact, a Nigerian-based accountancy and advisory firm, hosted a one-day seminar workshop for corporate taxpayers and business owners in collaboration with the Nigerian Revenue Service in Lagos. The event themed Navigating Nigeria's New Tax Landscape, Understanding the 2025 Tax Reform Act, and mandatory e-invoicing for taxpayers brought stakeholders across different tax sectors who shared their insight on the prospects of a new tax law.
Number one is the fact that it is pro-business. That is, it encourages ease of doing business. It it's going to encourage compliance by businesses, and it's going to improve their compliance level. Then the fact that we now have laws that are few in number and harmonize in just 2 documents. Because if you are looking at the one that actually affect the taxpayers, we have the Nigerian Tax Act that imposes taxation, that imposes taxes, and we have the Nigerian Tax Administration Act that deals with how they will comply with those tax laws, the administration. So those are the 2 major laws that will affect the taxpayers. And what this means is that the laws are easier for taxpayers to comply with, because before they have to check through or look through so many tax laws, but now we have just 2 to look through when they are doing their businesses. And also the fact that we have laws now that are very simple. Gone are the days of those complex tax laws, complexity in terms of rules and in terms of wordings, the text. Now we have laws that are simple in text and in wordings, and simple also in rules. So which make it easier, going to make it far easier for taxpayers to comply with. And one of the things when you are talking of the fact that there is ease of compliance is the fact that it also reduces the cost of compliance for them. For me, it's a win-win situation. But if you are looking for the losers will be tax evaders. Yes, those that have been running away from paying taxes, because now the law encourages the deployment of technology. And if you remember that one of the things that was discussed today is the issue of e-invoicing. The fact that now, as you are making your purchases or somebody making his sales, the invoices are generated and reported immediately with the tax authority. So what that means is that nobody can hide any longer. Tax evaders will not find it easy under the new dispensation.
Iben Joel, managing partner at Transact, in his welcome address, speaks on the importance of the training for the growth of the Nigerian tax sector, urging participants to leverage the opportunity to learn and network with key stakeholders across the sector.
There are many benefits. There could be some hurdles before we get to realizing the benefits. Some of those hurdles we talked about, such as the cost of integrating systems. For most small businesses, they don't even have the funds to invest in, say, ERPs in the first place, you know. But overall, the biggest benefits that I see from it is that when invoicing is standardized in that manner, there are certain sectors that could open up. One of them is invoice factoring, which right now is very nascent, if you know what I mean. So invoice factoring is a situation where once I've issued an invoice to somebody, if the person has not paid, I can take that invoice to the bank and ask the bank to advance me money against that invoice. So right now, because of a lack of that kind of platform where invoices can be easily verified, a lot of banks don't offer invoice discounting.
The first session of the workshop, hosted by Victor A.T., tax partner at Transact, touched on key changes and implications of the 2025 Tax Reform Act, bringing detailed clarity on areas impacted by the reform. The session gave key insights on the taxation of resident and non-resident persons, taxation of individuals and employment income, determination of chargeable gains, taxation of petroleum operations, and indirect taxes, bringing clarity on taxable transactions.
There are some amendments that are there to encourage even investors to come in. We have the no association gas order that will allow them to have credits for their green field, and they are depending on the number of oil that are there. But the essence is actually to make them to develop to come and invest. It's only the gas. We have so much gas in Nigeria that they have not really do anything about it. And with those orders, it will encourage them to invest so that we can, in Nigeria as a country, can get value for those gas. It's a welcoming idea. Like before they do provisions, and provisions as far as law is taxation is concerned, is not allowable. You just think like, I want to make provision for it, but for you now to be able to deduct it and be allowed for tax purpose, so they are saying fund it. If you think 100 million every year, every $100 million or whatever, in most cases the oil company they do dollar. So it's going to, and because at the end of your leaving that the production place, and you want to leave that, you're supposed to restore the place back to its normal state. And so we are making provision that by the time I want to leave, that I've done, I want to restore the place. You are making provision to get money to be able to do it, because towards that end, the feed will not be producing as such, and so to wait till that end will be very difficult. And that is the essence of make provision for it, and for you to enjoy it as a tax benefit, then fund it. So they're now funding. Before it was like put it in escrow account, which may mean putting it overseas. And given that we are developing, we don't even have money. So the little one we have depositing in a foreign country, we make those ones to be better than us again. They will have enough money to be using over there. But putting it, they are only asking for 30%. And I think it's CBN they want to use. So if there is a fear of if the bank may collapse, it's like they want to use CBN. So put 30% in Nigeria, that is cash that they can lend out and be able to do some other developments. So it's a good one.
The event also featured 2 panel sessions. The first panel focused on solutions and ways to navigate challenges and future outlook of the country's tax system. while the second panel centered on practical aspects of e-invoicing, including integration, data requirements, and transaction models. Stakeholders also collaborate the impact of the new tax reforms and how it will attract investment for the country. Simply, the tax system and boost compliance.
There's no loser. Everybody is a gainer. It's more of a win-win situation, and government is giving a lot in terms of incentive to encourage business and even individuals in the country. Now, the principle is that we are not going to tax the seed, we are taxing the profits. So, and we are not taxing the poor, we are taxing the rich. Because it's simplified, the tax system, and also the issue of fiscalization is there now, that issue of e-invoicing, which is going to bring many taxpayers into the tax net, and which eventually will increase the revenue of government. You know what we're having presently, before now, is that our tax to GDP ratio is very low. Until recently, that has been increased to about 11 or 13%. But we can still do more, because in the West African, something say expect to be 15% is the minimum tax to GDP ratio. Nigeria is moving to that level with this tax reform and fiscal policies.
On the 13th of
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am Norma Obodna.
My name is Yaraba Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
And this session will be all about attracting private investment in state-level generation, transmission, and distribution. And on this panel, we've got the Chief Investment Officer at Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. As I call them, please make them feel welcome as they come up with a round of applause. Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo. In the interest of time, I won't be able to read their bios, so please permit me. Also on this panel, we've got the Chief Finance and Development Officer at the North-South Power Co. Limited, Mr. Kolapo Joseph. Please make him feel welcome with a round of applause. And still on this panel, we have Ms. Abby Odende, partner at Olaniu Ajayi LP, duly represented by Ganiat Seriki. Please make her feel welcome as she comes up. Also on this panel, we have Pade Durotoye, the Managing Director at Savannah Energy Limited. Please make him feel welcome with a round of applause. And moderating this panel is Temilola Adetono, the associate at Olaniu Ajayi LP, who also happened to be our technical partner today. Please make Temilola feel welcome as he comes up. Also, we want to acknowledge those joining us virtually today. There are a number of people joining us virtually today. We also want to acknowledge especially the Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance Division at the NERC, Mr. Dafe Akpeneye. We also want to recognize the Chairman and CEO at the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission and the Commissioner for Policy, Innovation and Stakeholder Management and Customer Relations, Mr. Chijoke Okonkwo, who is also joining us virtually today. Please, before they begin their panel, I'd like you to please cheer them on with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow power sector enthusiasts. My name is Temilola Adetono, an associate with the Power Infrastructure Practice at Olaniu Ajayi LP, and it is my great honor and privilege to be able to moderate this session today. This session is to deal with the theme attracting private investment in state-level generation, transmission, and distribution. As we all know, Nigeria is accelerating towards a more decentralized electricity market. But the success of this transition will not be dependent solely on political will or on regulatory reforms, but also on the ability to attract and sustain the much needed financing. As the distinguished publisher has noted today, the quest for uninterrupted supply would require financing. And to quote the commissioner as well, we need more money, right? And so this panel is supposed to focus on just that, practical and structural pathways to attracting the much needed funding. As the host has mentioned, we're joined by experts across the legal field, finance, and even operations to shed light on this topic. Thank you all for being here. And to dive straight in, I'll start with Mr. Dolu Olugbenjo with the first question. Kind sir, with the decentralization of the electricity sector under the 5th Alteration Act and the subsequent Electricity Act 2023, as an institutional investor, from your perspective, how would you assess the regulatory readiness of the states and the state electricity market established under the different state laws? Would you say there are any specific developments or innovations that you think could be adopted at the state level to encourage institutional investment?
Thank you very much. Good morning, guests and colleagues. How do I assess the readiness of the regulatory of the states to the new regulation? I think in summary, I would say that it's in transition. Some of the states are sort of advanced in the implementation of what the law says, and they're getting prepped up, and some of them are ongoing. So generally, from an investor's perspective, the sense you get is that you don't have the clarity that one would have otherwise expected, particularly given the amount of capital that is meant to go into the sector. But it's not to say that some states have not taken the bold step to start doing things. And that's the way it would play out. Some states would lead and others would follow. And so I think that question is that the readiness is in transition, if I could say that. Take for Lagos State, for example, it's been widely said here, our interaction with the state, we get a sense of clarity of purpose. So they talk about the regulatory sandbox, and which I think the commissioner also mentioned. And what it really means is that they don't want to come around and draw a fine curtain down to say this is how you do it. They're experimenting. They've been able to communicate that what is important for them is affordability and the ability for power to exist across the state. They've also kind of put forward that one of their key focus is on improving, actually allowing open access. They've been clear and transparent in communicating. So I get a sense across when I meet with stakeholders in the power sector that every one of them that wants to have access to the regulator have had access and have had a conversation. And I think that's very important for capital because it tells you what the regulator is thinking about, how they intend to operate or regulate the market, and provide answers to all the questions that an investor might have. I would say that in our interactions, there's that access, there's that clarity of thought, and there's that consistency in messaging. Obviously, it's early days. There are still concerns that if I represent the investor community, there are still concerns that investors have as to the respect for sanctity of contracts. And you would find that when investors meet regulator, the one thing they're asking for is assurance that contracts will be honored and there would not be policy somersaults. And I think that is a great area of concern that still exists for investors. But it is to say that, and this is where I close, investors are looking at the power sector. They're hoping that the first set of investors that move would have a good story to tell. So it's very important that as some of the investors plunge into the sector, whether it's in renewable, whether it's in distribution, whether it's in generation, and they're taking institutional capital from wherever to go take that risk. It's very important to know that there are many other investors looking at the outcome of that first investor, or first set of investors, and making that decision that the market is ready. And I think it's very important for regulator and the market to know that while there's a great pool of capital, the ability and the reference and the feedback that investors feel as to all of the points that has been made is now assured and respected, so that it can unlock many more avenues for incremental capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olubenjo. Staying on the same line of thought, Ms. Seriki, how would you, as to describe it the way the commissioner did, a sector-specific legal expert for the power sector, how would you assess the current legal and regulatory readiness of Nigerian states to independently support private sector-led electricity projects under this decentralized electricity market?
Okay, thank you, Timmy, and good afternoon, everyone. I think Mr. Olubenjo has sort of put it succinctly. States are in a transition, and in terms of the assessment and readiness, it has varied across certain states. I believe the publisher mentioned earlier that the expectation, because Lagos State had an electricity policy, they had an electricity law in 2018, the expectation was they will be the first to have their electricity law, but we had states such as Enugu State that already implemented the laws. And so in looking at the readiness of the states, it goes beyond the laws. I know we have Lagos State, we have a couple of states that have enacted the laws, but what are the, is there an established regulatory commission? We have certain states that have that, and in relation to those commissions, are there regulations? I think this goes to the question that the managing director of Tranco had asked earlier as to, if I apply for a license, how long does it take? So states like Enugu State, before the law was enacted, they already had the policies, they already had the regulations, they sent it out to stakeholders, and so they were communicating to stakeholders that I'm ready to work for the market, and I'm ready to work with the market. And so those are ways in which you start to understand states that are willing to establish a market that works within the state. And so those policies and regulations were clear as to timelines for issuing licenses, the terms and conditions of the licenses. And I believe it was mentioned earlier in terms of tariffs, what is the tariff methodologies that the states intend to put into place. They have the codified laws. What are the regulations? What are the tariff methodologies? What is the investment climate going to be in the states? So those are the things in terms of assessing states. There are some states that have started putting that in place, and so it's clear that they are ready to regulate their electricity market. And there are some states that have the precedent and the experience. Lagos State has a very broad PPP law. You also have Oyo State, you have Ogun State. So those states already have experience in regulating private sector-led markets within the infrastructure space. And so in looking at those precedents, in looking at the policies and regulations states are putting in place, then you start to see which states are ready for business, are ready for investors to come in and invest in the electricity markets.
All right, thank you very much, Ganiat. So as our panelists have mentioned, right, the electricity market is still in the transitionary and reformatory stage. And so, Mr. Bade Durotoye, I'd like to ask, based on your experience as an active participant and stakeholder in the power sector, what would you say are the top 3 structural reforms, whether policy, legal-wise, or institutionally, that you think would unlock greater infrastructure? Yes, thank you. So what are the top 3 structural reforms that you think would unlock greater infrastructure financing in state electricity markets?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. many years ago, I don't know how many people remember, there used to be a TV program. It was like a comedy of a business school, a Nigerian business school, and there was a trader there, and they had asked him about the 3 conditions to have a successful business, and he said the first, na money, the second, na money, and the third, oh God, na money. To attract investment, it's the same thing. The returns must be assured, and they must be assured in the present and in the future. And the good news about what we're doing today is we've been doing this well enough now that the answers are now clear in front of all of us. What do we need to do to be able to assure the investors that they're not crazy? One of the greatest signs, perhaps the biggest one, there are many signs that we all use to assess the state of our grid electricity supply, how bad it is. But for me, of late, what I've been telling everybody is it's the only sector that doesn't have foreign participation, with 1 or 2 exceptions, and I am one of those exceptions, and Edu over here is the other one. Had it not been for the JMGs of this world, we would all be in darkness. So at any point in time, 45,000 megawatts or 50,000 megawatts, somewhere between 45 and 50,000 megawatts of electricity is being consumed in Nigeria every day, every moment. Most people forget that. People think it's 4,000. But unfortunately, the tail is wagging the dog. The 4,000 that is grid generated is shaping our perception of what is happening in the country, and is making us ask questions that the answer is wrong, which is there, can we afford it? We're already affording 40,000 megawatts at 900 naira per kilowatt hour. We already afford it. We're spending $10 billion a year. So the question, unfortunately, the way most people look at it is, what do I need to do to leave that 45,000 megawatts to continue to spend $10 billion and then provide electricity for people who don't have work? So we want to be a country where people who don't have work and income can afford electricity. And unfortunately, those dynamics make things not work right. So it makes us ask the wrong questions. So the way I've looked at it and the way we've been framing it in the organization that I work in is we've changed our mantra. And the mantra is, how do we make the Nigerian grid power sector attractive to foreign investment? And the first one is the tariff structure needs to change, which we've all agreed. And I was overjoyed to hear the commissioner talking about a tiered electricity pricing structure, which is used everywhere. And, if you, the first, I would say, people, the number varies, but the first 1,000 megawatts, 1,000 kilowatts per month that you take would be priced at a particular amount, and God blesses you and you can afford an air conditioner or something, you better ask for the blessings to pay for the electricity. If not, you don't have to. You stay where you are. Okay, and we will be able to do that in such a way that the final 2 points of it will address the manufacturing and heavy consumer sectors, and they'll be floating. And the reason why I use the word floating is they will not be fixed, they will be pegged to something where the price moves every day to take care of things like inflation and exchange rates. That's the first one. The second one is, I worry a lot about the messaging that we believe that the existing infrastructure is sufficiently broken and we can leave it like that and start building new ones. Unfortunately, we have to fix what is there today. The balance sheet of the sector is broken right now. And if we don't fix that balance sheet, we will not be able to attract investors to come in. Fixing that balance sheet, luckily for us, we don't have to, think too hard on how we're going to do it. There are examples around the world where industries have been reset from scratch. It's going to require CBN and Treasury activity to fix those. And then the third one, which we don't like hearing, but unfortunately we're going to need to do it, is we're going to need to give guarantees. We need to give guarantees. We're going to need to give guarantees to the people who come first. And those guarantees, they're going to be cheaper than us attempting to finance those things ourselves. But without it, we will continue to see what we're seeing today. And I'm really happy for you, but GMG will continue to sell more and more generators. As will your competitors, But to kind of close, let me just point out to you that most of us don't understand the size of the gap we need to close. When the publisher said he's not sure that in his lifetime, we will see sustainable electricity, many people said no. Of course, hope is what we sell the most in Nigeria. But let's understand this. First of all, we have to remove the 40,000 megawatts of centrally generated electricity and replace that by the grid. Okay, and then we get to 40,000. Where we're going, if you look at it to say South Africa, for their population of 60 million, has 60,000 megawatts is not enough for them. So if you just drew that line, we need to get to 240,000 megawatts. Okay, that's where we should be going. But their GDP is not even where they want it to be. So we are going from 4,000 megawatts to something like 300,000 megawatts. This is what we should be aspiring for. Not solar on my roof. That's not the game. So when we're talking about what do we need to do to change the investment, that's what the question should be, we should be asking. And I'd like to say and close that the capital is there. Nigeria is going to transform the economy of the world. When we figure out how to get the capital, there is no other shortage of the size and the type that we have in Nigeria. And when we figure out a way to give the first movers the comfort and the returns that they need, there will be a rushing sound that you will hear, which will be the influx of capital into Nigeria in a way we have never seen before.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorotoye. As he said, the first three requirements, no money, right? And so that requires us to turn to the finance expert in our midst, Mr. Kolakbo Joseph. Kind sir, as an experienced investment banker with over 20 years experience in corporate finance and having overseen the issuance of Nigeria's first green corporate bond, what innovative financing structures or instruments can be replicated or adopted by states or private players in the sector to unlock funding for state electricity projects and get the money, the top three requirements that we need to boost these electricity markets?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, or good morning. I don't know what time it is. First, North South Power Company, which I represent, is an investor in the power sector. So you may say we are drunk already. And we now doubled down on that investment by leading the acquisition of EcoDisco, which should conclude in a number of months. So we are a key stakeholder, and that's why the commissioner said, Kolakbo, you joined us in it. So I represent Transgrid Enerco here, incoming MD for that company. For us, why are we doing this? A lot of people say the sector is broken. They're challenged with liquidity, but the liquidity starts from the distribution company. And one of the things we didn't get right at the beginning was the incentives and the alignments of interests. So at the beginning of this power sector reform, it was Discos, Gencos could not own Discos, Discos could not own Gencos. Over time, that has passed, and you see a lot of forward integration. Because if I develop the product, or I manufacture the product, which is what the generation companies do, the distribution companies distribute the product, and then they have someone in the middle who incentivizes them not to really pay fully for the product. What you get is what we have here, and it stalls follow-up capital, follow-up investments. We are taking that risk. Sleepless nights, and Stanbic is also part of that risk with me. So you can see we sat together, and all we think about is how do we resolve this issue. So when we talk, at least from my perspective, we are talking not just, we're being pragmatic because we are in this market, both on the generation side, historically, and now on the distribution side. And guess what? The distribution side probably has a lot of impact to a lot of you. When Mr. Doto said 4,000 megawatts, I agree. When we came in and we were looking at Echo Disco, they were willing to average about 500 megawatts. Based on what we did, we commissioned Siemens. They can do about 4,000 megawatts. That franchise area alone, small geographic area. How do we, I'm still going to answer your question, but I think I need to steps of things. And the commissioner said culture, change and everything. How do we think we want to run Echo Disco differently? We want to run it like a bank. And because the operational highlights of a bank and the distribution companies are about the same thing. They have close to 1 million customers. For Echo Disco, we have over 700,000 customers. We manage cash every day, so you have to build a risk management framework. You have to invest in the technology to secure that cash. So we must change that philosophy, and also customer service. Why can't you walk up to a Echo Disco office and be able to get clarity on what you need to achieve and live there in a sensible approach? That's what we must change, and that's the investments we must bring it into it. We're currently raising capital. So when you talk about capital and instruments and things like this, I've done this for over 20 years, and it varies based on the project, based on the risks, based on the returns you want to get. If it's a Naira investment, you want to do a Naira return, you want to do a Naira facility. One of the things we've seen in raising capital in Nigeria is, one, there's the exchange rate risk. You must deal with that. There are tenure constraints for what you want to do. Average loan is between 5 to 7 years. You want to do more than that. I think those are the two biggest financing issues you face. And what we've been able to do, and one, not everything's under your control. Have that in your mind. And I think that's something we've taken that under our control. So I can't control NPR. If they leave NPR at close to 28%, then that's what the banks would give me. If I'm doing local currency, that's what the banks would give me. But what things I can do, and how do I structure it to extend my tenure? And that's one of the things we've been able to do in our acquisition, is extend our tenure from 7 years to 14 years. And by the time it's announced, it's something that will change how the market is raising capital currently. But how best do we use what we have regarding in the local market context, and how best to do that? The reality is that the DFIs would not come in the way we want them to come in. I think that's clear. I always knew that there would be a second set of investment flow into the market. The first would be those that came in early in 2013 privatization, and there would be a reset because there'll be learnings and there'll be a shakeout. It always happens in industries where this, and what you have is a second wave of investors. So Echo Disco is the first commercial driven acquisition. All others have been driven by AMCON or lenders. So there's something to it, why that has happened. There's some sense, there's a lot of sense to it. So bringing everything together in terms of how I would advise anyone raising capital. There are things you can control and there are things you cannot control because of your operating environment. You need to look at those you can control and see how you can push the thinking of the lenders and the lending market. The other thing, do not rely on the DFI money. I think that will not come in, especially in the power market, because of where we are currently. They will tell you ourselves, some of us who are locals, that first go in, lead the charge, let's see what happens after 2-3 years, and then we come in. So basically, you de-risk it for them. Again, capital, typically the cowards, the word they use, the cowards are scared of risk, right? So it's going to be a homegrown solution. It's going to be people who believe it's a mission beyond the returns. There'll be some risk, but it's a mission, and that mission has some risk but has significant upside, and that's where we play and we believe in, and that's what we're able to do. And it's important to put it, North South Power has always set the bar on how we want to raise finance. Remember, we did it first. I'm happy you said the first green infrastructure bond. We opened up the markets to because nobody knew about the power market then. And that's true. This was about 5-6 years ago. You only knew what you read in the papers, but now there are credit rating reports on power companies and there are listed power companies. Before then, it wasn't that way. So again, Transgrid and ECO, which is acquiring ECO the school, will lead it, how we're going to change Eco Disco, and we are mission driven. We have built the right partnerships in terms of capital providers in driving this narrative. We understand what it takes. We've been in the sector for 10 years. We know everything, what the issues are, so we understand it, and therefore we will deploy capital into that, and we are happy that we've been able to convince some of our capital providers to support us. So there's a track record, obviously, so you need to have that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So it would appear that a recurring theme from the responses is the existence of a deficit, right? And constant losses as a result of this deficit, which would also suggest that if we're going to go into the next stage, there's a need for modern, efficient infrastructure to be in place at, even at the state level, for investors to be more incentivized to deploy capital, right? And so, Mr. Olugbenjo, the question goes to you. How would you evaluate a state's institutional and technical capacity, either in terms of grid readiness, efficiency, agency coordination, etc., before you deploy capital into such a state? And in answering that, maybe you could suggest what actions state governments could take to further present themselves as being technically and operationally capable for the deployment of capital and establishment of projects.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a loaded question. Ultimately, in making any investments, you assess whether, from a fund perspective, because I represent an infrastructure fund, you look at two items that are quite sacrosanct. Is there a return for your investors? And in our case, is there an impact story? Okay. Certainly, the return narrative will come with some risk, and the impact narrative is very evident. What are you going to do? What transformation, what benefits does it provide? In assessing a state, it's about mainly the state's openness to business. Is the state ready? Do they understand? Are they willing? And I think it's a partnership, because I don't think there's any state that has the full index where you ticked all the criteria. You have to engage the states to know what it is they're trying to do. And in the context of this question, I'm actually referring to transformative projects. I'm not talking about solar on a building. I'm talking about how you pretty much give energy access to majority of the states stimulate production, stimulate consumption, stimulate economic activities, and all of those things. So you're really talking about tens of millions of dollars of investment value. And providers of those capital, it's not, to Kolapo's point, there are some providers within your domain, within the country, but there are others that you could actually bring on. And there's nothing wrong with foreign capital. Foreign capital is good if it can stay the long haul. And for those types of capital, they're looking for assurance, certainty, that what they understood when they were deploying capital is accurate and nothing is going to change it. Certainly, there are layers of investors, but one thing the investors does not want to take is a risk that is other than a market risk. I can take a risk whether there will be demand in the future. I'm comfortable with that. I would access that. But I cannot begin to take a regulatory risk. Why should I take a regulatory risk when the regulator have already set the framework and I accepted it? So why should I walk in 2 years into my investment and then I have a change that impacts the value of capital, the kind of promise that I've made to investors? So I think those are the things that you would assess. That is quite an intangible assessment where you will do so, you will come to your comfort zone as an investor based on the engagements that you've had, right? And the exchange, as I referred to in my earlier conversation about meeting with the regulator in Lagos, on the account of the investments that we've made with North South Power into EcoDisco. So those are the kind of assessments and so I haven't made those assessments. It's actually ongoing. It's continuous. It's not a one-stop because there's going to be exchange of ideas and a dialogue. So it's not a one-stop. You don't stop because you've just had the conversation. You continue until your objectives are achieved. And so that's kind of how I would look at it. So to come back to that question, there's not one thing. It's a bucket of things that you look at, but ultimately you're looking for assurance of the return that you expect, and you're looking for the delivery of the impact, and everything that surrounds that is the work that you do in order to make sure you extract those value.
Thank you very much, sir. So we're running out of time. We'll try to take one question, for every other panelist, but probably answer in about a minute or thereabout. So for Mr. Kolapo, Joseph, how do you reckon that states can build, credible project pipelines and attract technical partners, especially in areas of like greenfield infrastructure where, as you had mentioned earlier, sometimes the data might not be there?
I think the first thing states need to do is collaborate with the DISCOs. Because the DISCOs, I think Mr. Dutere said, you have to first build what you have. The DISCOs have that data. So let's even get them to be able to provide that data. And I think the commissioner said that, provide it upfront. And therefore, because once you have data, you're able to see, okay, this is the demand, this is the supply gap, and then investments can go into that area. But one of the things that must be done is that it's done in a way that you're not robbing Peter to satisfy Paul. I don't know how to explain, but it's done in a way that the existing players and the new players, they have an even board of even rules. So it's very clear on what basis they are coming in and what needs to be done. But I think clearly data is the first thing. Collaboration with existing discourse to get that data and build up on that data.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Ganiya, to get the benefit of your legal expertise, how, based on your experience and using the Lagos electricity market as your case study, what key regulatory concerns do you see deterring private investment in these subnational markets as we go forward?
Yes, so the first thing, which goes to what Mr. Durotoye had mentioned, is in respect to the level of government support that remain in the markets, in the state electricity markets. For instance, using Lagos State as an example, under the Lagos State PPP laws, Lagos State doesn't issue guarantees for PPP projects. They can provide letters of support. And so does Lagos State intend to follow this path in relation to developing the electricity markets? Looking beyond institutional investors such as Stanbic, if we are looking to attract private capital, these private investors have historically relied on the federal government issuing guarantees, which they haven't typically issued those, apart from very limited projects. They've had to rely on the federal government, and now we're telling foreign investors you're relying on a state's IGR, and so some investors might be a bit hesitant to go into the market. I think Lagos State has created a precedent as a very vibrant economy, but there are some other states that wouldn't have the benefits of that, and so it would definitely be a concern for investors. And one other thing to mention is in relation to even the regulatory overlap. So when we look at the Electricity Act, we see that, okay, once a state establishes a state electricity market, there's a transition from NERC to the State Electricity Regulatory Commission. But then the Electricity Act still goes further to say if there's any activities within that state that relies on the national grid, if there's any interstate activities or any cross-border activities, NERC still has the regulatory authority. And so let's say I'm an investor, I start to think, does that mean if I want to conduct or invest in a project in Lagos State, if the project relies on national grid and relies on maybe a state grid, does that mean I need to be licensed by both NERC and the Lagos State Regulatory Authority? And so there are some jurisdictional uncertainties that still need to be clarified. And I think, like we'd spoken about earlier, investors are looking at what is the institutional framework and precedent within the states. Am I investing in a state that's typically not upheld its contractual obligations, regulatory certainty within those states, enforcement of contracts? So those are some of the things that I believe investors will be concerned about. So I assume, like Mr. Olugbenjo had said, a lot of investors are going to wait and see how other investors act in the market, how other investments go in the market before really investing.
All right, thank you very much, Ganiet. And then final question to Mr. Dorotoye. Ganiet had mentioned, for instance, PPPs, right, playing a role. And so the question is essentially, what role do you think PPPs can play in driving investment in subnational electricity markets?
Exactly what you said. So we're lucky that we're now at a stage where governors and governments are owning up and saying we cannot be investors. So the shortfall of spend on healthcare, on things that government alone can do, education, roads, security, is so much that there's no point in you using money that is not enough to do social things to go and compete with capital that can deliver a return. But what PPP would need to change in the way we look at it. So, the commissioner did mention, the states being willing to help, by capitalizing some of their own contributions. But that would be nice, but it's not even going to really be what they really want. It's really around the stability of the business environment. Okay, if the regulators change their posture from policeman to chief investment officer, transparency, clarity, the things that investors need for states to provide such that you can evaluate properly your risk. Investors don't need our money. They need our market. They know how to do it well, but they need it to be stable. And if there's anything you want to do with the little money you have, go ahead and give guarantees, which on a risk-adjusted basis will cover a lot. So when you look at the default risks, and like Dolu said, what you're going to be wanting to guarantee is not the investment itself that people know how to assess. Are you going to change your mind on your tariff structure? Are you going to change your mind on your repatriation structure? Are you going to change your mind on your foreign exchange, mechanisms? If you do any of those things, it messes up my investment. I'm going to need a guarantee. But collections, leave that one for me. Uptime, leave that one for me. We know how to do it. But the ones we don't know how to do are, one day you will say, I'm going to do this, and 4 years later, somebody else comes and says, we're not doing that again, we're changing. And that is what is going to make people scared. So we need to find, that is the primary area that we're going to need, the government's participation to support investments.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for every panelist here. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your expertise and for the benefit of your experience. I'm not sure that we have the time to take questions from the audience, and so I would hand over the conch back to the host. Thank you.
All right, while we'll take the photograph, please, quick announcement, please subscribe to Business Day's channel. We have curated content and also we cover business stories, and you'll be seeing, yes, it's already up on your screen. So please just grab your phone and scan the QR code and be a part of the conversation. Please scan the QR code and subscribe to our channel so you can be a part of the conversation. Also, would like to provide you additional value. So Business Day Premium is one of our offerings where we are bringing to you trusted insights, exclusive interviews. We also have expert opinions, deep research, and full access to our e-paper. That's also something we'd like to get your own feedback. So there's a form that you got at the registration desk. We'd like you to please fill those forms so we can have access to you and offer you value-driven opportunities through our newsletter and premium platform. Thank you. All right, right now we'll be going to our second and final session, and this session will be all about state versus federal roles and defining clear boundaries in Nigeria's electricity. And on this panel, we've got the chairman of the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, Mr. Chijioke Okonkwo, and he'll be joining us virtually. Please put your hands together for him so he feels us even while we're here. Also on this panel, we have the CEO of Azura Power West Africa, Engineer Edu Okeke. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. We can do better with the applause, please. Thank you very much. Also joining us on this panel is the Deputy Managing Partner at Olaniun Ajayi LP, Mr. Wolemi Eson. Please put your hands together as he comes up to the seat. And still joining us on this panel is the Country Manager at Empower Nigeria, Robo Igbo. I hope I got that correctly. Please put your hands together for the Country Manager. And also joining us on this panel is the Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance at the NERC, Mr. Dafe Ekpeneye. Akpeneye, please put your hands together for him as he comes. He's actually joining us virtually today. And moderating this panel is the head of the Energy Desk at Business Day, Dipo Oladende. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm sure it's been a very, very insightful conversation. And so we are talking about a sector that basically affects everyone. So I heard the first panel talk about the pathway to attaining investment in building energy infrastructure, and then, of course, tap into the state electricity market. And so what we would focus here on our panel session is to get insights from you all and share your experiences, your views, and how most especially put solutions to some of these things we've highlighted today. And so we'll start from, excuse me, just a minute. Yeah, so I just wanted to, so can we, Mr. Daffy, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, everybody. I can hear you.
Oh,
can
okay. So we'd like to start with you. So the question is around states, really. So we have close to about 7 states who have gotten permission to start regulating their own states' electricity markets. So what role is NEC playing in terms of making sure that there is harmonization, first of all, and there is there is a reduction in uncertainty. So everyone is not doing. So we are all working towards one goal, and there is no chaos in terms of what each and every state is doing.
Okay, thank you very much, and apologies for not being there in person. I'd actually planned for this event last week, only to have been hit with a date change, and I had another commitment that's where I'm at now. But that being said, I said I wasn't going to miss it, so I'll join virtually. I think we need to be a bit circumspect with how we phrase the question and being mindful of the various roles. So NERC is not responsible for harmonization of laws, right? As your colleague rightly said in the opening, the electricity is a constitutional issue, and it's also, for nuclear power, it's in the exclusive list. For all other matters, it's on the concurrent list. And not only is it on the concurrent list, it's qualified. So there's what the federal government, National Assembly can do, and the states and also state what the states can do. And when you read the concurrent list very clearly, the states have exclusive jurisdiction over distribution in Nigeria. And with the exception of the FCT that would sit with the National Assembly. So with this move towards awakening decentralization, because decentralization has always existed in all our constitutions from 1979, 1999, and the recent amendment. The Electricity Act only makes room for orderly transition. So in the EA and the Electricity Act, when the states meet the requirement, the Commission is meant to exercise those mandates of one, issuing an order mandating the utility to incorporate a subsidiary and take certain steps, and thereafter full regulatory mandates will be transferred to the state, so the state becomes responsible. On the issue of harmonization, it now boils down to the states in the lawmaking process to ensure that they put in place pieces of legislation that are fit for purpose. I would have wished and prayed that we had done what we did and what the Indians did, whereby they have the same framework whereby they operate constitutional decentralization, but they only have one law, which is the Electricity Act of India that everybody operates out of, and the regions derive their powers from that, and they operate. But we're where we are, and we don't have the legal powers to do so, but as being a key stakeholders, we've had engagements with various working groups and ensure that best practice has been offered to the states. And so far, from what we've seen, the laws are not uniform, but they appear to be fit for purpose. But besides being fit for purpose, we need the political will and the other things that make the laws work. Laws just don't make themselves work. It's the people behind the laws that have to do what's right to make it work. And you can use traffic as an example. Nigeria's traffic laws are similar to what you would have in the United States or the UK, but what you see on our roads, it's not the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'd like to hear from Engineer Okeke. So we've heard Mr. Daffy talking about making things work and also having political will. So my question to you is, states' electricity markets, what is it for you? and your business, opportunities or risks?
Thank you. That's a question. It's very difficult to answer as of today because we still don't know what is, for us as existing generating companies, we are still watching what states are doing. But if I look at the practical aspect of it, I am going from being regulated by one regulator to potentially being regulated by 37 regulators. I don't know whether that is an opportunity or a risk to me. It's unfortunate that the Commissioner for Energy Lagos State has left because I have a critique of the Electricity Act of 2023. I think it's an act created, it's kind of throwing away the child with the bathwater. We know we've had problem in the electricity sector for some time. Do I think that is for states to regulate everything? I don't think so. Probably distribution aspect of it, maybe states can regulate because setting one tariff across the country, probably you might say take it down to the states. But when you go to regulating the generation and transmission, I know that the act says if you're connected to the national grid, of course, NERC, but there are still quite a lot of things there that we are trying to understand what it means. But let me share a discussion I had with a senior official of one of the states some time ago, and he told me, he said, look, that they are going to regulate the market in such that they have abundance of gas. They are going to regulate the market in such a way that generators who basically charge zero to nothing in their state, that electricity will be free in their state, and that power will go to Lagos where people are going to pay. So you can understand the thought process behind some states, And then I also think that law was created, when we look at the telecom industry, maybe looking at it, but let's understand the big difference. You can put up a mast here and transmit signal to people around here. Electricity is not like that. It must flow. You understand? So my power plant is in Benin. That power goes to, if you go to TCN, they'll tell you how many places that power goes to, which means it's grid connected, is there. Now, there are questions we haven't asked in terms of transmission of electricity. How many states can actually generate meaningful electricity? Do they have the fuel and everything? How many states can do that? Which means a lot of power that will flow will still be on the grid. How do you manage that regulation between NERC and the states? And also, when you now think of it, that what happens, that power must flow from one place to the other, it becomes quite challenging. If I go to my investors today and say we want to say put up 500, maybe expand the capacity to 300 megawatts, they're going to ask me, that means before you do that, you probably have to run the load flow, maybe work with TCN, understand where your load is going to go to before you start even doing anything. Understand the laws in those states. Those things are big challenges. Electricity, like I said, is not like telecom where you can transmit signal. And let's understand what has happened. I think you do that, Nitel died, but for us, we cannot do that. And when you also think of TCN, what is their primary responsibility? Yes, it's about transmission of electricity, but primarily it's also maintenance of stability of the grid. So there are so many things. Okay, I have Lagos, so to say, I sign a bilateral, say, to transmit power to Lagos, and TCN wakes up, there is challenge on the grid that the only way they can maintain stability of the grid that very day is take that power to Enugu. What happens then? So there are so many unknowns and challenges there. We probably will figure it out. Do I think that the law is good as it is? I don't think so. I think we've all lived in a situation just like Mr. Doroto said when he was speaking, you will have about 40,000 megawatts out there. Every one of us has been a generator, distributor, and transmitter, and we are now trying to formalize it by getting the states, maybe aggregate small portions. I think that the law as it is today, probably the only state it favors is Lagos, because it's only in Lagos you can meaningfully install a very big power plant. Every other state is going to be like embedded. But we have to ask ourselves, NERC has always been issuing license for embedded power. Why is it that it hasn't taken off? We haven't asked ourselves that question because of the cost. The smaller the power plant, the higher the cost of production from that power plant. That's the reality. So in a nutshell, I wouldn't call it a risk. I wouldn't call it an opportunity, but we see quite a lot of red flags coming out from there, and we are still watching to see what states are doing and comparing to what NERC has done in the last few years to see where it puts us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so Chinye, I mean, you're a lawyer and you've heard a lot of concerns that the previous speaker have raised. What would be your advice to states in terms of how to set up their own state electricity markets? He also raised concerns about some red flags as well, which he thought would not, I mean, you can't be getting more than, now basically a GENCO will be dealing with more than one regulator, dealing with a lot of regulators at the same time. So how can states position themselves in order to be effective and efficient in this new era of state electricity markets?
Okay, thank you very much. And those wondering, my name is Chine Ajay. I'm representing Liason. When the Electricity Act was passed, one of the things I hear very commonly was, okay, state can now generate their own power. And I was like, nothing ever stopped states from generating their power, even before the law came in place. Nothing changed. I mean, you could as well set up a plan, go get yourself a license, right? The main thing the law actually did was, okay, give them power to make laws. And I asked myself, is the problem really laws or power? Because the real deal is to get power into houses, right? So in my view, it's a step in the right direction, but I like to say that not every state needs to set up an electricity market, if we have to be very realistic, right? Because there are a lot of things that is required to do that, right? So things like technical capacity, things like enabling environment, do your citizens have the power to pay, right? Then there is also, in fact, like I said, not every state needs to pass their laws. And I see a lot of states trying to make effort. Please don't just do the copy and paste thing. Check, do you have the technical capacity? Do you have the enabling environment? Can your people pay for that? Now that's for those states who do not have laws. Now for those states who now, okay, you've taken steps to take, or you're looking to, establish your own laws. The first thing I see is that states, you don't necessarily need to regulate everything. From my review of various state laws, I see states trying to regulate virtually everything from end to end. It's just going to make things a lot more difficult. In my view, the first thing, the state should focus on the lowest hanging fruits, which is how can I get power to my people? Mini grids, what are the quickest things, we can actually do to do that? Then how can I, develop technical capacity with my team? And then how can I make, the environment friendly? We're talking about guarantees. The truth of the matter is that, at least, like, Mr. Dorote said, the first movers have to be given those guarantees. Then by the time the market now gets really comfortable and balanced, then others are coming in, may not necessarily need those guarantees. But for those first few, first movers, that has to be considered. So in terms of the contradictions, now there are a couple of them in the Electricity Act, particularly one that Mr. Du just mentioned in terms of power, grid plants rather that are connected to the grid should be regulated by NERC. Now we have that in the EA, I think section 63, but then we now have states also regulating that same entity. So I think there has to be clarity, right? Once you are connected to the grid, and of course the power you generate is supplied across the country, states should not regulate those entities, right? So we don't have a case of dual regulation. Then if you have an entity that operates solely within the states, right? Then you can then be regulated by the state. And of course, if a grid-regulated entity now needs to probably deal or enter into any transaction with a state-regulated entity, then we can talk about complying with maybe with the market rules, as it relates to that transaction. A very critical one is also interstate. Thank God Mr. Dafe is here, and this is my view, that in terms of interstate transactions, or rather power transactions, I think it might be useful to consider having interstate licenses where, entities that have to, do cross-border will have to get licenses that enable them to deal across border. So you don't have a case of, I'm going to get license from Ogun, I'm going to get license from, the neighboring state. And also, there are a couple of things, but the EA is a good, well, maybe I'm not to say it's a good law, but there are still some very gray areas that I think should be clarified to ensure that, the market moves forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let's talk to a state that is already practicing electricity markets. I mean, they're one of the first states who got licensed to regulate their own markets, and that's the Enugu state. And well, I'm sure you can hear me. So can you give us an overview of how you've started and what have been the success points and what have been the main challenges so far, briefly? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to this day for putting together this conference. It is actually a pleasure.
Business Day.
Sorry, please forgive me.
Thank you.
I actually regret not being physically present. I couldn't just make it, but that doesn't diminish the importance that has been attached to this particular conference. And it's a pleasure to speak on Enugu State's experience when it comes to developing our own state-specific electricity market. So our experience has been one that has been rather motivating, inspiring, in the sense that what we're doing within Enugu State is changing the dynamics of what we feel an efficiently run electricity market should look like. Let me give a little bit of a background as to the situation we met before that necessitated and initiated the change that is currently taking place in our own space. So Enugu State, being one of the Southeast states served by the Enugu Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is EEDC, was basically taking approximately 70 megawatts from the national grid. And of that 70 megawatts from the national grid, we also identified that the focus was basically within the metropolis, within the urban centers of Enugu, Nsukka, and the Abani urban locations. They were basically the served communities or locations within the state. And that puts approximately 113 communities as either underserved or unserved. When we say underserved, we are looking at just getting over 4 hours, less than 8 hours of electricity services. And when we are saying unserved, we are referring to 0 hours of electricity services. That is, there may not even be an existence of electricity infrastructure in such locations. That also puts approximately 36% of the population in Enugu State without access to electricity services. And even within the urban centers, approximately 500 megawatts was being self-generated by citizens in the state. So this administration actually saw the Electricity Act as an opportunity to change the narrative. I mean, for those of us that are currently now implementing the Act, we see it as the very best thing that has happened to the power sector following the unbundling that took place with the EPSR Act of 2005. I mean, we have been put in a position to have the states participate in a sector where they probably felt left out, considering that there was that handicap in states investing in generation, transmission, or distribution of electricity. And this administration also put in place a policy document that would guide the development of our market. It actually is the little Bible that we are adhering to in what we're doing within the states, because it speaks specifically to the kind of market design we foresee would work in Enugu State. We definitely do agree with the fact one strategy would not fit all. And we also do understand that there are limits to what would work in our space, also working in other states as the case may be. So what did we do? We dug down deep inside to start preparing ourselves for the inevitable, which is to have a regulatory institution that was prepared to take over regulatory responsibilities or oversight in our own space. It is one that was also required, or that required that we also were backed by data-driven decision-making processes. So we started digging deep. I mean, the regulations we actually put in place to help us assume full regulatory responsibility in Enugu State were expected to be light-handed. We understood to a very large extent, considering the fact that quite a number of our commissioners in the Regulatory Commission had been industry players. We understood what investors were actually looking out for. And yes, we also understood our limitations, that when it's a grid connected entity for generation or transmission, it was a NEC responsibility to offer or provide that regulatory oversight. However, when it comes to the distribution aspect of it, or for embedded generation as the case may be, that is operating within a state boundaries, I mean geographical and technical boundaries, that falls under the purview of the state regulatory entity. So when it comes to each person's roles or responsibilities, for us, it is very clear. And what we are doing within the state is to complement the energy that is being received from the national grid that is also being supplied to, how do I put it, distribution companies carved out of existing generation companies. So it's a transition and the journey has just started. There's so much more that we're putting in place to try and solve the problem that has held down the country over years of electricity service generation from a centralized perspective. And it's just a journey that we're just kicking off on. So let me stop there for now and get into it by the next question.
Oh, okay. So let's, I'll still stay with you. And in 30 seconds or in 1 minute, can you give us briefly, what results have you achieved so far from when you started till now?
Yes, so quick results. One is the fact that we have been able to work with our subco to move its generation offtake from the national grid from 70 to 120 megawatts, which means more people are receiving energy from the national grid. We have also been able to license 2 generation companies to set up embedded generation within our space to a total of 15 megawatts, the first being 10 megawatts and the second being 5 megawatts. Now, we are at the verge of issuing licenses to our first energy retailing company in Enugu State. And I must say that by October last year, just after our assumption of full control, the first mini grid was actually operationalized, commissioned for operation, active operation in a small rural community known as Nome for 100 kilowatts at peak. Now, I must say that quite a number of investors are also coming in to see or take advantage of the opportunities that we are putting in place for, like Edu said, small generation capacities. And it will relieve our citizens from basically self-generating at cost that is over and beyond what they should actually be paying if somebody who was a professional in delivering that energy services was able to do so for them. So in a nutshell, we like to say that Enugu has become a business center for potential investors to come in and set up their businesses in such a way that there is guaranteed return on investment, because we expect that contracts are going to be effective. We are also expecting that they will adopt the willing buyer, willing seller commercial arrangement to put in place their agreements. And yes, we have a committed government that is willing to support private sector developers in coming into the state to set up their operations. And it is backed by law. Everything we're doing is backed by the Enugu State electricity law.
Okay, thank you very much. Fantastic. So let's move to Mr. Robo, Empower Nigeria, right? Yeah, so, we've heard a lot of people talk about having their own solar system. So the question is, what role would renewable electricity play in this era of state electricity markets? If, for instance, everybody in this room is already self-generating, everybody is on solar, everybody is in one way or the other providing their own state electricity. providing their own electricity for themselves. Can renewable electricity play a bigger role in this current era of state electricity market?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Thanks, Business Day, for the invitation. And to just give you a quick introduction to Empower New Energy, we are a Norwegian-based, African-focused impact investor. We invest in renewable projects, across Africa, particularly for the, C&I space, right? We're very active in Nigeria. We've done over 7 projects in Nigeria. Over the last 3 years, we invested over $35 million in these projects, over 20 megawatts of solar and 20 megawatts, of battery storage. Yes, so we see the growth of solar, particularly, both residential, and commercial, right? And for us as investors, our focus really on the commercial and industrial space. And I think parts, of the challenge, I see, in that sector is because of affordability, right? So that's why our business model actually is a PPA structure where we finance projects, over 10, 15, 20 years, PPA, contracts, and the off-taker, they pay over the lifespan, of that contract. And talking about, how solar, renewable energy can be part of this, state electricity, market. Already, as a nation, right, we already have a policy that says that we should have 36%, of our energy should come from renewable energy by 2030, right? And I think by 2025, it should be around, 23%. We know if you add hydro, we are around 40%, 20% now, right? If you remove hydro, solar is really less than 1%. Maybe 0.6%, right? So there's a lot of potential for solar. And again, solar PV is actually the cheapest source of power right now, right? Solar could be cheaper than even fossil fuel, even the grid, right? So a client was surprised yesterday when we gave him an indicative offer, and he was surprised with what he saw. So I think with the cost of solar being very, very low, right? And also with our commitment energy, it is very critical that the state governments, they look at, they can incorporate, solar into this. And I think one good way to do that, right, is to have, feed-in tariffs. So for example, I've not seen any, provision for feed-in tariffs, in all of these projects. So when you have feed-in tariffs, what that does is that when you are over-generating, you can sell to the grid, right? You can sell, to the local, market. For example, we have a lot of, industrial projects that the industries are closed during weekends. So imagine you are generating power on Saturdays and Sundays that's been wasted. But if we have feed-in tariffs, that could help to distribute in the locality, and also help to reduce the cost for the solar companies.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go back to Engineer Dafe. I have two in one question. So the first question would be on, you've been a regulator for a while. And are there lessons you would want to give to states on pitfalls to avoid, or things you think they should pay attention to in terms of how they start this new era of states' electricity markets? That's the first one. And the second one is, Che also talked about it as well, a lot of concern about the state electricity markets, the law itself, and some have noticed some gaps. I'd like you to speak to some of those gaps and then also talk about pitfalls you would want states to address.
Okay, thank you very much. When last I checked, I'm a lawyer and I'm still a lawyer. I'm not an engineer.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So looking back, right? Pitfalls. Let's start with the pitfalls. I think we live in a society, I think one of our biggest peeves as Nigerians is we hate to make mistakes. I don't know if it's because of the religious, or everybody wants to be the head and not the tail, everybody believes, but mistakes are good, right? Because if you don't try stuff, right, you can't learn so you must make your mistakes. Everybody in that room that walks about, right, as children, we all learned to walk, and and you fail several times before you perfected how to walk. And that is how we all developed our own distinguished gaits. So they shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes. NERC as an institution, we've gone through different iterations, and we've made our mistakes, and we've learned from our mistakes, right? But the problem is they shouldn't repeat mistakes of the past. So the state institutions should learn from the mistakes of the past and build upon them, and not repeat them. No institution is perfect, and in doing that, you will find out what works for your respective jurisdictions, and the various steps you need to take. The other question you asked was, what was the other question again?
Gaps in states' electricity market. The Electricity Act itself.
Okay, good. So I raised my hand when Mr. Edu Okeke was speaking about fears and gaps. I think as Nigerians, we like to be overly prescriptive. You know, that is why every 4 years our constitution is always being looked at. We want laws that envisage contemplate every possibility, and laws don't work like that. If you compare the Nigerian Constitution and the United States Constitution, our Constitution is a more robust document than the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution has been amended fewer times than our Constitution has been amended. You understand? So it's not really laws per se, right? And I use this as a typical example. Nigeria is the only jurisdiction that I know that I discuss with an Uber or Bolt driver, whether they will tell me whether to use the app, let's go offline, or they will discuss rates with me, right? It's not a law thing, right? It's a mindset. It's a mindset thing. I think the Electricity Act is a big paradigm shift from where we're coming from with the Electric Power Sector Reform Act. And when you read, yes, is it a perfect picture of legislation? No, it's not. But there's no legislation is perfect. But when you juxtapose that with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where we all take our powers from, I think the Constitution has given clear guidance on the states can do, right? The states do three things, right? And if you read the Constitution, it's clear. It makes reference to power stations established by the state. So Mr. Edu Okeke has, when I was listening to I raised my hand when he was speaking, right? Your power station established by the state, right? You are operating under the auspices of the national grid, right? And you're a grid player. So if you read that schedule, and I would implore everyone seated here to read the schedule to the Constitution, the only thing that was amended was there was a proviso in the concurrent list for states that in the areas not covered by the national grid, and that was taken away, right? And even if you read that, did we really need to do that to achieve what we want to achieve today? No, because the states have always had the powers to have create electricity markets. And if you also read the Constitution, jurisdiction, distribution is the exclusive preserve of states, not the federal government, because the distribution is a local issue, right? And the Constitution made clear emphasis on that by going on to state the definition of what distribution is, not in the general interpretation section, but in the very section itself, where it goes on to state that distribution is the supply from a substation to the ultimate consumer. And that is a proviso that is clearly for the responsibility of the state governments. So if the states haven't been doing it, we can't stop them from doing it now that there's been a push to do it. What we have to do is ensure that the required support, we're able to work as a team to ensure that they do it right, right? And the other issue that comes across when you look at the issue of tariffs is you're going to have the issue of the policy and subsidy support, right? Which is something, I'm not on the policy side, but it's something that on the policy side, we have to agree that this is what needs to be done, right? Only the UK just agreed a 10-year industrialization plan. And one of the things they've stuck into that plan is how they're going to put in place, reduce the bills for industrial customers, right? So those are things we need to look at in our own jurisdiction in Nigeria. You're not going to have any perfect piece of legislation, but within the laws that we have, I think we really learned from the inadequacies of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act before we landed at the Electricity Act. Is it perfect? No, but it sets the framework where if we all behave like adults in the room, we act in a common-sensible manner, it sets the tone for us to take the right decisions to move the sector forward, right? I don't see the issue of an on-grid player falls under the purview of the central regulator, because the central regulator is responsible for the expansion of the national grid, right? So that is the play. So reading the Constitution clearly, the second schedule and the Electricity Act states the various roles of the respective parties, right? Are there things that can be done to the EA? Yes, there are things that can be done to make it a bit better, but we cannot prevent the states from having their own markets, because the states are responsible for the market. Ideally, it is not for us sitting in Abuja to state what Enugu should be paying as a tariff, or what Delta should be paying, or Lagos should be paying, or Kogi should be paying. No, those are local issues that should be handled at a local level. And that's best practice. And let's exercise best practice. But where we've seen that there's been a bit of overreach and not understanding the roles is that, states want to replicate the entire structures that exist, whereby you want to have your own NEMSA for certification of meters, you want to specify standards and things like that. And anybody who wants to do that, my advice to them is please go and read the schedule to the Constitution, right? Whereby it states clearly the federal government retains responsibility for standards in Nigeria under the weights and measures section of the Constitution, and also the last proviso in the concurrent list under the National Assembly. So who can work in a power station, who can certify a power station, and anything having to do with electricity is the exclusive preserve of the federal government, so that you do not have a scenario whereby somebody goes to say that, our frequency in this state is 48 hertz, right? So that cuts across. So the federal government retains responsibility for the standards across the country, the national grid, interstate, any activity that is going to be interstate. So as the lady on the panel, my learned friend, was saying, you don't need a separate license. Any activity you're doing from a licensing standpoint that is going to be interstate is the exclusive preserve of the federal government. So the way the sector, because we operate in a tiered environment, right? Generation, transmission, distribution. In looking at that relay, right? It all falls down to a local issue, right? So you're going to have regulation of the activity itself, which will now be, what are you doing, right? Am I interstate? Am I on grid, right? That answers the question. But the final passing of that baton, right, to the eventual end-use customer, the state now has a say in what the distribution costs are going to be. So I think let's not overthink the issues. Let's not be too overly sensitive, right? The laws are clear, and if we adopt the right approach, we will interpret them in a manner that achieves the desired objectives for all of us. And mistakes will be made. We've made mistakes as an institution, and we've learned from them. We've learned how to manage the political economy, learned how people have taken us to court. They've gotten decisions against us in court of first instance. We've gone ahead upstairs to get decisions in our favor at the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. So, and it's all those things that make the system robust and better. So let's give the states the required support that they need to do, and let's look at what the laws say, right? And if people are not doing what they need to do, right, let's point them to what the laws say. And you heard it clearly, Engineer Okonkwo said it, that look, he knows the remit of his responsibility, right? This is what Enugu can do, right? And Enugu is not going to approach an on-grid generator in a state and say, oh, you need a license from me, and things like that. And also letting people appreciate best practice on things like licensing. I had a question on the other panel where someone asked, how long will it take for a license to be issued? I think that is not a good question to pose at a forum like this. You cannot ask how long it takes a license to be issued. Question should be, how long will it take for me to get a license when I have met all the requirements, right? Because you find a scenario whereby you've not met the requirements, fulfill the licensing requirements, all required documents are there, you have all the required documents, and you expect the regulator to give you a license in a week or two. No. So you need to ensure that, okay, on my part, I have met the requirements. And if you've met the requirements, right, you will get a license. I don't think any regulator wants to regulate darkness. The more players you have, the better it is for you, because we don't produce power. We just set the rules for players to come in and make the sector work. You understand? So when all that is done, right, using the required rules, we will achieve it right. And for regulators who do not understand their powers or go outside their remit, I'm happy that the courts are there. And all of us who are administrative bodies created by law, we're all subject to judicial review. So anybody who goes outside this mandate of his powers and everything, injunctions will be there to put us in checks. Orders of mandamus are there to put us in check. So we operate in a country of laws, and I think the laws will guide and ensure that we act in the best interest for the benefit of Nigerians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that brief overview. So we'll move quickly because we are pressed for time. We'll go to Engineer Okeke. So the question for you is, how can states balance, well, let me say, what structure do states need to put in terms of governance to balance between investors' protection and then customers' affordability? Because if the sector, again, is not, if we don't create a system where we can have we have people can pay for the services they are being offered and is efficient, is constant, then it's going to result in chaos. So how can we create that sector where investors' confidence are there and then affordability is also there as well?
Thank you. And to answer that, I'll also refer to what Chinenye said when she was speaking. She said, we don't need laws, we need power. And that's the summary of the whole thing. Listening to Chijioke and Dafe, like I said, while I'm not a fan of the current Electricity Act, it's the law of the land today, so we have to work with it. But what I'll be telling any state is to focus on making the disco within their area viable. I mean, what the biggest problem we've had in this sector is very simple. The biggest problem we've had is that generators don't have line of sight on how to recover their money. That's why investment is not going into the generating space. Because I issue an invoice for 100 naira to embed, I get paid 40 naira. Where do I get the balance of 16 naira? That's the long and short story of the problem we've had in the power sector for the past few years. Until we tackle that and have investment going into the whole sector, nothing will change. So if I think I mentioned this to Dafe once. I said, if it's me, actually, what I would do is to say, what is the, I don't even, first of all, I'm one of those that believe that we shouldn't be regulating the tariff, actually. It should be a market. Let's understand it. Each and every one of us, there is if the grid is charging you a particular amount, there is an alternative, which is your generator. That's the reality. Every disco should just be looking at, what do I charge customers to make sure that they stay with me, rather than buying a generator and give them constant power. That's basically what the only way. And then you now see competition. Of course, if you are overcharging, somebody can come in and say, oh, I can give them something cheaper. That's the best way to do it. But because it's not happening, we have this tariff. If it's me that is NERC, the day you pass your state law, I will say, okay, what is the tariff for grid power? Maybe 200 naira. That's it to your state. So it's now for the governor to say, I want to put subsidy in place for my people, or I want them to pay the full bill. And what would the discos do? If Enugu State, if they can recover their money from Enugu State while Delta State is not allowing them to recover their money, they'll just call TCN and say, please don't divert power to Delta again. Please put everything in Enugu. Market has a way of streamlining things. I like the fact that Rabi is here, because when we talk of power, it's almost like it's different from market. Go to his office today and say, I want a generator. He will say, oh, it's 20 million. You say, I have 15 million. He will say, okay, go. When you have 20 million, you come back. That's it. Why is it that when we now get to the grid, all of a sudden, we are no more respecting what market is all about? This is supply and demand. Look at the price. Look at what it is. And I think states should just start thinking along that line, in terms of how do we incentivize discos to be putting power in our state. How? It's about discouraging stealing of electricity. States should probably pass state laws to make sure that if you steal electricity, that kind of thing, there is penalty for it. Some communities, it's not even community when soldiers can even go to Ikeja Disco and beat them up and nothing happens. There are some of those things that we have to do. So it's not, again, I would say, leave regulating the generation and all those things. Market, investors, I think one of the challenges we have with regulators is that they tend to believe that they know it better than the investors. Look, we are rational human beings as businessmen. Every investor wants to go where he can recover his money. That's the underlying thing. No, forget about what anybody tells you. There is nobody that's charity. It's not, if I want to do CSR, I'll go and do CSR. But when I go to my investment committee, I'm telling them, if we put this money here, look at the result we are going to get. That's the only thing. Does it meet our threshold? So, long and short story is simply, states should be looking at the discos and say, disco, before now, what are the factors that are making you, not to bring power to this state? What are the factors that, are discouraging you? How do I make things better for you? Simple.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you very, very much. So we are wrapping up. Closing thoughts from Chinyere.
Yes.
Chineye.
There's one of my favorite saying I like to say anytime I have opportunity to speak this way. I had someone say it and it really stuck with me. Is the fact that the same way, I'm not an engineer, but it says the same way electricity flows in the path of least resistance is the same way investment flows in the path of least resistance. That's the summary of it all, right? And I would like to say, I know Mr. Dafe had said, the law is clear, but there's just one thing I think that should be clarified. Now, when a good person or the right person has a bad law, right, you get more results than when a bad person or wrong person, there is the word bad, has a very good law, right? So the thing is, he said, people if we know what they are doing, but in our climb, not everyone can be able to analyze things rationally. So to the best extent possible, it's always good to have very clear provisions. Not like we'll be prescriptive to put everything in it, but as clear as possible. And one thing I would like to say, particularly on this, because I've had clients that are operating down the grid. They're operating in estates, and they've passed laws, and they have scenarios where they're receiving letters and saying, you operate a generation plant in my state. I have power to regulate generation, so therefore you need to come to me to do this. So it's important to state in the law. I know it already says that everything connected to the grid is NEC regulated, but maybe we need to add the word exclusively or something to make it crystal clear that if I'm operating on the grid, then don't come my way, right? And then if you're operating within the state, because sometimes you need to have that very, very clear provisions to, to help people understand, because clarity is also very important to drive investment, to give investor confidence in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. To you, Robbie, closing thoughts.
Yeah, so from the views of a foreign investor active in this market, right, particularly focused on C&I space, we've seen a couple of projects that are sort of talking about this electricity market, and our first thought really is around clarity, right? We've said that over and over again. We're not clear, who is in charge, who's the regulator, and all of that. And again, transparency, is a major challenge to, right? You want to be very sure of, that what you're saying A, A is A, and it's not C or D. Then again, one key issue is around guarantees, right? So an investor coming in, providing capital for a market that might be sort of suboptimal in terms of affordability. We want to see some level of guarantees, right? So what kind of guarantees are we going to get? Is it from the state government? Is it from other DFIs or something? So there need to be some kind of guarantee to encourage the investor to bring the capital. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause for thank you. So I think we've been able to adequately discuss and address majority of your questions or gray areas. And of course, there's no time for questions now. And after the close of event, we can always network, meet any of them to ask any more questions. Let's give them a round of applause once again. Thank you for time.
I think we're going to take photographs as we did in the earlier panel. Yes, you can applaud. Thank you very much. We have overstayed our time, but thank you all so much, not just for coming, but staying with us till the very end. It's been a very interesting conversation, opportunity for networking as well. Experience sharing. No one promised that this one sitting or session will solve all of Nigeria's electricity problems. But I think we are clearly taking steps to reaching that goal. Whether you believe it will be attained in your lifetime or not, I think it's good that we're making progress. I'd like to thank our friend Rabi from JMG for their support. Without them, we would not be here. I also like to thank Olanio Ajayi, not for just being a technical partner, but also for being sponsors of this session as well. They have choreographed the conversation very well, moderated the first session very well, and is the reason why we have been working with Olanio Ajayi for some years. Thank you very much, and of course, send our appreciation and regards to the firm. Thank you. We are at the end of this session. The conversation, I'm sure, will continue, whether informally after we leave here, or perhaps at some other sessions to come. We're looking at a session that will be dedicated to renewables later in the year. Some have asked the question, why didn't renewables feature significantly today? We will have an opportunity for that, for those who have a solar panel on their roof, to add a voice to what they are doing. We'd like to thank our speakers, Dafe, and of course our commissioner from the chair of the commission in Enugu, and of course Mr. Ogunleye, who was here with us this morning. I think I want to end with two appeals. Firstly, we would like to have many more sponsors when we gather again next year. So when we come knocking on your door, please don't keep the door shut, so that it will not be Rabi alone that ensures that we convene. Secondly, if I don't say this, I don't know whether I will earn my pay at the end of the month. BusinessDay digital subscription is something that I truly believe you should have. It opens the access to high caliber, good quality content from BusinessDay. I know that some of you here are already subscribers to the digital service. But if you don't have a digital subscription to BusinessDay, please don't leave here without asking any of my colleagues how you can take a digital subscription. That said, I wish you Godspeed. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.